Thank you for joining us for the 43 North Marketing Summit. I'm Maura Devlin. I'm the Vice President of Marketing and PR here at 43 North. We are so excited to have all of you joining us, many of whom I know are not directly involved with the 43 North portfolio companies, but that's incredible. We're so excited to see all this interest and engagement from Buffalo's wider marketing community. If any of you, for what you know about 43 North, you may not know, so I'll explain it. I always like to give the 10-second spiel here. We attract and retain fast-growing companies here in Buffalo. We recruit them through our Shark Tank style startup competition, and then we bring them here for a year of incubation. We give them funding, but we also support them with several different kinds of programming, mentorship, connections to customers, connections to investors. And a big part of what we try to do with the small team that we have is also offer support services like marketing. So we put this summit together as something that we could do to help engage their teams with some different topics and education, things that they had requested from us that they'd like to learn more about. And when we did that, our partners at National Grid raised their hand and said, let's open this up to the entire community and bring them in for a day of workshops and programming. So that's how all of you were able to be here. We are so grateful to National Grid for supporting this initiative. And as part of that, something that I love, we've also been able to provide food for the day. So we have coffee out there, snacks. We will have a short break, a 30-minute break at lunchtime where we'll have pizza and salad out there. So please help yourself throughout the day. We just ask you, obviously, clean up after yourself, throw away your napkins and plates, things like that when you're done. And if you don't like the options that we have, there's also a food hall over there, which you're welcome to go to and purchase things, that you so choose. So little housekeeping to get out of the way. A couple other details on housekeeping. We have a total of 6 sessions here today. They will last for about 30 to 40 minutes in terms of the presentations. And then all of the presenters have left a window of timing for Q&A, which we'll be facilitating. So we have microphones. We'll get to you so you can ask questions. And we really do hope that you will ask questions and engage. There are no stupid questions, especially in the marketing world, right? So if it's on your mind, somebody else is probably thinking it. So please ask away and engage. And I think that covers it. I guess I'd also just say, and I'd love to just have a huge thank you and a round of applause for the 43 North marketing team. These guys have put together the day. They've helped with the speaker lineup. They could do this stuff in their sleep, and they do it all the time. So just a huge thank you to the team. All right, let's get rolling. So our first group of speakers here is a friend of mine, someone I've gotten to know here really as just marketing people that you want to know in this community. They're going to speak to us today about deal pipeline design. So I'm not going to do anything to, I'll let them be the experts in the space. So please welcome up here CJ Maurer and Phil Smith from The Gist, a local marketing agency.
Thanks. I was tucking my daughter into bed last night, and she asked if she could come because I was explaining I was giving a presentation. I was like, not really. You have school. It's not really going to work out. But hey, it's going to be recorded. So, I'll show you. Maybe I'll put the video up on YouTube and you'll get to see it. And she goes, "You're going to be on YouTube?" Like, it's really amazing how much cred YouTube gives you for a 6-year-old. But so shout out to Riley. Shout out to all of you. I am CJ. This is Phil. Say hi, Phil.
Hello.
We're The Gist. We are an inbound marketing agency and certified HubSpot solutions partner based right here in Buffalo, New York. Actually, more specifically, we're based right here in this building on the 29th floor. So we're close to home, and we're very excited to be here. Thank you to Maura and everyone else from the 43 North team for having us. Just to give you guys a little bit of context, who we are, where this is all coming from, we are not a full-service marketing agency. We don't do branding. We don't do paid media. We don't do a lot of things. What we actually do is we work with primarily B2B software and service companies throughout the United States to design and implement scalable organic growth systems, right? We like to see growth as something that you build into the design of the company rather than an event or a campaign or something that you do when you feel like it, a faucet that you turn on and off, right? So we help companies invest in the assets that they own or control and design growth into every aspect of their delivery, from marketing and sales and customer service. What does this translate into? It translates into SEO and content strategy, inbound marketing, sales enablement, and of course, CRM configuration, which really brings us to where we're at right now. We are, as I mentioned before, certified HubSpot solutions partners. We help companies buy HubSpot, implement it, manage it, support it, all this, that, and the other thing. And it's through all of our experience in doing this that in trying to orchestrate growth systems through CRM design, where we realized the importance of, yes, a deal pipeline, like something this innocuous. Deal pipeline feels like a pretty trivial topic to be giving a presentation on. We all know what it is. It's pretty simple. But we're actually here to make the case that through our experience in helping people grow through how their CRMs are designed, that a deal pipeline can be more than just a procedural requirement and actually an instrument for growth that touches all teams, not just the sales team. And that's really the case that we're going to be making today. So what are we covering? We're going to start with what is a deal pipeline and how do we, as in most people, think about a deal pipeline and use it. And we're going to spend as little time there as possible because it's kind of stuff that everybody knows, but we just need to hit that, get on the same page. Then we're going to offer how we think about deal pipelines. And we're going to offer some very specific examples and concrete suggestions for how you can improve or optimize your deal pipeline so that it becomes more of that instrument for growth and less just like a organizational tool for sales, right? We're going to share some resources, including a workbook that is going to allow you guys to try to put some of these ideas in place immediately. And then Q&A. And that's obviously our favorite part. We have these, have you ever seen these throw mics before? Honestly, I must not get out a lot because I've never seen those. But the way it works is you just throw it and then it becomes the mic. So if you have a question, everybody's going to be able to hear you, which is awesome. One more thing I do want to mention is that, yes, we said we are HubSpot solutions partners. We are going to reference HubSpot at times. A lot of the things that we're talking about right now are examples that are derived from our experience with HubSpot, but I want to be very clear that this presentation is platform agnostic. It does not matter if you use HubSpot or not. It does not matter what CRM you use, what's in your tech stack. In this presentation, you will be able to appreciate what we're talking about, and if you're interested, apply some of these best practices regardless. So just want to get clear on that. So first and foremost, what is a deal pipeline? We're going to go through this pretty quickly because most of you already know. If you ask a handful of different people, you'll probably get a handful of different answers, even though a deal pipeline is seemingly so innocuous. So let's just go from the source to somebody who really should know what a deal pipeline is. And I promise this is like going to be the only time I'm reading off a slide. Deal pipelines, this is from HubSpot. Deal pipelines help visualize your sales process to predict revenue and identify selling roadblocks. Deal stages are the steps in your pipeline that signal to your sales team that an opportunity is moving forward or to the point of closing. Okay, everybody, yes? Okay, makes sense? All right. This is what a deal pipeline looks like. How incredible. There are a bunch of cards or records which indicate a sales opportunity. They progress through stages, which represent major milestones in the sales process. As you move them along, there are probably fields or properties that allow you to capture data relevant to the specific sales process. And this is a pipeline. And your organization may have one pipeline, or it may have multiple pipelines. Some companies have multiple pipelines for different products or services or different teams. Sometimes it's by deal type, right? You have a pipeline for like net new growth and acquisition, and maybe another one for retention and renewals, maybe another one for current client upsells. Regardless, right? Here's your pipeline, and this is how it looks. Now, finally, how are most people using it and thinking about it? It really breaks down into two different categories, right? There is the individual sales level, and then there's the leadership level. On the individual sales level, very much as a prerequisite, it's going to show every single opportunity, right? You don't really have much of a pipeline if if you're not having a deal record for every single opportunity broken out into stages or milestones. Then sales reps are going to use that to track those opportunities. They're going to see how far or close they are to quota, and then how to prioritize their time. On the leadership side, deal pipelines are very critical for forecasting, right? We all know this, but I want to be very clear. A forecast is very important, but it is not a list of companies that you're talking to or that you have a proposal out to. It is a rather simple, but still a formulaic way of expecting what's going to be coming in and when or not, right? So obviously that is a very important thing that people use the deal pipeline for. And then finally, sales managers use it for coaching, holding their reps accountable. I think we're all pretty much on the same page that, okay, I got it. You've totally belabored the point, CJ. We all have a deal pipeline, or if I don't, it's on purpose because I don't want to use it. But the point is that these are very instrumental tools. And if you're using it for all of these reasons, which the vast majority of companies, this is basically what it is. No need to overthink it. But what we are here to argue is that a deal pipeline is even more important than that. Or actually, a better way of saying it would be a deal pipeline is significantly more valuable than that. As I mentioned before, most people, the way they use a deal pipeline, it is a procedural requirement, right? It is like an organizational tool or project management for sales. You track deals, you submit deals, you report on them. And while that's great, the deal pipeline actually has the potential to be an instrument for growth that touches all teams. So think about it this way, right? Everything flows either into or out from your deal pipeline. Everything that marketing does is designed to influence the creation and ultimately the closed winning of new deals. Now, I get it that marketing is responsible for brand awareness and PR and like all of these other things, but let's be honest, like regardless, the one thing that as a marketer that you are held accountable for is how many deals that you are creating or influencing and what percentage of them close, as well as like the cumulative revenue, right? How much are you influencing the actual growth of the company? How much are you supporting sales, right? So obviously not every campaign is going to be a home run, and not every blog post view or content offer download or social media follow or lead generated, whatever, is going to result in the creation of a qualified sales opportunity and a deal, let alone a closed one. But we know where the thrust is. Marketing needs to flow opportunities into this pipeline. Sales need to work them. And then after a deal is closed won, you have implementation or you have client success teams that have to then do the onboarding or make the products or deliver the services. And, in most cases, what they do, when they do it, how they take those steps is dependent upon information that was captured in the deal pipeline or inputs that the sales team was able to collect. So they're basically taking that handoff from the sales team within the deal pipeline and then actually doing the work, right? So when you look at it this way, the deal pipeline has an opportunity to be a major inflection point in the growth of your company. And we would argue that the deal pipeline should be the single source of truth for growth in your company, right? Just the way we say like the CRM should be the single source of truth for customers, the deal pipeline can and should be the single source of truth for growth. And it can be more than, again, this procedural requirement. It can also foster communication, improve visibility, reduce friction, and create efficiencies. facilitate handoffs from one team to another, and significantly improve our ability to understand and analyze growth through reporting, so that we understand not just, so we view growth as more of just, okay, how much and when, but rather, where is it coming from? Why is it happening? In what areas are we strong and what areas are we weak? And really understand and diagnose growth so that it can be extrapolated and done more intentionally moving forward. So this is the premise. So we're taking this very trivial, innocuous thing in your deal pipeline and we're saying, make it better. It should be more. And it's not that hard. So if you accept the premise that a deal pipeline is more than just that and can and should be an instrument for growth, the next question comes, what should we expect from our deal pipeline? And what should we do about it? So this is kind of like the meat of the presentation. We're going to go through some like really specific concrete examples right now. Go ahead, Phil.
Okay. One of the first steps that we always think about when we are optimizing our deal pipeline is how are we going to get those deals started? How are we going to get them into the pipeline to begin with? So on that slide that CJ had at the very beginning, the visual representation of a deal pipeline, you saw the different stages and the cards. And at this point, hopefully you've already set that up in your pipeline. You've established your milestones, maybe even your fields or your properties for the data that you're going to gather. But again, how are we going to get the deals in there to begin with? And of course, you could have somebody manually do them. But depending on the size of your company and your sales team and your organization, that could be a full-time job, let alone right then and there. So how can we make that more efficient? How can we automatically get deals into your pipeline? Well, as any good marketer or web developer would know, forms are probably the most efficient and the best way to do that. And we'll talk about that in a second. There's some other areas too, like maybe you've set up a chat bot on the site and through a series of questions, you've gotten it narrowed down to, I need a proposal or I need a quote, I'm ready for a demo software, something like that, right? And you can automatically get a deal set up in your first stage, or maybe another stage down the line of needs proposal or scheduled demo software, something like that. But we've automatically then started the process. And through form submissions as well, you can automatically create a deal and get that pipeline rolling. You can also automatically assign those deals to the correct people. I think that's a huge step that a lot of people overlook. Depending on your forms, depending on the questions you're asking in those forms, or in this case, the information you're collecting, you can get those deals to the correct people right from the get-go. So depending on industry, service, size of the deal, and where the deal's coming from. Maybe you've set up a booth at a trade show. Maybe it is a demo software and you have people that are just stronger in that area. They can walk through your sales and service, or your software is better than others, and they're going to close those deals at a higher rate. So you can get those to the right people at the right time. It also helps you with automatically communicating that information internally and externally. So we know as web developers and marketers, when somebody fills out a form, we want to maybe trigger an email out to go to them right away. Thank you for your submission. Somebody will be in contact with you. That's a pretty basic thing. But what about internal communication? Making sure all that information you collected gets to the right person, whether that be the sales rep, their manager, different department heads, or anybody. And now we've started to create some visibility into the deal pipeline as well. So we know what's coming in. As CJ said, marketing and sales, their job is to get information into the pipeline and then maybe move it along. And we started that process as well. Obviously, we're saving time, as I just said, without having to manually create deals. And also, it establishes consistency right away with the sales process. So sales reps, sales managers can understand what they're going to receive. They are prepared for it. They're ready for it. And they can kind of begin their whole process of moving that deal closer to the closed won stage.
So once you realize the ability to create efficiencies by creating deals automatically, then it's like, okay, well, how do you improve the way that you update and advance deals? And one of the most important things that you can have in any deal pipeline, and this really impacts marketing too, by the way, and that is so often overlooked, is the idea of requiring your sales team to enter information in the pipeline in order to move a deal to each stage. Right? There's so much valuable information that is discussed and captured when a deal is being worked. And that data is really valuable for marketing, sales, customer service. So what you do is you list out all the stages in your deal pipeline, and then you literally just make a list of, okay, in order for somebody to have reached this milestone in the sales process, what information would they absolutely had to have understood, collected, whatever, every single time? And then you make your pipeline require anybody who uses it to put that information in there. So for example, if you have like a stage for needs analysis completed, right? You should require that rep to put in the industry that the prospect is in, the size, what their pain points are, maybe the deal type, the source of business, right? Things that are incredibly valuable for a bunch of different people. And there's no way you can complete a needs analysis, let's say, or a discovery, or whatever you call it, without collecting that information. So when you bake this into how the deal pipeline is configured and designed, you've created a systematized way of gathering information that you can aggregate. You can use this for reporting, but also for doing internal communication and notifications where you can send updates based on that information. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, actually, we're gonna talk about that right now. Escalating deals that haven't been updated for a significant period of time. So you guys might be sitting there and saying, CJ, Phil, we get it. We don't have a problem with collecting information. Our milestones, our deal stages are rock solid. They're tried and true. We know what we like. We have it. It's all set up. Our problem is that we consistently run into roadblocks with moving those deals from stage to stage, whether that be through lack of activity, lack of communication, or not organized, a variety of different reasons. What if you could escalate those and send out notifications internally and externally, which I'll mention in just a moment, to make sure that some sort of activity or some sort of motion is taking place on those deals? So imagine a scenario where you have a deal and it's been 60 days and they haven't been emailed, they haven't been called. So that card that you're looking at has just been sitting there for 60 days and nothing is happening on it. I mean, if as far as they know, it's over. I mean, we should do something with that, right? Like some sort of activity should happen, whether marketing creates a piece that can automatically trigger to go out to them to try to re-engage them. How about an internal task notification to that sales rep and their manager or supervisor saying, hey, you haven't contacted this person in 60 days. Why don't you send them an email, give them a call, schedule a meeting, drop by their office? Or a sales manager can see this, go to the sales rep and say, hey, why haven't you called this person? Is there something going on? Oh, I just don't have the time. Well, let's move that to somebody that does have the time. Let's give that to somebody else on the sales team so that they can nurture that deal along to at least take some activity. And maybe the reality is it's just they're just not interested. They've ghosted you for 60 days and there's maybe a reason for that. Well, then at that point, we should get it out of the system, right? We should move it from that stage it's in and let's just automatically move it or push it to closed lost, set the reason for that closed lost deal, which we'll get into in just a moment, as lack of activity for more than 60 days. So now we know that this deal's probably just a lost deal, and that's okay. That happens. It's not 100% win rate all the time, but we're organizing and keeping our deal pipeline a little bit cleaner, which goes a long way. I mean, at best, you'll prevent opportunities from slipping through the cracks, so things aren't just going to get lost in the shuffle. But at the very least, you'll prevent your pipeline from having a bunch of stale deals just sitting there. You'll keep it cleaner and organized, and really what we call pipeline integrity or deal pipeline integrity, where everything's clean and organized and like just pulling it up, what's what, everything that's in specific stages are really there for a reason. They're not just there simply because they haven't been moved in 30, 60, 90 days or whatever the case is.
So another thing is that think about it this way, right? Because marketers and sales, this is something that they're often required to task together, especially when you get into account-based marketing, right? A lot of us in here work for companies that have longer product purchase cycles, right? Whatever product or service you sell usually requires a buying team. One person can't make the decision by themselves. They have to do research. They have to maybe compare against other competitors. It takes a long time to make a decision, maybe months, maybe years, right? So whenever you have a long product purchase cycle, you have sales teams and by extension marketing teams that experience lulls in the sales process. And people sometimes struggle to figure out when to follow up, the right way to follow up, what to say, right? You kind of want to keep those deals alive, and you want to show that you're thorough and helpful, but you don't want to like cross that line to be annoying and pesky, right? So sometimes it can be really, really hard to pick your spots, when to follow up, when to engage, especially during those long sales cycles, right? Where you're playing that long game, running that marathon. Well, in situations like that, the more information you can be armed with, the better. And the reality is your deal pipeline and your CRM as a whole has the ability to provide you with useful information about your prospect. So one example right here, let's say your prospect, who's a contact associated with that deal, visits your website, or maybe more specifically, a specific page on your website, like your pricing page. Don't you think, as the sales rep trying to close that deal, or the marketing manager who may influence that deal with automated emails or other little things to help nurture them, don't you think you would want to have that information? Right? It doesn't mean you have to just like go right in and be like, hey, I saw that you visited our pricing page. No, but the more you can be armed with knowledge about what your prospect is thinking and doing, the more valuable you can be at engaging them and closing opportunities. Your deal pipeline should do this for you.
So I've mentioned a couple times already about, as a sales manager, being notified of specific things, and want to dive a little bit more into that. If there are any sales managers or sales reps here today, you know that sometimes it's difficult to be aware of where everything stands with your team or in your pipeline, without having to walk up to that person and say, hey, how's it going with this? Or what's the status of this? Which we know can get a little kind of annoying, and you don't want to seem overbearing or micromanaging. It'd be nice to get that information automatically. So when some of those certain milestones are reached or deal stages are reached with those deals, we can trigger automations to go out notifying managers of that situation. So for example, a software demo is scheduled. It's helpful to know that. You can then approach your salesperson and say, hey, I see you scheduled this software demo. Is there something I can help you with? You're now opening up coaching opportunities for your sales team, which is huge. And we all know that value. We're now opening up that growth system that we've talked about. Other sales process, other formal milestones like needs analysis completed or a proposal sent. Maybe you need to review the proposal, make sure there was no errors, make sure the pricing is correct, without having to go track that salesperson down. You can have it automatically as well sent to you so that you can review that proposal before it makes its way to the prospect on the deal. And then sometimes some things just need to get tasked out. Maybe something happens at a certain stage and somebody else needs to step in and do their job. And as a sales or marketing manager, now you are kind of made aware of those. You can delegate and designate that information to the right people, make sure they're getting the correct information they need as well so that they can properly do their job. And just, again, keep that deal moving along to that closed won stage. And sometimes you just need to stay in the loop. And I think that really is just the whole point of this is you need more insight, create some more visibility without having to kind of walk up to somebody and bug them in the middle of their day. Now you kind of have that insight without having to do that.
All right, this one might be my favorite one, except for maybe requiring properties to move deals into new stages. When we think about the sales process, it's usually very linear, even though in reality it's like all, up, down, left, right, all these variables. But regardless, when we think about the sales process in a linear way, we usually think about when deals are created and when deals close. And we usually think about that in the terms of closed won, except for the fact that most deals are closed lost. The vast majority of companies, right, more than 50% of deals that are created are not converted to accounts. So we should be really mindful of that. So here's some advice for how to configure your closed lost stage. First of all, capture a closed lost reason. Ideally, you could have a drop-down select or a multiple select where people can select one or a handful of different reasons why it was lost. We try and suggest do just make them select only one reason if that works for you. The reason why you can do this is so valuable for reporting. It's really important, just as it is to understand where deals are coming from, source of business, right? And how to cross-reference that against other variables like industry or size or what products they're interested in. But especially when they lose, we want to know why. A good leadership team should be able to analyze that and look for commonalities between close loss reasons and other things. Again, like industry, like size. What products are we really successful at selling versus the ones we struggle with? Oh, you know what? When a company is in this industry or this size and looking for this, this is going to be really important. Otherwise, they're going to not, right? Capture that close loss reason, analyze it, make better decisions that could lead to improvements in your product, could lead into improvements of your sales process. Then, very simple. Win back possibility, yes or no? Is this worth another attempt sometime in the future? And if so, pick the date. And then your CRM will automatically send you a task whenever that date arrives. Maybe it's 6 months from now, a year, 2 years from now, whatever it is. But if there is a win back possibility, choose a follow-up date, then get that task that says, hey, CJ, remember ABC Demo Company? Well, you said you wanted to follow up with them on this date. Here's a little information to jog your memory, right? Now you're systematizing those win-back attempts and you're making sure that they don't fall through the cracks. And of course, while this person is in this category, this segment, the marketing team can make sure that they're at least getting like the monthly newsletter or invitations to webinars where it's like, hey, look, we get it. We need to respect your decision. We're not going to jump down your throat, but we will remind you that we exist and drip little bits of value to you throughout the process so that when that follow-up date arrives months or years later, it will be significantly more well-received. Amazing opportunity with Close Lost.
One of the things CJ didn't mention, my primary responsibility for the GIS is account manager and helping the clients that we bring in kind of get their system set up and in place. And it's amazing to me every time that we go through this process with a new client that maybe already is using, in our case, HubSpot. They have a closed lost deal stage, but that's it. They're not using it in any other way other than that. And that just always blows my mind. But we talked a lot about closed won, and when a deal is closed won, what happens after that? Obviously, we've collected the payment, we've signed a contract, but beyond that, what's going on? One thing that we can't stress enough, and that I want to make sure is communicated here today, is that you should never really build or design your deal pipeline without consulting your customer service, your onboarding team, your implementation team, your production team, whatever you want to call it, without getting their input first, because they are the ones that are going to take the handoff from that closed won deal and then onboard the client, get them set up, get everything going that they need to do, whether that's a product or a service. The last thing you want is any type of buyer's remorse or regret for signing up with you guys in the first place. And if information is not communicated to them properly, you're at risk of running into that situation. And that's something every team and every company wants to avoid at all costs. So maybe as simple as just making sure that the information those teams needed is required before that deal even moves to closed won. That's the first step. So communicating with them before you design your pipeline, asking them what is that information they're going to need. It could even be things like making sure specific types of paperwork are sent out to the client before they even make their first phone call, so that process is already started. You're reinforcing consistency and you're aligning your teams as well. So they're going to be more trustworthy of your sales and marketing team. And your sales and marketing team are also going to trust them that they're going to take that client that they've worked so hard to bring on and give them a positive experience with your company moving forward.
To wrap us up, we absolutely have to talk about reporting, and there's not nearly enough time right now to go through with all the different ways you can have visibility into your deal pipeline and by extension, really visibility into the growth of your company. But reports are super duper important. Which is the scientific term. So marketing is going to want to know what content influences the creation of deals, right? Which source of business, for example, closes the most deals? And by the way, what's the close rate on MQLs? What percentage of marketing leads that are passed to the sales team close? And what's the average size deal? I mean, you can just go way further into that, but just to give you an idea. Obviously, on the sales side, you're looking at forecasts and quotes and things like that. You want to look at close rate based on industry, size of business, pain points, right? That's something that you should capture. And then deal insights, right? Just looking at a global, high-level view of all of your deals broken out by certain variables, new business versus existing, deal type, deal owner, whatever. On the service side, right? There may be situations where you would want to adjust the onboarding timeline based on things that was collected in the deal pipeline. Also, these teams are going to be looking at things like average lifetime value and retention rate, right? So if they look at those things, those are really important. Well, what if they cross-reference that with some of the information that's captured in the deal pipeline? Now you're all working together to identify who your ideal customer actually is, right? So there's just tremendous power in the reports. What this ultimately comes down to is the premise that we're offering is your deal pipeline should serve as a single source of truth for growth, right? It should be built to accommodate any person or team that impacts customer acquisition and growth, which, by the way, is a lot of people and a lot of teams: marketing, sales, implementation, customer service, maybe your IT team, maybe your product team, right? All of these people impact acquisition and growth. And the deal pipeline should be built to accommodate these people and also be built to accommodate all levels. Lots of pipelines are built to accommodate a sales manager, and it gives them reports they need. That's good. They could see how everybody is progressing, where they are to quota, but maybe it's forfeiting a lot of the opportunity for the deal pipeline to be the tool that it is. Maybe it's clunky, right? So you want to make sure that it is built for everyone. Again, deal pipeline, as we went over here, and we're going to follow up with resources to make sure that everybody understands it. Deal pipeline does have the ability to be a tool for providing visibility into growth for the entire company, keeping people in the loop with notifications, alerts, updates, saving time by automating things and creating efficiencies, reducing friction, communicating with your customer, handing off from one team to the next, and following up on opportunities both in the present, in the future, and then finally providing significantly more visibility into growth, which, if you're paying attention, will help you grow by understanding where growth is coming from and how it can be achieved in the future. So I hope that makes a lot of sense. Just to kind of wrap things up, you may have noticed on the bottom, we have a URL, thegistinbound.com/43North. At that page, and hopefully it can be emailed out later or something, on that page, we basically have an overview of this whole presentation. In some instances, we can go a little bit deeper. The biggest thing on that, though, is a workbook. And I want to talk about that for a second before we wrap up. So the Deal Pipeline Planning Workbook is an adaptation of a real workbook that we use with our clients who pay us to help them figure this out and design their CRMs and build their deal pipelines. What this includes is it's basically a tool. It's a Google Sheet, read only. You got to clone it, and then you can customize your own, right? And it starts by helping you define what your stages are, like what are the different milestones in your sales process, what is the definition, like the rule, the criteria for a deal advancing into that stage, what is the forecast or win probability of a deal reaching that stage. Then you brainstorm all the different like properties or data points or basically information relative to sales that you want to capture. And then it's not in this screenshot, but there's a really cool mapping tool where you list out all of your stages. And for every stage, you define, okay, what properties do we want to require people to input in order to move a deal into this stage? What about escalations? What about automations? What about other things? And it's really clean. It's really intuitive. Our clients love it. We use it with them. So that's what you're going to get. And there's two tabs. There's an example and a blank one. So you can look at the example, which is somewhat similar. It's not our exact pipeline, but it's similar to the one that we use at the Gist. So you can look at that one for ideas and inspiration, and then you can take the blank one and you can do it yourself. Again, we've provided more examples on this page in terms of providing more context into all of the suggestions that we have made, right? So create deals automatically from form submissions and other triggers. We've provided some concrete examples of how that could work. And then the last thing I want to say is we are making ourselves available to anybody in this room or really anybody who registered. If you have any questions, if you want to do like a little quick session to walk through your deal pipeline planning workbook, just anything you want to bounce off of us, you want to tell us how great our presentation was, then just schedule this free consultation. This is not a sales pitch disguised as a free consultation. No, we really do just want to help. So you can book either 15 or 30 minutes. It's on the bottom of that page. Again, that's the justinbound.com/43North. So I want to thank the 43North team, everybody else. Thanks for listening. Thanks for having us. I'll open it up to questions. I really hope somebody asks a question. Oh, damn, I wanted to throw it. Yeah, I want to throw it. Yeah, thanks. Oh, hey, Chris.
It works. It works. Thank you for talking through someone who's relatively uneducated in the deal pipeline flow, kind of the reasons and the logistics for it. I'm interested in how you work with your clients on the broader strategy piece, right? Especially for early stage companies, wins and closing, I think, becomes a very important priority for them. But, you know, in a world of limited resources, especially for an early stage business, you know, you could see a lot of dollars being spent in an area where, you know, maybe they should be focusing more on compliance or more on delivery than on growth. So I'm interested in your guys' thoughts on that.
That's a great question. Probably could be answered in a variety of ways. What I would say is, especially early stage companies, you hear MVP, minimally viable product, right? So you don't want to take years or months or even weeks to design your deal pipeline, right? Like, deals need to start flowing. A deal pipeline obviously is not going to do outreach for you, networking, lead gen, but this is a perfect example where if you look at things like size of business, source of business, closed won reason, closed loss reason, right in the pipeline now, should be able to, if you're running deals through and you're just spending just a little bit more time to make sure you're capturing that data, you could provide that insight where, oh yeah, compliance is an issue, right? We're learning that, right? Now all of a sudden our deal pipeline is informing our sales strategy because we've been mindful of that when we were building that. Does that kind of answer?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I would to piggyback off that, I would say one of the last things we talked about with the handoff to an implementation or an onboarding team, that's where some of that insight into, hey, we're kind of lacking with some of the information that is being carried over to those teams, or compliance issues or lack of paperwork, or maybe we need to have this, maybe we need another piece of paperwork created and signed as a result of compliance or as a result of something else. If you are building those into the system right away, you're eliminating the risk of having that pop up as an issue later on, I would say.
Great, thanks.
Anybody else dare ask?
Ready?
Oh yeah, we got one. Good throw, Josh Allen.
What an athlete.
No, maybe just give it a second. We have the other one.
Pretty loud.
All right.
Kind of a three-part question, if you will. So you work primarily with B2B SaaS companies, and I'm just curious what channel is the primary one that you're seeing produce leads? What sort of an average conversion rate from a lead to an opportunity, and then a win rate?
So lead to opportunity. All right. It's just so everybody can hear that. What are the channels that are producing the most opportunities? What's the conversion rate from lead to opportunity and then opportunity to close? Channels that are producing the most. Organic properties. So this would be your website. So if you have a content strategy, you're blogging, you're doing things that help you. Let's just put it this way. So the traditional marketing is like run ads on stuff, right? Get in front of as many people, generate leads. And certainly like that is effective. Like there's people who run Facebook, LinkedIn, Google ads, whatever, and that works, right? The problem with that though is that it's a faucet that you turn on and off. right? As soon as you stop paying, those ads stop running, it stops working, right? And so it does not become that like permanent, sustainable way to grow. And when you think about it, in order to do that, you have to produce content just to run for those ads. So it's content with a short shelf life, right? To run on somebody else's platform that you don't own or control, that because of, the way media is working, usually those audiences just shrink and shrink and shrink because the age of mass customization. And usually it ends up increasing more and more, right? So if this was a socioeconomic study, they would call this a poverty trap, right? It's a law of diminishing returns. It's just constantly chasing that who's got the best channel, who's got the best whatever. It doesn't mean it doesn't work. I have clients, partners, whatever, who have success in paid advertising. But what works the best and what is most reliable is having a blog that ranks high on Google. Because when you get that high ranking, you could conceivably take a vacation for a month or 2 months, and the blog is still going to rank. It's still going to get traffic. People are going to come through. People are going to inquire. Same would be true for other properties. So like having your own podcast or your own YouTube series, right? Those content and assets that you own or control. So those are the best. And then distributing them consistently and thoughtfully. So LinkedIn obviously is like very successful. As far as the conversion from lead to opportunity, that really depends on, in my opinion, like what is your definition of a lead? Is it a subscriber? Or is it somebody who downloads a content offer? Or is it anybody who does actually like inquire for like request a quote or a demo? So I'm going to have a hard time answering that question. I would say anywhere from 2% to 20%, depending on the business, I feel like would be good. And then, in terms of a deal in the pipeline to close, I personally think like, 20 to 40% in that range is pretty good. But again, it depends. If you're qualifying the right opportunities and setting the right expectations, it should be fairly good. But we work with a handful of companies that, close to 40, 50%. And we're kind of in that range too. So I would think that would be good. Sorry for rambling. Cool. Give him the other one. I can help. Enunciate.
So first off, great presentation.
Thanks.
CJ too, because we had a conversation back in the spring. I think that was great too. For a business like mine, so context, I'm a marketer for a company where we have multiple divisions, multiple tools, things like that. So I look at something like a deal pipeline, meaning you're going to need multiple places, need pipeline, things like that. Do you guys think a little bit to the value of having like a single source of input and how that kind of helps the team consolidate line for deal pipeline?
Yeah. So in terms of, I want to take the buy-in part first. So if you route like attribution reporting in your deal pipeline, that suddenly makes the deal pipeline way more valuable to marketers, right? So if the reports that you show that says like, hey, how many MQLs did we generate? How many of them closed? Total revenue? If that's pulling from the deal pipeline, well then, the marketing team is sure as shit going to make sure that the deal pipeline is going to have those reporting metrics. So same thing with sales, right? If they can't physically move a deal to closed won, then without capturing the information that they need to capture that's required of them, maintaining that deal pipeline integrity, then they're not going to close deals and not going to get commission checks. And the same is true for facilitating that handoff to implementation or onboarding. So if you structure your deal pipeline the right way, you will get buy-in, but not just because it's forced and important for people's jobs, but because also all the things that we talked about, how it can help you with those, warm lead notifications or the close loss reminders or the automated handoffs. Like if you just put a little bit of effort into it, it actually makes everybody's life easier. And so that's really where the buy-in comes in. The first part of your question was on like one or multiple deal pipelines. Our world is already far too complex. So if you could do one pipeline or the fewest amount of pipelines possible, do it. That said, there are scenarios where you need multiple or where you need to consolidate multiple into one. I've had a couple of clients in the same exact industry. One of them wants one pipeline for all deals. One of them wants to break out net new in one pipeline and current client upsells in another. Right. So it really does come down to preference. Ultimately, it's only as good as how well you use it. Kind of like a diet or a workout regimen. Right. It's all about discipline. You don't have to, you can like have a different property inside of a deal pipeline that says like deal type or products and services. So they could be those like little properties that you capture on deals and then break them out that way. So you don't need to create a new pipeline for every single thing. But really the case where you would need to create multiple pipelines are when the milestones are different. When it's a completely different sales process that has different steps, different milestones, that's really when it needs a new pipeline. Great question.
Let's hear it for the guests.
Thank you.
This next session is another one not to be missed. Google Analytics 4 is upon us, and I can really think of no better person to be here to address this topic and drop some knowledge on you. If you don't know her, you really should. Mary Owusu is a local digital marketing expert, probably one of the smartest in the space here in Buffalo. And I don't mean to offend anyone, but she's brilliant. I'm going to shut up so that she has a lot of time. I should say she is the founder and CEO of Sprint Marketer, where she has her own consulting practice. And she is also a professor at Canisius. So those students are very lucky to have her. So please welcome Mary Owusu.
Well, good morning. Good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure to be here. I like to move. So I told them, give me the handheld mic because I want to have a conversation today. Okay. Today is not about me talking at you. Today is a day for you to talk back. If you have a question, I want to hear it. Okay. So we're talking about GA4. And for all of us to get on the same page, GA4 is just a fancy name for Google Analytics 4. We're talking everything Google Analytics 4 today. And listen, I've been in your shoes where you're trying to take as many notes as possible and listen and do all the things. So here is a link where the entire presentation lives so that you do not have to follow along and take copious notes. Instead, we can do what I said, have a conversation. So that link is also available to you in the handouts that I believe Sophia might have handed out to everybody. Yes? Did you get those? Okay, so there's a QR code on there. You just take a picture of it and you can get straight to the link and be able to follow along with the presentation. Okay, I thought I would start with a graphic that I saw on LinkedIn not too long ago. If you can't see it, at the top is a gorilla. And across the gorilla, it says Google Analytics 4. And then under that is a running girl. And it says literally anyone who works on a website. Speeding away from Google Analytics 4. Can anybody relate to this at all? You want to admit to that? Okay, that's you don't have to raise your hand if you don't want to. But here's the thing that's happened with Google. Google has for years been the biggest provider of a free analytics tool that we use as marketers, as business owners to understand how our website is performing. And Google announced 2 years ago that it was changing from the current version of Google Analytics to Google Analytics 4 which is very, very, very different from the current version. And so all marketers, all people that work on websites are freaking out a little bit because it is so different. It's like walking into a place you've always shopped at, and then you walked in and they've changed the whole layout. And for a minute, you're kind of like, I don't know where I am. That's how it feels. I'll tell you what, though. When I look at this picture, it brings back something else for me personally. It reminds me of 30 years ago when my family first came to the US. Okay. We came from Ghana, and we came because my dad was coming to do his doctorate at UB. So this family of 5 kids, 2 adults. One August in 1992, we were in Ghana, and the next day we were in Buffalo, New York. And, you know, took some adjusting the first few months, I should say. But after my dad finished his doctorate, and he did it fast, he got it done in 4 years exactly, he had a really hard time finding work. And so after trying for months and months and years, to be honest, he said, I can't get work here. Nobody's hiring me. I'm getting told I look different. Students can't understand me. Discrimination at the highest levels. So he said, I got to go back. I got to go back where I'm respected, where I can use my degree. So my dad went back to Ghana, and it was us, 5 kids, and our mom. And she couldn't work because of the type of visa that we had. It was sort of contingent on my dad, but we didn't want to go back. We were already in school. Things were okay in America. We were very poor. I mean, we were very poor, but we were showing up at school, doing what we needed to do. And we got to a part of life where we needed help from the immigration office, from anyone who understood the law to help my mom find work, to help us stay, just to figure stuff out. But we were really scared because we thought if we shared our story, that would cause people to know that we weren't supposed to be here, and that could be worse, right? So my mom would go to bed, and we would hear her footsteps in the hallways. She kept waking up at night. And she would tell us these stories of the dreams she was having. And she would dream night after night about dogs chasing her. And that's what this reminds me of when I look at it. Dogs chasing her. And she was like, the immigration people are coming. They're coming. They're going to knock on our door. And she was sweating in the night, waking up, pacing through the halls, using the bathroom. And we could hear it at night, the 5 of us, that something was up with our mom. I'm still here, so you know the story has a good ending. And not just me, all the siblings are also still here. And so how did we get here? How did this happen? Because we realized that we had reached the end of our rope, and we had to start talking to others. We had to seek help. We couldn't fix the problem on our own. And I still remember the day when my mom walked into the immigration office. She was scared. She walked in there. She said, I have no other option. I'm just going to tell them we're here. We don't really have our papers all straightened out. We're hoping for some help. Somebody will help us, I think. She didn't know. She walked in there. She said what she needed to say. And she did get deported. And the 5 of us kids had to raise ourselves in the US. But you know, the silver lining in this story is that because we had to raise ourselves, we had to rely on people to help us solve this massive problem of figuring out how to stay here, how to eat, how to pay our bills, how to find a place to live. And the people that stepped up were instrumental in what they did, but they were even more instrumental in what they taught me and all of us, that compassion is the real skill that humans are called to have. Because they showed me compassion, what I found myself doing years later when I found myself in my first job, when I'm sitting across the table from a client or whomever, I could hear them saying, I don't understand this marketing stuff. I don't get that. Like, what? My team can't meet the number, whatever it is. And I could see that it wasn't about the math. It was really about their growth or their family or whatever they needed to do well in their jobs, right? I saw beyond the client in front of me. And I realized that what was really inside of me was just a way to kind of think beyond business and really think about the individual. I say all this to you because my approach to Google Analytics 4 and everything else when it comes to marketing is about sprinting, about figuring out what is my next step and my next step and my next step, instead of becoming overwhelmed, because I've been overwhelmed in life before and I didn't want to live that again or make anybody else live that again. So today what I'm going to teach you about is how to sprint with Google Analytics 4, how to do it without overwhelm, how to do it with clarity, how to do it believing you can do it, because you can. And if you're not the one that's doing it, it's your team, you're going to have enough here to share with them. You with me? This is our agenda. This is what we're going to do. Okay. We will get on the same page about GA4. We'll talk about why you should care about it. We will then talk about how you do it. And then if you still have questions, you can ask me for sure. Does this sound good? All right, let's do it. Okay, so what is GA4 exactly? Let's all get on the same page. Sprint number 1. GA4, or Google Analytics rather, is the most popular software that is used by businesses and marketers to understand how people use your website or your app. It's free. One of the best parts about it is that it's free. It's free, it's robust, it plays well with other marketing tools. And did I mention that it's free? I think I've said it now 3 times, it's free. And 85% plus of websites use Google Analytics, and yours is probably one of them. Can I just get a show of hands? Who knows for sure their website uses Google Analytics right now? That is a lot of us. I think that's almost everybody. Good, you are in the right room, okay? Now GA4, Google Analytics 4, is the latest version of Google Analytics. And since it's the 4th version of Google Analytics, we call it GA4. Simple enough, right? Okay. The current version that most of us are on before GA4 was introduced in 2012. So it's been 10 years since that one. And it's called Google Analytics Universal or Universal Analytics. For ease, for today, can we all agree we'll just call it GA3? Okay, so I'll call it GA3, then you know I'm talking about the older version. Life was different in 2012, y'all. Remember? Gangnam Style? Okay, we all did Gangnam Style. I know I did. I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand, but I know we all did it. Facebook went IPO in 2012, and the iPhone 5 was a thing. I think they're on 14 right now. So my point is that it's been a while, okay? So if we're changing, guess what? Google is changing as well, okay? So it was time. It was time. Okay, so the thing with GA4 is that it brings a whole new paradigm. It's just different. Google built it from the ground up. So if it looks different to you, it's because it is different, okay? It combines mobile app and website usage data. So if you happen to have an app for your organization or your business and you have a website, GA4 combines those 2 things into one cohesive thing or reporting screen so you can understand all of it. You don't have to be overwhelmed with how's my site performing versus my app. It brings it all together with one setup. It also is built for a cookie-less world. All of us have seen at some point, a message that said the site collects cookies. GA4 is built to still show you data and fill in the gaps if people skip that step or tell you that they don't accept cookies. So it sort of fills in gaps that GA3 doesn't do right now. It's also predictive analytics focused. GA4 will actually tell you what you can expect to have as traffic next month based on what's happening this month and the previous months. So it's got some predictive analytics built in. And as I said, it's built from the ground up, so it's built from scratch. That's the what. Why should I care? The first reason you should care about GA4 is because Google is making you care. Google, why? Okay, how is Google making you care? Let's go back. So back in 2020, believe it or not, thank you. Back in 2020, Google first introduced GA4, by the way. It's been several years since GA4 came to light. But in March 16th of 2022, over there, Google put out this ominous blog post. And it says, prepare for the future with Google Analytics 4. And in this post, which you can get to with that link, Google said, 2.5 years ago, we introduced Google Analytics 4. 2.5 years ago. So those of you that think GA4 is like new this year, it's been around for going on 3 years. It says, all standard universal analytic properties will stop processing new hits on July 1, 2023. So that means if you have GA3 now, come July 1, 2023, in about 6 months or so, there'll be no more data there. All the lines will go flat. Okay, the last point you'll see in all your reports will be June 30th. But here's a part that a lot of people miss. This same blog post said, after that, you'll be able to access your previously processed data in analytics for at least 6 months. Do you hear what Google is saying right here? It's saying your reports will still exist, but it's gonna stop collecting data. But at this part of the blog post, it's saying after 6 months, it could delete previously processed data. Okay, so if you're thinking, well, maybe I don't have to switch to GA4 yet, maybe I have time, whatever it is, just know that your GA3 data also is not guaranteed, even the old data, it could kill it all. And it said that in the post. Reason number 2 why you should care is because GA4 and GA3 are completely apples and oranges. Let me ask you something. For those of you that are business owners and those of you that work on teams that are responsible for numbers, do you like comparing period over period data? Is that kind of important? Okay. Because now imagine this. GA3 and GA4 report very differently, okay? So if you were to look at a metric inside GA4 that tells you how many visitors you got, that metric is called sessions. And you looked at sessions and you said, I had 100 sessions, visitors last year in June, and I want to compare it to this June. GA4 and GA3 report basic metrics differently. So you're not actually comparing visitors to visitors, you're comparing how GA4 reports visitors to how GA3 reports visitors. Here's an example, GA3 cuts off visitors at midnight. So if somebody's on your site today and it turns 12:01, that person will still be on your site. Well, guess what? That person now counts as a visitor for the next day. So now you got one visitor this day, one visitor the next day. GA4 sees it as the same person, even though the clock ticked over. That's one very simple example, but a lot of people are seeing their GA4 numbers lower than GA3 for just that simple reason. So you want to know the differences. That's one of them. Another one is you can't compare goals. I'll just go back one. Okay, so lack of comparable data, meaning any goals that you've set up in GA4 or GA3 rather, will not carry over. Those of you that are tracking e-commerce sales, those of you that are tracking how many times people fill out my contact form, whatever those things are, GA4 doesn't just automatically start tracking those. You got to set them up all over again. Next thing, the other reason why you want to do this sooner than later is because if you wait and you do it June of this year, because that's your deadline, you're going to be paying for somebody to help you with it. Money that maybe you would have saved if you listen to me today and you do it right. You're going to be all set and you don't have to pay somebody millions or thousands to do it. Not millions. Don't pay anybody millions to get GA4 set up for you, but maybe hundreds, maybe thousands to set it up for you because you're rushing. Okay. The cost of the learning curve, you got to do a report July 2023. And man, you just set up GA4 in June. And now you're like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. You're trying to create things on the rush. You're going to miss something. So don't get caught in the learning curve rush or the cost of business because you didn't set up GA4 or you didn't set it up correctly. What ended up happening is you're relying on bad data because you don't know how the setup is really. And so you're making mistakes and you think the data is right and you're telling your boss, traffic went down and it really didn't go down. It's just because GA4 reports it differently. So you're making business decisions based on just poor information. I want to help you not have that happen. And the third reason why you should care is, have you ever seen this in your mirrors in your cars? Most of us have. It says objects in mirror are closer than they appear. Well, guess what? That GA4 deadline is closer than it appears as well. And so we want to make sure that we get ahead of this. Let me show you. Remember this. I just showed you that screen that says remember this. And then I brought up this screen here. In order for marketers to leverage powerful year-over-year GA4 insights, GA4 should be set up in advance of GA3's departure date. Ideally, I'll just break it out to you right now. The best date to have set up GA4 is when it was first announced. If you missed that boat, I'm with you. I didn't set it up when it was announced, okay? The next best date would have been last June, because then you would have had a whole year come this coming June to be able to do year over year. If you missed that boat, it's all right. What's the next best date if you haven't set it up yet? ASAP, like yesterday. You want to get it set up so you've got history and you've got data to work with, you've got cleanup time. And also so you don't spend a ton of money trying to figure it out. So let's talk about the how. All right, let's get into the meat and potatoes. This is where, if any of you have brought your computers today, ooh, you are in for a treat because we're about to do it right now. Okay. Okay. So sprint A is we're going to configure GA4. If you didn't bring your computer, it's okay. I'm still going to show you up here. Take pictures, whatever you need to have it in your back pocket. We're going to configure GA4. It takes less than 30 minutes. Honestly, it takes probably 10. Then you're going to turn on enhanced measurement. This allows GA4 to automatically track all the activities on your site that actually matter right out of the gate, like page views and scrolls and people searching on your site and things like that. It won't track your goals. It doesn't know what goals you care about on your site. It doesn't know that you care that your contact form is filled out versus that you care that products are sold on your site. It doesn't know that stuff, but it's going to track some basic stuff. Okay? So we're going to set up GA4 together real quick. Y'all ready? Is that a yes? Oh, yeah. Okay, let's do it. Okay. So again, if you don't have your computer, it's okay. Just follow along. Okay? Tip is going to help me out. What you want to do is you just Google Analytics to bring up your account. And then I've logged into my account already. This is what it looks like if you already have GA3. So Google Analytics. And then you're going to click on the link in Google that comes up first because it's going to be Google Analytics. And then you're going to go into your account. If you don't know how to log into your account because somebody else has the keys, just watch and follow along and you'll be just fine. Is anybody going to try to follow me on their computer right now? Can I just see a show of hands just to see? Okay, all right. We've got about 12 or 15 people. And those of you that are anybody in the room, is anybody in the room already set up on GA4? Okay, that's also another 12 or 20 or 15 people. And the rest of you? I guess I don't know what's in the middle of those two things. What's that? What? Not in charge of the website. Okay, that's a good one. Okay. All right. Well, You're still going to know enough to get it done or show your team or tell them to watch this recording. All right, so if you're in your account, watch how easy it is. This is why if anybody on your team says, I can't do this, you tell them, yes, you can. Mary said you can. Okay, click admin. If you see 3 panels, 1, 2, 3, you are using GA3. You're in old school, okay? You got to upgrade. If you see 2 panels, you're in GA4, okay? So those of us that are seeing 3, you got to set up GA4. So what you want to do is click Create Property. Watch this. Click Create Property. You give your property a name. A property is whatever you want to call this account. So in my case, I have mariowusu.com, so I would just call it like your website name. Testing. I have to put my hands down, so I'm going to type in my website name. For example, 43north.org, right? And then follow it with GA4, because you're going to want to know the difference between all the properties you've got set up. You're going to change the time frame to match your local time. And then you're going to click Next. The next section there, these questions are actually optional. You can click Skip at the bottom. Google just wants to learn a little bit about your business and use it to inform itself. So it's up to you whether you want to tell it how big your business is or your goals for setting up analytics. It's up to you. Take a minute, fill them out, or just click Create. Next screen says, well, what kind of GA4 property are you creating? Is it a web, an app for iOS, or an app for Android? We're setting up a website for now, so you click that. Right up here where it says enhanced measurement and it's checked. That's what I said, make sure it's checked on. It's already checked by default. You don't even have to do that second step. So that part is set. Up here where it says website URL, put in the URL of your website. Okay, so for example, 43north.org would go in here. And then put in the stream name. The stream is basically, it's like a level lower than an account. But here you'll just repeat the name of the property. Did I misspell something? Thank you, everybody. I think I have to put I put a space, didn't I? There we go. And then the stream name, so I'd put 43 North website, because remember we have the option to do a website or an iOS app or an Android. So the streams, you can set up a different stream for each thing. So I'm just setting up the website stream, 43 North website, and then create stream. Okay, you are 50% done, okay? At this point, it says to you at the very top, I'm just gonna close this real quick. Well, no, I'm gonna leave that there. But behind the scene here, where it says data collection isn't active, and then this little thing came up, GA4 is telling you this. Listen, just because you just set it up and you gave it a name doesn't mean that Google can just start giving you the data on 43 North, for example. Imagine if you put apple.com in here and all of a sudden Google is sharing with you Apple's website information. It's not going to do that. It needs for you to verify that you actually own the site. So at this point, the reason why you need this last step, this is the last 50% what you need to do, is it's going to tell you to put a little piece of code on your website to verify that you own it. Otherwise, everybody in the world would be watching Amazon.com's data for free, and that doesn't make any sense. You don't want people watching your stuff, and they don't want you watching theirs. So it gives you actually the steps to take. It says if your website runs on the different CMSs up there where you see right here, where it says install with a website builder. If your website is built on Shopify, on WordPress, on Drupal, on Joomla, on any of those famous CMSs, if you put your website address in here, it will give you instructions specific to your CMS and then tell you exactly how to do it, how to add the code to your site. HTTPS, for example, let's just put 43north.org. If I were to test this with 43 North and hit scan, it should determine that your site is built on WordPress. And it did, right there. Detected WordPress on your site, and it says follow the instructions either with this plugin or with the Sitekit plugin. You click whichever plugin you know your site has, and then you watch the instructions that Google gives you. If you are not running GA4, if you're not running a CMS, a content management system, then what you do is you take the GTM method, the Google Tag Manager method. Okay, anybody here familiar with Google Tag Manager? Okay, so Google Tag Manager, very, very simple tool. Okay, it tends to be overwhelming, but I promise you it's not. It's another free tool by Google. It lets you track all of your data, all of your tags, the tags Facebook gives you, the tags any of your social platforms give you, and put it all in one place. So you're gonna go to your account. If you don't have one, you would create one. And you create, if you already have one, it's already there. But if you don't have one, you'd create one. For example, 43North test. I'm just gonna call it that. Pick a web. I just Googled Google Tag Manager, if you saw me do that. And then here's 43north.org again. So I put in the name of the company, the URL of the company, and I chose web. And I click create. It's gonna ask me to agree to the terms of Google Tag Manager, and I'm gonna say yes. What we're doing here is we're putting the tag onto your website, but I don't wanna go into the code. I don't know about you, but I know a little bit of programming, but I'm not a programmer, okay? So GTM says, put this snippet of code on your site so that Google Analytics so that Google Tag Manager can communicate with your site. This is the one and only time that you have to deal or work with a developer. You take this code at the top, it tells you exactly where to put it. It says, paste this code in the head of every page of your site, and then paste this code right at the opening body tag of your site. So you take these two things, you share with your developer. They do this once. It takes them about 10 minutes or less. And then from then on, what you can do from then on is now you can add any tag into Google Tag Manager. And if you're a little bit lost, let me just catch you up. All we're doing is taking that Google Analytics code and putting into our website through a container called Google Tag Manager that'll make our life easier. In order to have access to this container, we gotta have a developer put a little bit of code on our site once. Once that code has been done, let's pretend Sophia has just added that tag and she is our developer. Now we go to tags, add new tag. Here's where we put in our GA4 tag that Google has given us in the other screen. Okay, I still have my other tag open. Right here. This little user ID, I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna come back to Tag Manager. I clicked in that little box right here. And I'm telling Google Tag Manager that I have a GA4 account right here that I wanted to put on my site. Click GA4 configuration. It's gonna say, well, what's your measurement ID? Put it in there, just paste it in there. Then click on the triggering box and say, I want this to fire on every page. I wanna know the data on every page of my site. And click next. Once you do this, all you have to do is press submit and submit again and submit. And that is how you now added your Google Analytics code to your website. The reason that we took those steps is because first we had to add the container. And then after we added the container, we then added the little script. If I lost you in that, you'll catch up in the replay for sure, but also catch me and I will answer any questions that you have. But I did that in probably 5-7 minutes, all of this so far. Once you've done that, what you can do is go back to Google Analytics and that little yellow snippet right here will go away. It'll go away. And Google will say processing data from GA4. And you'll know that your data is coming in. And if you want to be doubly sure, what you can do is go into your reports. Watch this. Reports. Go to real time. And if you see anybody on your site, I'm going to switch to an account that I actually set up since I skipped around a little bit here. If I go here to my site, I'm switching to me because I have GA4 running and I'm on my site right now. Here we go. So if you see any data inside your real-time reports in GA4, so this tells you what happened in the last 30 minutes on your site, you know your site is collecting data because how else would it know people were on it? Okay. So once you've done that, once you've done those steps that you set up and you come to real-time report, not only will the message that was yellow go away, but also you'll see actual data in your real-time report. That's your key. I'm collecting data. I did it. And you would have done it, like I said, in 30 minutes or less. Tiff, would you mind bringing that back up for me? Okay, so that's sprint number 1. You got to set it up. If you don't have it set up, you're already behind the 8 ball. So let's get that done. Sprint number 2, once you have it set up. Thank you. Okay, we've done this. Check the boxes, done. Next one. Now what you're going to do is set up events. You're going to set up activities that you do care about. Remember I said you care about your contact us form? It doesn't know that. It doesn't know that you have an e-commerce site versus not. So what you want to do is actually go into Google Tag Manager again and set up your events. If we had more time, I would walk you through that as well. But I will show you, I actually have it all available for you. If you follow that link that I said is on those QR codes, when you get to that page, there's a button that says Start Sprinting. I have these sprints available for you with video content to walk you through how to do them. So I did you one even better than sharing it with you live. Then what you want to do next is create your current reports that are in GA3 inside of GA4, okay? GA4 is a completely different platform. So you can't just say, well, I just want to go in and find my audience report, or I want to go in and find my demographic report. It's all in there, but it's just hidden and it's a little bit different. So I'll show you in a couple of minutes a few things that if you have questions, especially, I want to show you some of the things you need to know. But here's what you do as a next point, like I said, is you've got it set up, you've got it collecting data. Now you're just going to look at it? No. Now you need to take the reports that you're used to pulling out of GA3 and recreate them in GA4. Again, the Start Sprinting button that I have on that page will get you started so you could do some of this. Then you want to just follow the Google Analytics blog. That's your part of sprint number C, is that you want to follow the blog because Google is constantly changing GA4. If any of you have been trying to actually set up GA4 and use it, you know this, that Google is always releasing every week something different. A report has moved up, something has changed. So you just want to keep up on that so that if something changes and you have a report due tomorrow, that you know that there's a reason for that. You already looked at that. For example, bounce rate was not a part of GA4. For any of you that like to report on bounce rate, which is the percentage of folks that visit your site and leave within just one page's experience without going to any additional pages, that metric was gone out of GA4. Then all of a sudden, it came up. It became available in a blog post that Google put out. So you just want to know what's available so you're not behind when you're sharing your reports out. And then the next step, here's what you want to do next. You want to create a BigQuery account. Sounds like a fancy thing, but it's not. Okay, you just literally Google BigQuery, and GA4 has a section where we went and we had the 3 panels. Remember what we just looked at with the 3 panels? All the way down at the bottom of that middle panel, once you set up your GA4 property, all the way down at the bottom of that, you're going to see it says product links, and you're going to see BigQuery. All you got to do is click that and link your Google Analytics account to BigQuery. Why do you want to do this? Because GA4, Google wants to be really good with privacy and people's information, so it deletes after every 14 months, which is not great, right? Can you imagine? So Google is really at a loss because GDPR is a very big deal. So Google is trying to not hold on to any data it doesn't need to. So anywhere between 14 and 26 months, your data will be deleted. So the only way you preserve your data is by forcing it into a database. And that BigQuery is just what Google calls its massive database, another free Google tool. And so what you want to do is push all your Google Analytics data into BigQuery so it lives there. So anytime that you need to access past data, it's there and it's not gone. And BigQuery is something it's completely anonymized. Nobody's data is living out there. You don't have Joe's name in your data. It's gone. So all that stuff is cleaned up and anonymized. So it's quick and easy to do. And once you set up an account at BigQuery, you Google BigQuery and you set up an account, then you just link the two to each other and data starts moving from GA4 to BigQuery automatically. The other thing about BigQuery that you should know is that it is It's not just for Google. Once you start getting stuff into BigQuery, you can pull any data from anywhere. So let's say you run ads on Amazon, or you have a spreadsheet of all your sales. Or you have stuff living in Spotify. You can pull all that stuff into BigQuery and then basically report everything out from there. It can become like your business intelligence tool for all things, so that you don't always have to rely on anything that can talk to Google Analytics. You can basically, like Google Analytics, you see GA4 is right there. Google Analytics stuff can feed in there, but so can Facebook data. So can anything in a database, any spreadsheet. And then BigQuery is like the holder of all your data for free. And then you can use that. You can use Google Looker Studio, it used to be called Google Data Studio, to present all the information that you need to. So this is a step a lot of people miss, and I don't want you to miss it because the data does get deleted. So you want to make sure if your team doesn't know this, that they know to link the two together. Okay, don't miss this. That was Sprint D. So, I hope I didn't move too fast. I saw a couple cameras up. If you still need to snap that, please do. So now let's summarize, guys. I'm going to summarize with you and answer all your questions. So first of all, GA4 is here to stay. It's a product analytics tool. It's not just a marketing analytics tool because it links all those products. It's really more of a product analytics tool. So it's about learning how to link a bunch of stuff together and make it work. GA4 should be implemented on your site now, yesterday, today. Please do it. If you want to be able to see at least 6 months worth of valuable data, please configure GA4 now and implement the sprints in A, B, C, and D in this presentation. And also don't forget to get this presentation and start learning GA sprints for free at the link that I provided to you. Let's talk. That's what I have to share with you today. I hope that was helpful, and I'm available for any questions that you all have. Please let me have it.
Hello. Hey, all right, it works. Yeah, thank you for all that. I just wanted to clarify, Google Data Studio is moving into Looker, did you say, on the far right?
Looker Studio.
So Data Studio is going away. And
it's just rebranded.
Okay. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
So with all the GA3 data getting needed,
I love your question. So yes, the way that you get data out of GA3 into GA4 is doable into BigQuery, but they don't talk to each other directly. So what you have to do is use an intermediary. The best one is called Supermetrics. So you set up an account with Supermetrics, you push all your data from GA3 to Supermetrics, and then from Supermetrics into BigQuery. Then you have it all. Yep. Yes. What else? Yes. Great. The question is, can you run GA3 and GA4 concurrently and compare? The answer is yes, and you should. You should. It's so good and helpful for you to be able to see the numbers and how they fare, especially while you still have time to be able to see January versus last January and see where the dips are so you can explain them now instead of 6 months from now when you're strapped for time. It's encouraged that you run them both concurrently, yes. What else? Give it to me.
Oh, sorry. I want to use this block because it didn't work for me last time. Sorry. So you'd mentioned that the metrics for sessions are changing.
Yes.
And I think that makes a lot of sense to me. So I'm encouraged to hear that in GA4. But are there any other metrics or definitions to your knowledge that you know are changing from GA3 to GA4?
Well, there are some brand new metrics that you've never seen before. There's the whole idea, some of you might already know, engaged sessions and unengaged sessions, things that don't exist in GA3. So not so much changing, but just brand new ones. So an engaged session is a session where it's basically the inverse of a bounce, right? So if somebody didn't bounce and they looked at more than one page, they clicked on some buttons, like somebody that actually did something besides just come and look at the page. So an unengaged session is a session where somebody did something instead of just load the page and look at it. So that's a brand new metric, engaged sessions. And Google tried for a long time to not bring back bounce rate because it had engaged sessions as the inverse, but people cried and wailed, and so it did bring it back. You're going to meet a lot of new reports. That brings me to another point. You're going to see different ways to segment your data. You can create audiences. Let's say you want to know everybody that converts on your site into a customer. You can go into GA4, set up your goal in Sprint B, and then say, I want an audience of people that converted, and then you can create that audience and basically put that audience on any report that you see. You can say, I want to see my geography report by the people that converted. I want to see my tech report by the people that converted. So you can basically create audiences and then apply them to any report to see if there are differences between your buyers and your non-buyers and figure out how to put different messaging in front of different audiences to help your business grow. Yes. It is automated once you click the link at the bottom of the product link section in the second panel. Did that answer it? Okay. So go to admin, look at your panels. You should see 2 panels now if you've set up GA4. At the bottom of that second panel is product links, and there are a bunch of products listed. Google Ads, Google Optimize, one of them is BigQuery. Click BigQuery, and then say I want to link to my BigQuery account, and that automates the information from GA4 into BigQuery from that second on. Yes. Oh, wow. So the question is, how can, who's my ideal client? So, Sprint Marketer is it's about helping marketers who are busy. My husband's here in the back. We've got 3 boys at home. Our lives are busy. And I know what it's like to be late at night trying to get something done. So the kind of person that I like to attract are committed people who are also tired and busy. And you know what I mean? If that's you, you're speaking my language, you just want somebody to just show you the steps and you just want to get it done. And you also love celebrations. So Sprint Marketer, once you get an account in there, you're going to see the sprints are laid out, but inside of them, it's like, did you just accomplish that? Celebrate. And there's a whole group. There are hundreds of people in this community and we celebrate each other. We say, welcome to the community. We say, oh, you just finished Sprint 1. Congrats. There's a lot of that. So I attract those people that just want to get a flood of free traffic, but want to do it in a non-overwhelming way and appreciate people that appreciate good direction and are just nice people. I like to create a lovely community, and that's what we have right now. So come with your positive energy and we'll reciprocate. Yes. Oh, my mom and dad. So my dad stayed in Ghana. He's still there. My mom ended up coming back 10 years later after she was deported. We got her back. And so she's here helping us with grandkids and all that stuff. And I have to tell you, can I just have one more minute to tell you guys? So my siblings, we were 3 to 13 when we came, and I was the second born. My older sister, Martina, she's in Pittsburgh. She works for the University of Pittsburgh. She's an epidemiologist. She studies concussed women and how concussions affect women's reproductive states. The sister after me, she is in Vegas. She runs big events for big brands. She's, puts together big trade shows all over the world, not just in Vegas, but that's where she's based. My brother worked for Teach for America as one of the directors, helping marginalized kids to get mentors and to proceed in life through good education. And then my baby sister, who was 3, she's still here in Buffalo. If you've ever shopped at a store called Target, she's corporate. She's in charge of all the seafood and all the meats that you'll ever buy at Target. I say it brings tears to my eyes to think about what we've done and what we've contributed and how we were almost denied all of that because of being scared and because of the system that we thought was against us. But it was, yes, the system was rigid, but the people The people were not. And so I just, I'm so appreciative of all of you for your time today. And I just encourage and challenge you to just show compassion to everybody that you meet, whether it's in the boardroom or on the street. You never know anybody's story, and you never know where life's going to take them or you. So life comes around to those that are compassionate to each other. And I appreciate all of you for being compassionate to me this morning. Thanks for listening.
I can't think of a better note to end on. So let's hear it for Mary one more time. Next up, here to talk about inbound marketing. Joining us really is a marketing guru all the way coming in from Florida. So we're really excited to have her here. No issues with weather, snow, or anything. And that is Desiree Whitehead, the founder and CEO of Howell Marketing. So Desiree, take it away.
Hello, and happy Monday to you all. How are we doing? Are we feeling good? Wake up. How we feeling? That's my personality. That's my personality coming out a little bit. Sorry about that. But welcome to the unlimited power of inbound marketing, okay? Today, we're about to geek out on all things marketing because that's what I do every single day of my life. Marketing, I wake up thinking about marketing, I drink coffee thinking about marketing, and I go to bed thinking about marketing. Today, what we'll be really going through are the inbound marketing principles. We'll very softly touch on that. I really want our focus to be on the unlimited power of marketing. Everything from the data, the strategy, and the tactics that you need to be successful in your business. We'll also do a few key takeaways so that way you can take those screenshots and really implement everything that we go through with your teams. At the end, I always save time for Q&A because I'm about the people. Let's dive in. Who is Desiree? I'm the founder and CEO of Howell Marketing, small but mighty, data-driven, marketing and operations leader. I've been doing this labor of love for almost 20 years, and it never gets old. It's an ever-evolving world that you can continue to grow in, and I've grown up in this industry. I've implemented cutting-edge strategies, campaigns that really drive brand awareness, engagement, and demand. That's what we do at Howell. And whether you're needing a complete revamp on your strategy, or you just need creative ideas to help push your passion forward, whether you need training on how you can implement these best practices, that's who we are. That's what we do. We focus on driving the needle for results. Inbound marketing, truly the golden ticket for businesses. Underutilized, but that's what we're here for. It's not about putting your brand in front of customers. I think that's a very large misconception. It's about being there, being ready when your audience is looking for your product or your service, no matter how big or small you are. Being prepared is the best way to prepare yourself for inbound marketing. Simply put, inbound marketing is a philosophy based on helping people. Because if you help your customers learn who you are, learn about your product, learn about your service, and really help them understand why you are different from your competitor, that's what gets you the sale. That's what gets you longevity. And that's what ultimately gets you a customer for life. But we're here to talk about the power of marketing. And over the years in the business, I've really seen so many different businesses hit a growth roadblock. And that's a key word here, growth. That's what we're all here to do, whether you're a startup or you've been doing this for 25 years. There is always room to grow in any industry that you're in. Why do I feel that these individuals and businesses have a roadblock? Unfortunately, I think it's because they have a limited knowledge on the power of inbound marketing as a whole. So I'm going to give you guys some tools, some workshops, some really good takeaways that I think are going to be easily and very quickly items that you can implement in your business. Where does the power of marketing come from? This is a question that I'm asked day in and day out. But in order to understand, you have to change your perspective. You have to change your mindset, the way that you approach business and marketing. And in order to change your perspective, you and your team must think different. The power of marketing starts and ends with data. Again, contention point for a lot of people. Some people say it's about the design, it's the graphic, it's the wow factor. All of those things are true, but you can't get there until you start with understanding your data, your customers, your business, your service. And I know it's early, it's 11:05, but guess what? It's time for an exercise break. We're doing it. I'm gonna have everybody stand up. Just kidding. It's not that type of exercise, but I wanted to get your blood flowing. I got a few of you. I wanted to get your blood flowing and get your focus, but don't worry, it's not that type of exercise. That's more like it. All right, exercise 1, defining your target audience. And I want to really make sure anytime you see the howl in the corner, it's time to get your phones ready. That's when you know I'm about to enter into an exercise. Feel free to take as many screenshots as you'd like. And that way you can always refer back to these items after our session. This is a workshop. I'm here to educate, but I want you to learn. And I want this to be a conversation. So if you have questions, don't raise your hand, holler it out. That's the type of person I am. I want to be here. If I could be closer to you, I would. Okay? Why does data matter? Why does defining your target audience matter? Anyone? Why does data matter? Why does defining your audience matter from the beginning? Any takers? Let me start. Red hat, yes. Value proposition, sets you up your value proposition, wonderful. Anyone else? Oh, there we go. Identifies their pain points. Okay, hitting right on the money there. Go ahead. I'm gonna say that one again so that you can allocate limited resources. All of these things are true. Understanding your target audience is essential to really understanding how your sales and marketing teams should focus their efforts. Okay, I know we have a majority of marketers in here. Where are my salespeople at? Okay, all right, see, look, so we're gonna have a conversation. Some of the things I say might make my sales team a little bit uncomfortable. Some of the things I say might make the marketing team a little bit uncomfortable. But at the end of this, I like to always say marketing and sales, smarketing, smart marketing, okay? We have to work together. In order for marketing to be successful, sales has to be aligned. In order for sales to be successful, marketing has to be aligned. And if those two things are in a disarray, you have to peel back those onion layers to understand and get aligned. So let's dive deeper. Today's consumers really are only paying attention to those messages and those brand statements that make them feel like you are speaking to them. The personalization, the conversation, everything that makes their experience with your brand or business feel unique to them. Think about it. If you walked into a store and no one spoke to you and you have a certain style, you walked in, or let's do a grocery store, and all you want today is apples, and you walk into a grocery store and you don't see apples, you'll probably walk out and go to the next grocery store to find apples. Your brand, your service, your offering is that apple. When your customer comes to get the apple, is it ready for them? If the answer is no, that's why we do the hard work to understand who your audience is. Personas. Really, this is a figurative terminology that we use to kind of summarize your audience and break them into brackets because no two customers are alike. However, there are clusters of things that make a consumer be able to be bucketed, like demographic data. This is your age, your expertise, your gender. These are the things that you understand about the person that allows you to break them into a bracket, okay? Because in order to get to the inbound marketing section, you have to know who is coming into your funnel. This is an exercise that I usually complete with my clients over a 2-hour live workshop. You can do whatever works best for your business, but I highly recommend including some key executives, ensuring that you have your sales team and your marketers in the same room as you do this exercise. The disconnect in so many different organizations usually come from a very simple place. They don't understand their audience in a way from a sales and marketing perspective. Okay? What else are we talking about here? The psychographic information. This is what makes them tick, the behaviors, their lifestyles, what will get them to the point of conversion. Keep going. Where are they finding information? Because if you understand where they typically go, whether that's LinkedIn, podcasts, newsletters, there's a plethora of ways. Some people maybe just want YouTube content and video content, but wherever they are finding information, you need to be, right? What does success look like to them as a person? So I'm a marketer. You could call me Marketing Mary. That could be persona 1. And then anybody else that fits the brackets of what we're explaining here, these are the people that will become Marketing Marys. That's how personas work. Because we may have Director Dan, and the way that you speak to Marketer Mary, who's a manager level, right? That's why we talk about job titles, could be different than how you speak to a director. Different levels of knowledge, different levels of education. And if you can tap into the true power of understanding who you're speaking to, that is how you start to set yourself aside from your competitors. And in this exercise, once you allocate and go through identifying your first persona, step and repeat. Step and repeat to the entire rest until you have built out your personas. I have clients who have 5, 6, 7 personas, and it's my job to really get that number. I try to stay around 4 to 5. Because when you have too many personas, now you have mixed messaging, right? And you really need to be able to very specifically find the breaking point between each of these personas so that the messages that you're portraying to each of those individuals is unique and works for them. Now, with a clear picture of who you're marketing to, which would be the outcome after your workshop, it's easier to then develop effective, targeted content that speaks to that individual because you understand maybe you have people that are introductory level in your business, so they don't understand what you're offering. So you need to educate them. You might need to spend time with doing blogs and videos to help them understand your product or your service. Very different than someone that's coming into your funnel that understands the business model, your industry. You can have a much higher level intellectual conversation. Those are the pieces that should be carried down and into your content, okay? Your key takeaway here, a successful inbound marketing strategy must align with your customers' needs. It has to. And if you don't understand who they are, you don't understand how to market to them. How can you implement what I've just spoken about? Tap into your database. How many of you in here really understand the data in your database? Okay, tell me why. Why do you understand your data? Is it because you look at this type of information and you know who lives inside of it? Profiling. Okay, very similar concept. Understanding what makes them tick, who they are, and letting them live in your data. Anybody else? Do you feel that you have a good handle on your database? Okay, because most times I get the, we know our data. We have customers and prospects, but they don't understand who they are. All the way down to the level of letting your tags in your system really bundle people so that you can use this in segmentation. Because your newsletter that's going out to your entire database sometimes shouldn't. But what if they missed the message? Maybe that message wasn't for them. And that's the difference. That's where success lives. It's in understanding how and when to speak to your target audience. Now, a strong inbound marketing strategy is really rooted in the understanding of your customer's buying experience and their buying journey. Experience and journey. Two different but very similar things. Let's dive deeper. Now, a customer buying journey is truly the process that your buyer is going to go through in order to get to the path of purchase or the path of subscription, whatever that means to your business model. What you're seeing on the screen is a very simple depiction of what you could call your customer experience, right? They come in through your website, you get a click or an ad, then maybe they get an automated email, then you have your sales team call them, right? Then maybe you put another piece of content in front of them, drive them to social before you give them a little bit more thought leadership content because now they're a little bit further in their journey, all the way through to when they become a successful customer. But it's unique, it's different. It should be different for each of your businesses, but the concept here is the same. This allows you to really evaluate their process and then decide what triggers should or could be pulled to pull them further through your funnel. Okay? That experience that people go through, most times it's the executives at a company that will say, oh yeah, our customers love us. Yeah, we have a process. There's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Like we're not making cakes, okay? Like we need to properly nurture people. When they're coming into your business at the top of your funnel, it is your obligation to educate and inform so that they can feel confident in their decision to choose you. That's why it's important to get it right from the beginning. Exercise 2, customer journey mapping. So we've talked about knowing your audience, defining that, but now we need to map the process and the journey that they go through so that we can really find the gaps in your business. And this is a good workshop to really do. Honestly, I feel like so many times when I'm dealing with businesses, they think they understand the process that a person is going through when they enter the funnel. But what this exercise shows is that you think you know, but you don't, or that it helps you identify those gaps in the process. And in this exercise, at the end of it all, you map not just your customer journey, because someone that has already become a customer is just as important than someone that's a prospect, because there's an opportunity for repeat business. Unless you don't like making residual money. I mean, then, then they don't matter. But the ingestion points, where do they come from? Is it a website? Is it a paid ad? Is it a referral site? Do you have a partner program and you're doing podcasts so that maybe they're coming through YouTube? How are they finding you? What's their buying process? When they land on your website and they click on that top of the page, do they have to scroll to the bottom to find your contact form? What happens after they fill out your contact form? Is there an email that goes out? Is the sales team notified? Is marketing notified? Are they automatically enrolled into a newsletter? What is the process that happens? What actions happen? What user actions? What do they have to do? Do you send them an automated email that they have to then open, right? Versus an internal action, which is the sales team, the marketing team. This is, as I said, one of my favorite exercises because getting sales and marketing individuals in the same room, now that's my jam. Why? Because it usually starts off like this, right? Sometimes there's a misalignment, a misunderstanding. Sometimes there's finger pointing, right? Sometimes there's the I didn't do it, but I didn't do it. Sales is like, well, that was marketing. Marketing was like, but that was your fault. These are the things that happen. But when done right, a consistent customer journey will help you enhance your customer's experience. Happy customer, happy company. Happy customer, happy experience, okay? That's the magic that happens when sales and marketing teams not only understand their role in your business, but their role in the customer's journey. I'll say that again. It's when your marketing and sales teams understand the role that they play in your customer's journey. And that's usually what this exercise will uncover. Sales thinks marketing is doing these things. Marketing thinks that sales should be doing these things. And it's good to hash it out. Take off the gloves, get it out, get a whiteboard out, and talk through it. Because that's where creativity lives. That's where alignment lives. The more work that you do internally to align your teams, the easier the experience for your prospect, for your customer. Key takeaway, again, the consistency in that journey. If you define it, if everybody understands that when Marketing Mary comes to our website and she fills out the contact form, then she's getting an automated email. After the automated email, then there's an automated, reminder that goes to the sales team that, hey, Marketing Mary received an email. She opened that email. Give her a call, send an email. And then after that, a blog is going to go out to help with us being a thought leadership. But once everybody understands the actions or inactions that are being taken, it allows you to have a much more transparent conversation. And ultimately, that benefits your consumer. The principles. Now, inbound marketing, I would say the principles are the framework for all of the tactics, all of the execution that you and your team are doing. These are the things that should guide you, your principles. But exploring the principles, we're going to dive a little bit deeper in a moment. But just as a snapshot, scope, okay? This stands for standardize, contextualize, optimize, personalize, and empathize. And I think that it's important to understand scope because, again, I know we're here to talk about that unlimited power. This is where the power lives. The power lives in the data. The power lives in the customer journey. The power lives in understanding what's the core of your brand story, right? If you don't actually have a documented brand strategy that you can hold your entire team to make sure that every time a newsletter goes out, where's our brand story? Does it stay true to us? When we're building content and white papers, what's our brand story? What's our core? Everything should go back to who you are. Why? Because if I come into your funnel at any point, you don't change, right? Your offerings don't change. Who you are doesn't change. What's changing is me being pulled through the funnel. But again, at the core, you have to have that consistent brand no matter what. This is what makes your content scalable. A lot of people think that, I have to pump out blogs and content all the time. You don't. What you have to do is understand who you are and ensure that every single piece of content that you put out reiterates that so that no matter what point in their journey they come into your funnel, they get the same sense of who you are. This is where you tailor your content, right? Think about that. We spoke about walking into the grocery store. Everybody doesn't get the same message. Maybe everybody gets the same welcome when they fill out a subscription for your newsletter. But if I converted on a service page, I shouldn't receive a generalized email, right? It should say, thank you so much for your interest in our very specific service entered here. And here are the benefits. Here's why we are a thought leader in this industry, right? Here's why you don't go to our competitors. That's how you start to really embed yourselves in the thinking process that is, who should I buy from? Optimize, straightforward, stay with it, right? If you haven't updated your website, if you haven't actually just ran those checks to make sure that you're running properly, if you have changed your brand colors, but not your content, right? Make sure that you're always aligned, make sure that you're always growing, and just looking at what you're doing and how you can best enhance that. Personalization, we've spoke about this. It's those hi friend versus hello Desiree, right? Whether it's we're so glad that your business has needs versus insert tag for company name. And now you can say, we're so glad that How Marketing has a need for our service. Here's how we can help you in your journey. Personalization. And last but certainly not least, be human. Please, please, please be human. I feel like sometimes we get away from this. COVID, right, tore us apart. I think as a unit, as a community, as a world, we're coming back together. Your customers feel that too. They know when you're speaking to them. They know when you're speaking at them. There's a difference. and you should be speaking to your customers. And so this is a core scope. Again, this should be your guide when you want to put that blog post out, when you want to send that marketing email. Heck, when you want to do a video. At the end of the video, does someone walk away understanding who we are? Do they feel like we were speaking to them? Do they understand that we are human and that we can help solve the problem and give them a solution? Now, everybody's going to find content, but if they don't find content that makes them feel like you are speaking to them, they will go find it from someone else or go to Google. Now, strategy and tactics. This is the meat and potatoes, okay? I love Italian food, so this is the spaghetti right here. This is my wheelhouse. Now you're gonna see some acronyms at the top: tofu, mofu, bofu. These aren't food, okay? This isn't tofu in the way that you think. Tofu is top of funnel. Those are the people that are coming in from the beginning. That also aligns with a buyer stage of awareness, okay? Mofu, just so that we're ahead of our next slides, middle of the funnel. Bofu, anybody? Bottom of the funnel. So the goal in the awareness stage, top of funnel, is to create recognition of your brand, to get your customers, your prospects, get their attention. That's the hook, line, and sinkum, right? Are you dangling something in front of them that makes them say, ooh, I do need that? Okay. Remember, when we defined inbound marketing, meeting them where they are. So if I'm only in the awareness stage, I'm not at consideration yet. So the type of content, the type of tactics that you use to speak to someone who is in the middle or bottom of the funnel is very different than how you speak to someone who's just coming in. This is also your widest audience. We talked about personas. You probably aren't hitting a persona yet at the top of the funnel. They're interested in what you do, but they don't really know you or maybe what they really need. It's your obligation to educate and inform. Now, tactics. How do we help someone that's in awareness? Everything from automation, blogs, podcasts, events, videos. These are the tactics that align with really delivering your best message at that point in time to someone in the awareness phase. And I think what's important to understand here is tying in everything that we've spoken about. You have identified your personas, so it's okay if you decide, you know what? The video that we're going to give persona 1 is going to be a little bit different than the video for persona 2. And we're going to get to an exercise in a little bit where you will map your content offerings to your personas, right? Because you need to understand, does my content hit someone and really carry them through their journey? I will say most times the answer is no, but that's okay. That's why we do these types of conferences and workshops, and that's why we help educate you. Because you have to understand the type of content that you need to hit someone at the top of the funnel. Then we can talk about, okay, this is the content we need. Which of these do you have? Okay, now that I know which of these you have, which persona is it speaking to? And then at the end of it all, you start to see the gaps that you have. And that's where you start, is with filling in those gaps so that you can really and intentionally pull someone through their funnel. MOFU. This is your consideration phase, right? You're no longer kicking tires. Now you know you want the Audi. Now you know that you want the Lexus. You're no longer just Googling. Now you've made it into the venue. Now you're like, all right, I'm ready to test drive a car. Okay? That's your MOFU. This is where you take your time. Okay? A lot of times people miss this step. This is where you take your time. This is where it matters. Awareness, great. That's your evergreen content. Those are the things that are going to live on the internet, that speak to who you are as a business forever. This is where you differentiate yourself. This is where you beat your chest and say, we are the best at what we do, and here is why. But you have to do it in a way that speaks to your audience, to your persona, to your buyer. Meet them where they are. This is a much more targeted audience. At this point, now they know you know them a little bit better. They may be already a lead in your system, different than a prospect, right? Now maybe they've opened a newsletter, maybe they subscribe to your blog, maybe they visited your website and you see this information. Again, they're more educated at this point, so you can start to provide them with richer type of content. What type of content? A plethora of things. Ebooks, a lot more, right? It's going to take someone a little bit more time to get through an ebook than it would be to watch our 30-second pitch video. Case studies, reestablishing yourself. This is why we're the best, but it's not, don't leave it up to us. Here's the facts. Here's the data. Surveys, data, right? FAQs, data. White papers, data. So it all goes back to what we said. Your inbound marketing strategies and tactics have to start and end with data. If you run this gambit, okay, let's talk about this for a minute, and you realize our testimonial page on our website performs amazingly, right? Maybe you say, instead of text testimonials, let's kick it up a notch. Let's enhance those. Let's go back to our top 10 clients or customers and ask them to put that testimonial in video, because now you can put that video in an email. Now you can use that video on social to help move the needle. But if you notice that your white papers aren't really getting engaged, right? You push it out, you did a good job, you did your SEO research, but they're just not performing. Nobody's really downloading them, or you're not getting the views that you want. Maybe that's not for your business. And that's part of the exercise, is really understanding what needs to be done. But I'm not telling you to go and do a white paper and a newsletter and a video and. I'm saying be intentional and choose what would work for you. What works for your business? If you have a smaller team, you might not be able to bang out a white paper, but you might be able to do a how-to blog that's a little bit more rich. You might be able to do case studies where you can help and allow your customer to help you really speak to the success that you brought them. But that's what these exercises are supposed to help us with. Last but certainly not least, at this point, they're ready, right? They're ready to make a decision. And so you're talking to a very specific, very narrow audience at this point. This is your conversion stage. This is where someone comes from being a lead, hopefully to becoming a customer. But in order to do that, you still have to speak to them. A lot of people fail here. You did a great job telling me who you were in the beginning. You even did a great job of helping me make a decision. But a lot of people drop the ball at the end, okay? Bottom of the funnel still matters. All funnels matter. Top, middle, and bottom. Let's talk about the tactics. Now that these individuals are ready to buy, how are you helping them with their decision? This is where you start with your comparisons. You don't need to start the first email that goes to them after they just said, hey, here, I'm just giving you my information. I filled it out on your contact page and I told you what my interest was. And you're like, hey, my name is Desiree. I work for Hal. These are all the reasons why you shouldn't go to any other marketer, right? Why? Information overload. I wasn't ready for that. I don't care why you're better than Joe Schmo. I don't even know what I need. I don't know if I need help with inbound marketing. I don't know if I need social. I don't know if I need email marketing help. I don't know if you need to rebrand and help me understand my business message. Information overload can also be a detriment. So it's important to save those pieces of tactics, of content for the right time. And when you understand how you can layer on content to a buyer's journey, to their stage, then you have a full process, right? That your entire team understands. Because we did workshops with sales and marketing and your executives, and now everyone understands. When someone comes into the funnel, persona 1, this is how we pull them through the funnel. When persona 2 comes into the consideration funnel, this is how we pull them through. And if you take these simple kind of tidbits of tactics and layering them over with the strategy, that is where success lies. Exercise 3, here we go. The content map. Again, we defined our audience, check. We talked about their experience and how they get through our process, check. Now this is your pulse check. This is where you find out if your business is alive, okay? Or if you're on life support, okay? This is where that happens. So this exercise is really meant to, like I said earlier, understand not just their journey, not just where they are, not just who they are, but how does your content stack up against their needs? And if at the end of that exercise, you notice, you know what? All of our content is tofu. That's okay. It's okay to come back out of this exercise and realize where your strengths are. But it's more important to understand where your weaknesses are. And when you understand where your weaknesses are, that's where you can find strength. That is the power of marketing. Being able to really look at yourself in the mirror as a business, as an individual, as a startup, as a Fortune 500 company, and say, you know what? We are the best at what we do, but we have room to grow. Again, a successful content marketing strategy will truly support your prospects through their journey to becoming a customer. And if you also notice on these slides, and I apologize, I didn't call them out, but I kind of guided you as far as the types of deliverables that you should expect at the end of this workshop. Okay, so for here, it's going to be a documented content strategy. It's going to say for Persona 1, awareness stage, these are the types of content that we have. For Persona 1, consideration stage, these are the content pieces we have, these are the content pieces we don't, and then so on and so forth. And what you do at the end of all of this is an exercise, right? You can take action, and that's where you start building. When you identify the gaps in your awareness, consideration, and decision phase, when you realize you don't have those pieces to support their journey, start there. Start with one piece of content. That's what I recommend. As long as you have one piece of content that can hit someone in each of those stages for each of your personas, golden, golden. Let's recap, okay? Inbound marketing, and feel free to scan this. This will give you all of my contact information. There'll be another one at the end. But inbound marketing, it's about optimizing your strategy, finding out ways to really draw your audience in towards you. Once you understand who they are, now you can speak to them. What else? A successful inbound marketing strategy has to align with your target audience, as we said. A consistent customer journey will help you and your customer feel at home with your brand. A successful, inbound marketing helps businesses truly match prospects with their need. It allows you to focus your business and your efforts on where you should be building, where you should be growing, where you should be strategizing. But ultimately, every buyer expects to see themselves in your brand. And if they don't, and if they can't find content that is helping them answer whatever question they have during their journey, that's where drop off happens. That's where they go to your competitors. Well, let's talk about it. QA, let's do it. Yes.
Engage your customer, right? So we're trying to learn the whole sales process and the customer journey mapping.
Mm-hmm.
And you do a lot of work internally. But at what point do you engage a customer? And what customers do you engage? And how does that look? How would you suggest going about that for us for product marketing? And we have the product.
Yeah.
And we have all these different channels.
Yes.
And how does that look? How do you set that up? How do you invite your customer to talk to you? And what type of environment?
Great question. So when do you speak to your customer, right? You're doing all of this work to understand who they are, but at what point do you actually start engaging with them? Right from the beginning. As you start to learn who they are, start at that point. So when we talked about defining your audience, you understand your product. So you should have some type of differentiation that allows you to understand the buckets that your prospects will fall into. Start with your database. That's the first way that you engage with them, because the first piece of content that you're going to put in front of them, whether that's a email reiterating the product and why you guys are the best of the best, that's where you start. Because now when they receive that email that is customized, that is only going to Persona 1, they're going to see themselves and their need in your content. Even from a content standpoint, once you identify your awareness, content, your consideration, and your decision, it's on you to start putting that out. So for example, we talked about blogs being part of the awareness stage. When you write that first blog that does a comparison on your product, not to a competitor, right? But on why, the thing that makes your heart beat, why this product matters, why someone would want to purchase from you. Now you put that on social. Now you're getting in front of them, right? So it's like those micro steps that you might not realize. I would say that the exercises that we're doing here are your macro, but the way that you talk to your customer is by just putting it into action.
I think what I'm asking
Yes.
is to create that content that's
Yes.
very valuable.
Yes.
Do you have one-on-ones with your best customers?
Okay.
Is there more like
Where's the data? Mm-hmm.
personal level? Right?
Yes.
Take care of loyal customers and have that conversation. And how do you start that conversation
Yep.
with the customer?
Yep.
Rather than internally you have all
Yes. Understood. Okay, so that actually starts with the defining of your audience. So in this workshop, what I usually do, there's two sides. There's a conversation that you have with your sales and marketing team to say, is this who we think our audience is? But then you have to also look at the data. So yes, if you have customers that are already in your database that have purchased from you in the past, you start with them. I usually say you pick 10 people and you do the same exercise. You say, why did you come to us? What set us apart? What was your pain point? Why did our solution work for you? What was the conversion point? What made you tick? What did you like about us? Because when you understand it from your customer's perspective, it's unmatched. Again, like you said, you can assume you know your customer, but ultimately the only people that know themselves are them. So I would start with that. It's like a workshop, but you can do it as an informal interview, record it, so that way you can also share it with your other team members internally. But that's how I would start. It's whatever works for you. I say in this day and age, FaceTime. So whether that's getting on a Zoom call so that your customer can feel the questions, but also so that you can feel their response. I think phone calls can feel a little informal, especially when you're trying to get very detailed feedback from them. But you can do it as a survey. I've had people do Google surveys, right? So that way you can, hey, get on the phone, level set the expectation, and let them know that the survey is coming down the pipeline. Okay, and then you can always do a follow-up conversation with them. Any other questions? Yes. Yeah.
What sort of new emerging channels do you see being spread throughout the market, like Chantiers, and also, is there any pieces of software that you utilize that you consider a cornerstone for your own?
Absolutely. So from an outbound Gen Z, I would really say, so video is king. Something I've been saying for the last 15 years. I've been trying to get my clients to do it and people still fight it. Meet people where they are. So a lot of people don't have time to sit and read these very deep pieces of information. So put your information in video form, short clips. I tell my clients you should have a 10-second. Someone's like, but what can you say in 10 seconds? Well, that's the challenge, right? If you only have 10 seconds of my time, what is your value proposition to get me to want to listen or to learn more? So start with a 10-second, 15-second, 30-second, and 1-minute video, because that can work on any format. You can put that up on Twitter. You can put that on TikTok. You can create reels, right? And meet your audience where they are. So I would say that would be on one side. And as far as software goes, there's a lot of softwares out there that I think allow you to really understand your audience from a full funnel approach. Softwares like HubSpot. I'm definitely not a promoter of things. I won't say other names, but I would say HubSpot. You're going to want to use tools like Google Analytics, right? G4. I know you guys just heard about that in the last session. That's where the data lives. It's telling you what you don't want to assume, right? A lot of people think they know their business, but if you go into Google and Analytics and you're able to see, wow, most of our traffic comes from social. Guess what? Do more social. What if most of your traffic comes back through email marketing? Work on your email marketing strategy, make that better. So I would say, very simply, Google Data Studio is a way to kind of have an output of the data that's working for you, I think, to help summarize the successes that your business is having from a traffic standpoint. But I'd probably start there. Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
What's your opinion on gated versus ungated content? Where do you draw that line?
Gated versus ungated, the great debate, right? You should have both. Why? Goes back to our stages. If I'm trying to learn about you, how much friction do you want me to have in that process? If I'm past the point of kicking tires and now I really know what I want, how much friction are you giving me to complete my conversion? So I would say it depends. What type of business are you in? Okay. So you could probably get away with gated, top of that funnel. But the deeper you get into your stages, I would really start to pull back on that. There's a lot of softwares and systems that allow you to be a little bit more a little bit more agile, and to be able to say the first time someone comes to my website, maybe the form that they see asks for first name, last name, and email, and maybe the industry that they're in. But the second time they come to your website, you should have a different form that that person's filling out. Now, I might want to collect your job title. Now, I might want to collect your interest, right? So I would say really be unique in the way that you leverage gated and ungated content. I would say think about your buyer. Think about where they are in their stage. Are they at the awareness, consideration, or decision? And based on that information, ask for different pieces of information. But you can always test it. When you run, I would say for 30 days, and you're running a campaign that is going to going to a gated piece of content, see what your bounce rate is on that page. If your bounce rate is 75, 80%, take off a property. And then if it doesn't start right, if your bounce rate doesn't come down, that might be telling you that maybe this is a piece of content that should live ungated. Don't be scared to give things away for free. I think that's something that a lot of people are like, but I have to get their information. But if you did a good enough job in making them feel that you were a thought leader, they're going to come back to you. And maybe not the first time, maybe not the second time, but maybe you'll get their information on the third. You don't have to force people to give you their information. I think that's also part of that buying process. And same with ungated. A few more minutes here. Yes, in the middle. Okay. So I would say, the what about your business? And the question was, if you have different personas, how are you changing that message for those personas? And I think it also goes back to scope, right? There should be a common thread that is who you are. What you deliver may be different to each of those individuals. And so what I would say is in your content, what you want to be sure of is that you're speaking to the pain points that they have at that point in time. The first exercise where you go through and actually define your audience, the focus of that is to understand the pain points that they have, but more so how your solution answers or fixes that pain point that they have. And that's your differentiation. So in that content piece for persona 1, persona 2, persona 3 and 4, maybe everything at the top of who you are is the same. Everything at the bottom, right, is the same. But it's the meat and potatoes that says, here's how we solve your problem. That's when you're speaking to your individualized persona. And that's why I said that first phase and scope of standardization, that's where content becomes endless and scalable. Because now instead of having to create, right, some people think 30 different pieces of content, maybe now it's just one awareness piece for each of our personas. That's where I would tackle that in their pain points and solutions. Yes?
I'm really glad that question got asked right before mine. You mentioned a little bit on the scope slide.
Yes.
Internal brand understanding.
Yes.
How that informs a lot of this inbound marketing.
Yes.
Where you're going to see well.
Yes.
Especially for like an early stage startup or even growing company, how important is that to have that
Internal alignment.
a customer during that?
Yeah. Imperative. Because if the core of your business and your team don't understand your business through the eyes that is your brand promise, your brand message, it is going to create misalignment further down the line, right? As you grow, because as you said, you're a startup today. But I think that's the misconception. The way that I teach my startup businesses and train them and educate them is still very similar to what I'm doing to my mid to large size businesses, because at its core, you have to get back to the basics. And I think that it's a misconception that we shouldn't start here or we're getting too deep. You can never get too deep. And the larger you grow, all that's going to happen is you'll evolve, right? You're not changing, you're evolving. And at those points of evolution, that's where I always say you go back and revisit your brand message, revisit your brand statement, because who you were, the values that you had at a business 5 years ago, they might have shifted a little bit, right? Why? Because your customer might have realized that what we were offering to them wasn't really what they needed. And you had to shift your own business model. So it's never too early to really get down to the nitty gritty to make sure that everyone understands this is how we want to present ourselves to the outside world, and making sure that everyone, no matter if you're a size of 3 or 5 or 50, everyone has to understand that, because otherwise it will create disarray later down the pipeline. Great question. Yes.
So Google Analytics tells me that 90% of my traffic sales comes from direct.
Okay. Actually, if that's a real stat, congrats.
Oh, you know, I didn't know how to think about that, because I'm getting nothing from social. Question would be, does that mean that my audience isn't on Instagram? Does it mean I'm giving the wrong message? Or I just shouldn't be using that platform?
What type of business?
Fully apparel.
Okay. So 2 things. What direct traffic tells us is you're doing something right. Okay. That's the first layer. But what you have to look at is much more than just how many people ended up on your website because of direct traffic. Do you look at your bounce rates? Because if 90% of your traffic is direct traffic, but you have a 95% bounce rate, you have 5% of people actually going to your website from direct traffic, right? So I think, again, when we talk about peeling back the layers of your business, that was a wonderful question. It's important to understand that Google Analytics, and when you're looking at softwares that are telling you what is helping or what's actually driving traffic to your site, it allows you to then shift your strategy. Because maybe what you need to do is maybe you do a campaign, right? An email campaign that puts your social channels in front of your audience. Maybe they don't know it exists. What does your website look like? How good are you at putting social out there and talking about yourself? So I would say it's not that social isn't the driving force, but maybe people don't really know that you're there. When you start looking at the success of, say, social, for example, are you running campaigns on social? That's how I try to say that you should be thinking about your efforts, because if you do a great job of speaking about yourself and you're out in the public and you're face to face with your clients in that type of business, they're going to just have to go and type out your website, versus if people are searching for you because there's huge competitors in the space, now you're going to get a lot more search traffic and things like that. But it sounds like people know who you are, which is why they're typing your URL directly into their browser. But dive a little deeper, look at a little bit more data. Absolutely. A few more minutes. I could take a handful more questions and then I'll give you guys a break. Unless we're done. All right. So thanks so much for your time today. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did. Feel free to scan the QR code. It'll connect with us in social. I'm happy to share the presentation with any of you, and we can continue the conversation offline. Thanks so much, and I hope you all have a great rest of the day.
Okay, let's get started. You've already met our next speaker this morning. If you were here, we can welcome back Miss Mary Owusu. She's going to be talking about SEO, and this is another one you don't want to miss. Take it away, Mary.
Thank you, Maura. Hi, everybody. Hello. Good to see a lot of you again, and good to see some new faces as well. So we're going to talk about some fun stuff this afternoon. SEO is what we're going to delve into. And if you're wondering what the connection is between analytics and SEO, and why is this lady talking about both things, it's because I learned very early on in my career that you could pay for traffic, or you could just get really good at getting free traffic. And I chose option B, to be the one that I leaned into and learned more about. So I love that SEO pretty much guarantees you free, endless traffic, and that the analytics piece layers on and helps you understand that traffic so you can continue to drive even more in. That's the connection for me. It's that it doesn't require you to spend money to get your business growth. So I'm going to dive right in with you this afternoon and fill you in on how to do SEO the sprint way, okay? When it comes to, I don't know what I just did, Tiff. Thank you. We're going to talk about everything SEO, And if you want to follow along with the deck, here's the link here, sprintmarketer.com/43North, where you can see the entire deck instead of taking copious notes. Heads up, there will be some slides that have a lot of words on them. So again, take a picture or just go here and you'll get the full slides so you can follow along. I don't know about you, but if you've ever tried to explain SEO to any individual, or maybe even to yourself, it doesn't take long before you feel like there's a lot to this and it's overwhelming. So today what we're going to do is we're going to level set on what SEO is and what it isn't, especially if you're someone right now who's thinking, she said SEO a few times, what is that? We're going to get into what that is and also why it's important for your business and also how to do it. For those of you that have your computers here today, you're going to do some of the things that I'm going to show you how to do. I'll demonstrate on the board as well. But I want you to know if you have your computers, you're in for a treat because SEO is not one size fits all. And sometimes the best part of doing SEO is discovering the unique things about your site. So I'm going to help you with some discovery today. Before I became who I am today, I was this guy trying to explain SEO to everybody and everyone because I discovered it was this free way to get traffic. For those of you that heard my story from earlier today, so fast forward to where I'm now working in corporate America and working my first job is what I was doing. And I was doing that job because I'd gotten an internship in college. And when I got an internship in college, I took it really seriously because I did as many internships as I got because I wanted to be able to have enough money to support my siblings who were much younger and who were living with me at the time. So I took this internship, did it for free, didn't get paid. And when I finished my internship, I went back to school. And a few months later, somebody, my old supervisor at the internship, emailed and said, Mary, I'm leaving the position and you should apply for the job because the search thing that you did with me when you were an intern, a lot of people don't know how to do it in Buffalo or anywhere. This was back in the early 2000s, late 90s. That's how long I've been doing this SEO stuff. So she called and told me that, and she said, you should apply for the job. And I said, okay. So I applied for the job and I got it. And I was in charge of all things search. So that was paid search, which is when you pay to be on Google, and then organic search, which is when you rank in Google's regular part of, Google's page, I should say. Here's what happened. I take this job. I'm like a couple of weeks in, and we get this one client who's got a good budget to spend on paid search. And so I set up a campaign inside Google Ads and put the client's budget in and run home for the weekend. I'm excited. I'm running this campaign for this client. They're going to spend money with Google, make money. And I came back Monday and the client's entire monthly budget was spent. And it was a weekend, okay? 3 days. I forgot to cap the budget when I set up the campaign. I missed a step. And I came back and I looked at the numbers and I said to my boss, I messed up. I ran this entire campaign for the client and I blew their monthly budget in 3 days. So I had to then figure out how to call the client and explain that I had done this. But first, you can't just call somebody and say, I messed up and blew your budget. You better have something to back it up. Like, I blew your budget and got you some leads, right? It's got to be something. So I spent time in the data trying to figure out what it was that had gone well. How many products, it was an e-commerce business. How many products did they sell? All these things I could use to say it wasn't in vain. So that was how I saved my job after I got my job, was being able to explain that, search works and it can drive a lot of traffic. But here's another part of that story. We were also doing organic search or SEO for the client at the same time. So what happened was, although we blew the budget over the weekend for paid search, at the same time, we had seen some really good organic non-paid search come through their site. And I could tell the client a holistic story. Not only did the paid ads bring in X dollars, but look at what your free traffic did. And what I saw was absolutely stunning. I didn't expect to see this. Because they're an e-commerce site, I could see the average order value. And what I noticed was that the organic search traffic, the people that came in without clicking on an ad, their average order values were higher. They spent more per transaction. They stayed longer. They had just different behaviors that were more positive, more indicative of coming back. They were repeat buyers. They came back and bought a couple things that weekend, not just one. And something flipped in my brain, and I said, there's something unique about people that find information on their own instead of being interrupted by an ad. What could I learn from SEO here? SEO from here. So I took this SEO world and I ran with it. And I still engage in some paid efforts, but SEO is by far my favorite way of showing up online because it's free. And think about all the times you ever Googled something and you found the thing you were looking for. How much more likely were you to engage with that brand versus if you were scrolling online and you saw an ad? There's something unique about when you find what you were expecting, when your needs are met. So that's what SEO is all about today. And I'm promising you something today that by the end of our time together, that you'll know exactly the sprints that it takes to attract premium clients and scale your business with SEO. That's what we're going to get into today. I like to have an agenda. We're going to talk about what SEO is exactly, what it isn't, why you should care, how to do it, and then you're going to ask me any questions you have, and I encourage you to do so. So let's dive in, all right? Let's do it. First, what is SEO exactly? So SEO stands for Search Engine Optimization. I like to call it free advertising on Google. The words free and advertising don't usually go together, but they do when you're talking about SEO because once you get up there in Google's green area, these are the non-paid sections. What you end up with is a lot of free traffic. It turns out that 68% of us, when we get on our devices, tablets, phones, computers, that we start with a search engine. Whether you're Googling something, because Google is the search engine that comes to mind, or whether you're using a search engine like Amazon, because you'd use the search bar at the top, or you're searching something on Instagram to find something that's happening in the world, or Twitter. There's a search bar across almost every experience we have. 68% of us start our experience online with some sort of search engine. So when I say it's free advertising on Google, the reason it should matter to every business in the room, whether you own it or you work for it, is that free advertising means you get the click. So when you show up on Google in the regular part where you're not clicking on an ad, guess what you get? You get free traffic. And that free traffic to your website from those clicks means that you are able to impact more people. You get more people to see you, more people to visit your site, more people to experience you, more impact. And for you, that might mean more sales, might mean more sales inquiries, might mean more leads, might mean more money. You can grow your impact, even if you're in this room and you're a nonprofit, so you don't relate to the money ones, but you do relate to donations and impact. I'm telling you, if you can get up there in front of these folks, you can start to reach more people, make more impact. So the question is then, okay, so why should you care? I don't know if anybody has ever shown you the value of SEO. I'm an analyst by mind or by brain and how I think. I think in blocks and milestones. So I'm going to show you something. If you know what industry you're in, here I use an example of car insurance, okay? So let's say you're in the car insurance business. You can choose whatever your business is. There are tools that'll tell you how often people search for the term that describes your business. Startup competition, car parts manufacturer, car insurance. There is a tool that'll tell you roughly every month 30,000 people search for this phrase car insurance, okay? So when they do, some of these brands might come to mind for you, and they did for me. Allstate, Progressive, Geico, and State Farm. Now, let's assume that these 5 companies, all are car insurance companies, they are, right? You guys have heard of all of them. Okay, so assume that only 5% of the people that come to their websites will ever become a customer and actually request a quote and buy. And let's assume that there is $100 revenue per customer per month. So it costs roughly $1,200 for your car insurance for the year, which is about right for a lot of us. This Allstate being number 1 on Google, Progressive being number 2, Geico being number 3, State Farm being number 4, hypothetically, what happens is if you are number 1 on Google, right now you get roughly 30% of the clicks on the page. Number 2 drops in half to 15 if you're the second option on the Google search engine result page. Number 3 is about 10% and number 4 is about 6%. These are statistically founded numbers. It's not made up. This is real. This is the click-through rate from a Google result page. But assuming whoever is number 1 on Google, if that is your conversion rate on your site, this is what you're bringing in every month. $450,000 a month for Allstate for being number 1, and it drops in half for the person that's number 2, and number 3 and number 4, etc. A couple of things might be going off in your heads right now. Well, this is all based on the monthly searches, right, Mary? Yes, that's what it's based on. So the first step in SEO is to figure out how many people are searching for the thing that we are, okay? And then if you know what your conversion rate is on your site, which is where the analytics piece comes in that we talked about this morning, you can then do this math very easily and figure out how to convince yourself, your boss, your coworkers, why it's important to show up on Google and why that's invaluable to your business. The way I think of SEO is that it's not magic. It's just math. That's all it is. So if you know all the different keywords or search phrases that people are searching every day that really describe you, then it's a matter of just saying, what if we were number 1? What's our click-through rate and therefore our potential sales coming through the door or impact coming through the door? Okay, so let's look at this. Question is, how do you do this? The first step I'll tell you guys right now is that SEO is not one size fits all. I won't ask you to raise your hand, but I know I've been guilty of trying to Google my way through SEO. You know, like, how do I do SEO? You know, how do I, fix an issue, or what is a blank that somebody said in a techie meeting? The problem is if you think of SEO as just fixing things, you'll never actually see that growth you're expecting. Because here's what nobody tells you. It's not one size fits all. You can do the same thing that your competitors are doing and rank better than them or rank way worse than them. Because your sites are different. That's why it's not one size fits all. Your site could have critically worse issues underlying it that your competitors don't. So the first step in doing SEO well is to recognize this and then get into your first sprint. Okay, I'm going to talk to you about sprints. That's how I think, and that's what we're going to do today, okay? So the first thing is, what is your scorecard? Where are my issues? Anybody here ever gone to a doctor and gotten a physical? Okay, the scorecard is your physical. See, it's like going to a doctor and the doctor saying, here, take these pills and get these lab work things done, and they never checked you. You'd be like, I'm never going there again. And that's what we're doing when we just launch into SEO and say, well, we just need to add some stuff. We got to make a blog and get things going. You may not need all that yet or need it at all. So a scorecard is you basically getting a physical. So how do you do that though? How do you know your SEO scorecard? Nobody's telling you what your scores should be, but I'm telling you today what they should be, okay? So when you look at your scorecard, first you gotta, before you even know what your scorecard is, you need an SEO tool that tells you how you're doing versus the competition. You can't guess on this stuff. It's like a doctor just coming in and looking at you physically and saying, you good, or you're not good. You need a tool. The doctor needs a stethoscope. They need to check you, okay? You can't do SEO without a tool. So if you don't have any tool that tells you how many words people are searching every month and how you're ranking, you need one. And I'm going to share one with you today that we're going to work through. So you need a tool, then you need to know what your scorecard is. And these score metrics are what I call the slick scores, or sometimes I call it the skills. Okay, so I got them both there for you, slick and skill. Okay, structural score, content score, impact score, and link score. Structural score is really looking at your site's technical issues, okay, where you can see things like, oh, my site has broken links on it, I need to fix them. Or my site has an issue where Google actually can't even read the site. There's a crawl issue, that's what they're called technically speaking. So you need to be able to discover your structural, these are your technical issues. Then you can look at your content issues and look at your content score. When you're judging your content score, what you do is you look at how much traffic SEO is bringing in and also what keywords you already rank for. If you know, I know what words I rank for, I know how much traffic they're bringing in, great. How many words do my competitors rank for and how much traffic are they bringing in? That's helpful. Impact score is the potential, impact score is the conversions that SEO traffic generates for your business. So it's great to know I'm getting a lot of SEO traffic, but most of my sales coming from SEO, most of my leads coming from SEO. So it's truly the business impact of SEO to you. If you know you have a technical score of 40% and your competitors are all at 60, you've got a gap. If you know you've got a content score of 70 and your competitors are all at 50, you've got an advantage. Impact score is the potential sales or impact that you're getting from your business, your conversions. You can't really compare that to the competition. You don't know how many more leads they're getting on their site because it's their site. You don't have access. So this is a metric that you watch over time. You just say in Google Analytics, am I seeing 10% of all my contact us forms come from SEO or come from social, or what is the breakout? That's the impact score. And then link score. Back in the early 2000s when Google first came out, Google created this paradigm called links. And Google said, we don't just want to judge you and help you rank based on how much keywords and content you have on your site. We want to know what others across the internet are saying about you. So Google put emphasis on links from outside your site pointing to yours. Again, links from outside of your website pointing to yours. So Google looks at how many other sites in the universe of the internet point to your site and the relevance of those sites to yours. Is 43North getting links from other startup type companies, from other companies located in Western New York? Is there synergy here, or does it feel artificial that they're getting links from a snowblower shop? So they want to see that there is relevance there and that there's quantity there, quality and quantity. So that is the first step. And I'm going to show you, like I said, how to pull these numbers. But I just want to make sure I walk you through that first. Okay, let's go up a minute. Okay, let me show you something real quick. For those of you that are following along, and I think all of you are, let me share something with you. There we go. Okay. So on the link that I've provided to you, right, sprintmarketer.com/43north, if you were to click on that, it should bring you to a page that looks like this. No, thank you, Tiff. Come on and show me.
Do you want me to access out?
Yes, please.
You just have to stop this for a second.
Okay, thank you. So there are your GA4 slides. Here are your SEO slides. And right under the SEO slide, it says try ranks here. Oh, that's not going to work. Oh, right here, right above it, actually, right here. Here's the SEO presentation, this link right here, okay? It's going to take you to a trial version of Ranks. Ranks is the SEO tool that we use at Sprint Marketer. Okay, now, because you're on the trial, I think you can do about 3 reports per day. So be careful about get very fancy right now and trying a lot of things. Just kind of follow along and I'll show you where to go, okay? Okay, so one of the first things that you would do to figure out what is wrong with your site is you would create a project. And inside your project, you would set this is a step you don't actually have to take right now. I'll just show you how to do it because it takes like maybe anywhere from 10 minutes to 30 minutes for a report to run. So you wouldn't want to do it right now anyway. But once you go ahead and you create a project, you basically make a project and you say, here's my website address. And inside of Ranks, the auditor will run and tell you all the issues going on with your current website. For example, broken pages, links that don't work, images that don't load, speed issues. And then you can also put in your competitors, and it will also show you those competitors and how they score. And ultimately, not only will it tell you your individual issues, it'll also tell you your overall score, and it'll be a number out of 100. You'll be able to say, okay, I'm a 49 out of 100, and these are the 45 issues that are going on with my site. Now you know what they are, and you know what your competitors' scores are, and you know if that's a big gap or a small gap, and you can start working on those. So that's the first thing, is the structural score is literally a number between 0 and 100, and you can get it by pressing a button, okay? But you have to have a tool to do it. You don't know all the things that make up your site if you don't take the time to run this. You can't go to a developer and say, what are the issues with our site? It's their job to keep up what's good about your site, not to discover errors that they might have overlooked. An external tool as well will do that for you 100% of the time. Okay. Now, the other part of the content score, of the structural score rather, if I'm going to try to go back, let's see. I'm going to hop back and forth a bit. Is it easy to go back? Is it just clicking that? Okay, you might want to stick around and let it go back again. Okay. So here's the thing. Once you run that auditor, like I said, you go to projects, you make a project, you give your URL, you put your URL there, and it'll give you a score in about 30 minutes or so. You're going to see a lot of issues. And what I want to tell you is that in sprint number 2, what you want to do is just focus on the low-hanging site-wide issues. So instead of focusing on all the things it says to fix right away, these are the ones I want you to focus on first. So if you want to take a picture or look at the slideshow, what you want to do is you want to make sure you've set up Google Search Console. That's a free Google tool that tells you how Google is experiencing your site, not from a traffic perspective, which is what Google Analytics does. Google Search Console tells you from a search perspective what issues Google might be having with your site. So for example, it could be that Google can't index or can't crawl your homepage. Or Google, every time it tries to crawl your product pages, it spins. Well, guess what? Google tells you all that inside Search Console. It's literally your command center directly from Google to use. So for anybody in the room that's never heard of or never set up Google Search Console, you want to go ahead and set up a Google Search Console account, link your website to it, and then it'll start telling you details about your site. That's number 1. Then you want to set up Google Analytics or any analytics tool that you prefer, which we talked about earlier this morning. For those that weren't here, there's a recording of it for you. And then you want to make sure your site is mobile friendly, that it's secure, meaning that it's got the HTTPS, not just HTTP. It's got the lock. And then you also want to spin up an XML sitemap and submit it to GSC. This is what I mean by that. Every website, trust me on this, every single website has something called a sitemap. And your developers know this. If you're a developer in the room, you know what I'm talking about. An XML sitemap is just a type of sitemap. It's the type that it's written in a certain kind of language called XML. So you just have to ask your developer for it, and you take it, and because it has every single page of your site listed in it, because it's a sitemap, you take that URL that they'll give you, and you put it inside Google Search Console. That's your way of telling Google, these are all the pages that make up my site. Google, don't leave anything out when you're learning about my site. Don't forget I have 14 products, not 13, because we just launched one last week. It's your way of communicating with Google to say, this is what my site is made up of. So again, let me recap. You've set up your project. You've got a list of issues, but focus on these first. You with me on sprint 2? Okay. Get these structural things fixed and your score, your structural score, that 49% will go up. You'll see that number go up because you took these first few actions. But I don't want you to get bombarded with the technical stuff. We're going to move into content next. Sprint number 3. Okay. Let's improve your content score. Again, we're going to focus on your low-hanging fruit content issues. Like I said, everybody's site is different. So the first thing you want to do is use an SEO tool to uncover what search phrases, I'm going to start calling these keywords as we keep talking today, that you already rank in positions 1 to 20 on Google for. You don't know this off the top of your head. You need a tool to tell you. Then you're going to create a project inside your SEO tool so you can keep an eye on those keywords and then add your competitors to the project so you can spy on them too, okay? So let me recap. You're going to use a tool. What keywords do I already rank for? How do I maintain? Why do I care about the top 20? What do you guys think? Why do I care about the top 20? What pages of Google are top 20? Page 1 and page 2, okay? So you're close. Google, that means Google likes you for those keywords, right? If let's say you own or you run marketing for a manufacturer of brownies, and you know that you rank for brownie manufacturer, but you're on position 16. You're like, oh, Google gets that I'm a brownie manufacturer. They just don't think I'm good enough to be on number 1. I'm going to keep an eye on that. That's what we are. I want to track that over time. So you want to discover those keywords and then add them in and make them a project so that these tools will track it for you automatically every month. And I'm going to show you how to do that in just a minute. But that was the maintain step. Then the improve step. I know I got a lot of words. I told you. I want you to be self-sufficient when I'm not standing up here and you're looking at the slides that you know what to do, okay? So for the keywords that are positioned 6 to 20 specifically, even though you've added them to the project, here's what I want you to do. I want you to identify the specific pages of your site that rank for those 6 to 20 keywords. Let's call these your target pages. Take those keywords that you found that fit in this position 6 to 20, and now you need to do keyword research. Okay, I'm going to show you how to do it. And then you're going to take those keywords. Basically, these are words you rank for in Google, but you don't rank in the top 5. Okay, that's what we're trying to say. So you're going to take these 6 to 20 keywords. You're going to say, how do I get up better than 5? And then you add those keywords specifically to target pages of your site. So those of you that are in ranks with me, and if you're not, that's okay. I'm still going to show you how to do it. What we're going to do is go to right here. There we go. Okay. All right. So if you click that link that I said to click, the question is, how do I know what keywords I rank for? I want all of you that are able to do this because it's so eye-opening. So, for example, I might put in 43 North. Sorry to pick on you, but that's what I think. I feel it's safe to do 43 North because here we are. We all know who you are. Okay. So I'm going to put in 43north.org. And ranks tells me all the things I might ever want to know about 43north.org as a domain, whether I'm the owner of it. I could have put in a competitor's URL here and it'll still give me information about the competitor. This is not proprietary like Google Analytics. So if you put yours in, you're seeing different numbers, but check this out. I know right away how much potential traffic they're getting organically every month. I know if they're doing any paid ads, how much they might be spending. That will be in this block. If you've put in a competitor, you might be seeing some information like that. This domain trust score, this is that link score I mentioned earlier. So this is a number calculated out of 100 that shows you how strong the quality and quantity of the links pointing to your site is. It's also out of 100, just like the auditor score that I mentioned, the structural score that I mentioned. So 76 trust score, that's really good. That's almost at 100. It's 3/4 of the way there. What I love is if you scroll down, you're going to get to see the keywords that 43north.org ranks for. Okay, I'm going to click that button that says show the full report. And here are all the terms. Okay, all the terms I rank for. Not only the term, I say I rank because I tend to do that when I'm talking about anybody. I just put myself in their shoes. So these are all the words that you rank for, or I rank for. If I hop over, I can see how many people search for that term every month. I can see what ranking position I have. Am I number one for my name? Great, I am. And I can even see the pages of my site that rank for that. Because believe it or not, your home page is not the only page that ranks for your site. You ever do a Google search and land on somebody's product page or services page? It happens all the time. So I hope any of you, if somebody wants to volunteer theirs and wants me to show that instead, I'm happy to do it up here. It doesn't have to be 43 North. But we can start to dissect some of this. Anybody? Oh, you do? Top seeds. Oh, cool. Okay. Ooh. This is live right now, y'all. Let's see. Top seeds with a Z. There you are, topseeds.com. Okay. So let's scroll down and see. These are, you rank for over, what does that number say? I don't have my glasses. 626 different terms that your company, your domain ranks for right now in Google, or any search engine. These are the terms that you rank for, and these are your ranking positions and the pages that rank. At this point, I would say to myself, well, what are the top 20 terms that I rank for? Didn't you say top 20, Mary? Yes, I did. So you're going to do this. This is what I want all of you to do when I say this is what you should do, is you want to change to filter and filter down to position 1 to 20. Okay, if you're following along with your free trial, go ahead and do that. Now I'm able to see all the terms for which I am ranked in the top 20. Again, you can't do SEO without a tool. You got to have a tool, okay? So these are my the words that I rank in the top 24. I see for you, I see seed crackers. I'm picking all the ones that don't have your name in them just to see how many unbranded terms you rank for, you know? And so not only am I seeing that, but I can sort this by search volume, and I can see the terms for which you rank the highest for. So seed crackers, 1.6 thousand people every month search for that phrase, 1,600 a month. And when they do, you're in position number 6. So you're not in the top 5, but hey, you're really close. This is a huge opportunity for you. That's what I see, is that keyword, it says 1,900. My eyes are really bad. 1,900 searches every month for that term. You're so close, right? So you take all these terms, and like I said, you add them to a project. You would add them to your project that you would have created inside Ranks by going to project, create, and then you can add keywords into the project. Okay, now you are tracking these terms to see how you fluctuate month over month. Because if a competitor starts to outrank you, then you need to know that you've got to do something because they're doing SEO just like you are. Okay, so you take your terms. Now you want to narrow down to the ones that are 6 to 20. Because the ones that are 1 to 5, those are your maintain keywords. Now you want to look at your 6 to 20. These are the low-hanging fruit. These are the ones that should be improved, okay? So I've narrowed it down. Now what am I going to do with this list of 6 to 20? This is where you start to do SEO. I'm telling you guys, if you're doing SEO one size fits all, you're losing your momentum because you're not taking what's already working and just pushing it forward, right? So now I've narrowed down what Top Seeds has in the top 6 to 20, and now I'm going to work on these, okay? There are 2 ways to work on these top 20 or 6 to 20. What you want to do is 2 steps. The first step is to go to your site for the pages that rank for these terms. When I said pages, when I said target pages in sprint number 3, these are the pages. So I see your home page in here. I see let's start with the top one, the seed crackers keyword. That's your most searched term. The page that ranks for that term is this page here, 6 seed crackers. Must be a product page maybe. Okay, so I'd go to this page. And what you want to do, I've given you the step-by-step of what to do inside the slides. You guys got to stick with me because I like to move around, okay? I like to show you what to do by experiment, not just by telling you. So what you want to do is take those keywords and work them better into your, here we go. You want to work them into your title on your page, your subheadline. So your main headline, subheadline, get that term in there. Your main text, your page title, which is what you label the page inside your content management system. So not the headline, but the name of the page that people see in Google, the blue links that we're all used to seeing. Your actual description and any internal links. If there are any pages of your site that link to this page, you want to make sure that those pages that are talking about seed crackers, that, you know, your blog post that you made last week or what have you, that you are intentionally linking, finding places inside those articles and inside similar pages to link to this page. You're giving it more mojo. You're letting more places point to this page inside of your own site, okay? Those are the low-hanging fruit things you can do for this page. There's another thing you can do. And I love that Desiree was up here talking about these stages of a buyer awareness program, the buyer journey rather, the awareness, the consideration, and then the decision, okay? I use fast laners, slow laners, sidewalkers, okay? But the same idea is there. Here's what you're gonna find. Somebody searching top seeds knows you, right? I call those people your tribers. They know your name. And then you got fast laners. These are people that are ready to buy from you. They know that they want a seed cracker, but they're not sure they want to buy from you yet. You're slow. Actually, I have examples here, but I used 43North, so I'm going to actually try to stick with this. So somebody searching 43North is ready to buy from 43North. If you look at that report that we just pulled and you didn't see your name, you've got a triber problem. Okay, you've got a decision problem, as Desiree might say. Like you're at the bottom of the funnel and you're trying to reach people that know your name, they don't even know your name. That's a problem. So you want to see, like, are my triber keywords in this top 20? Good, okay, I saw top seats, I saw 43North, cool. What about people looking for startup competition in New York? Like, that is the best way we can describe ourselves, or startup accelerator. The words that very closely describe us, you might find those as well in your list. If you don't find them, you gotta figure out how to find those. And like I said, those are in ranks, and I'll show you. Then you get slow laners, people that don't really quite know that they even need your services, but they're Googling around looking for things like how to choose a startup accelerator, Y Combinator versus 500 startups. And then you've got sidewalkers. These are folks that are searching. They kind of don't really even know that they need a funder or a company to help them out. So what I'm telling you is, once you identify those 6 pages, how does this tie, those are position 6 to 20 keywords, how does this tie back? What I'm telling you is, if I get back out of here, those 6 to 20 keywords that you discovered, okay? You want to say, I want to rank for seed crackers. I'm going to put it inside. Now I'm the keyword research tab, y'all. Okay. Yes, I'm going to go put these keywords into my site. But what are some other ways that people that are looking for seed crackers searching? Okay. They might be searching like crackers, healthy crackers, gluten-free crackers, other ways to describe seed crackers. And you can think of that by talking to your internal folks. You can think of that by talking to your clients. But you should also use a tool that tells you how people search in general, because that is where you can discover some other terms that you didn't even think of that you should also include on the page. So when I say to top seeds that you should make sure you're using these words inside your content, you don't just want to use the word seed crackers over and over when you can find other related terms to also include. So I went to keyword research and I clicked to look at the full keyword research. Keyword research can be done by anybody. You can do this. All I did was I put in seed crackers, and I'm getting all the ways people search for seed crackers, okay? Flax seed crackers, seeds crackers, sesame seed crackers, Trader Joe's seed crackers, sunflower seed crackers. Are any of these things in my ingredients? So instead of just going in and putting the headline in and trying to find ways to put seed crackers in, how else, what are some other related things that definitely are in my cracker that I should include, and do they have search volume? And if they do, if you have sunflower seeds in your crackers, you should include that in the description. You should use the words that people actually use when they're searching inside your content. This is how you tackle your low-hanging fruit items. You know you're in position 6 to 20. you do these, you take the keywords you already discovered, do a little keyword research, add these to your content as well, and link to them internally, you'll find that your rankings start to improve for those top 6 to 20. Are you with me so far with the 6 to 20 thing? Meanwhile, you're maintaining your 1 to 5. Okay, you didn't have to do anything there. So now what do you do next? Okay, you've got all these keywords already in the project, you're tracking them. So now it's really a matter of deciding what to do next. Let's go back here. Now you're on sprint number 4. Sprint number 4 is all about scale. Okay. What you've done at this point is you have started to increase your own traffic based on your own momentum that was already going in your direction. Now you start to do what a lot of people tell you to do, like write blogs. Okay. You can write blogs, but you took a chance first. You took the time first to improve what was already working for you. You already got momentum. Your traffic's going up, I guarantee it, by the time you do those first 3 sprints. So now you're going to try to create scale by creating brand new content using your slow laners and your sidewalker keywords that you would have discovered in that keyword research stage anyway. So you're saying, I found people searching for this, like how to make a cracker or how to make something, how to make a seed cracker recipe. You might have found some stuff in the mix. The example I showed for 43North was like, how do you raise your seed fund? These are things you probably found in your keyword research using a keyword tool. So what you want to do is say, can I create content around this, knowing that these are not fast laners, these are slow laners and sidewalkers. This is where your blog strategy should be born out of. This should be born out of ideas you have, sure, internally, ideas you maybe talk to your clients about, sure, but also you better back it up with that there's actually search demand for the topic that you want to write about. Otherwise, you're writing into the abyss and hoping somebody's Googling how to paint pictures of squirrels. And you didn't actually research that people actually care about this topic, okay? So you take your slow laner terms that you would have discovered in that keyword research phrase, make sure that they align with what you sell or what you sell, meaning your services, and then create your blog content calendar. You know, we're going to write one blog every 2 months, every 3 months. I don't believe in blogs every week or every month because it's less about the quantity of blogs and more about the quality of those blogs. I work with teams and I tell them you just only need maybe 6 really good blogs, and every year you make them better. You find additional keywords that people are using now and you include those, you expand, you delete, you update what you've got. Instead of always creating something brand new, just update what's working, make it the best, biggest guide on startup funding you could ever create, and the universe wants to link to it and find it. So now you've got your blog strategy. You take those keywords that you discovered, you add them to the same places. The only difference is you're going to then distribute this huge blog post that you've written. You're going to distribute it. So you don't just write it and link to it, which is where we stopped with the first one, with the first top 6 to 20. We stopped here. But when you write brand new content and it's really well written because it's a blog type of content, what you need to do is distribute that content inside your social profiles or with your email marketing campaigns. And also reach out to specific partners who would find it valuable and ask them to link to your content. So I just created the best guide on startups. Hey, Buffalo Niagara partnership, you should link to this because this is what everybody who's reading about what's hot in Buffalo is talking about. You reach out to folks you know, folks in your industry, and get links to your new pages so they can start to rise quicker. So you see what you did there. You took time to take advantage of what was already working for you. Then you created brand new content based on research. And then you intentionally try to build links to that brand new content to give it some life right out of the gate. And that will increase your content score as well as your link score that you'll pull out of your SEO tool. At that point, remember I said don't focus on all the technical structural stuff because there's so much of it. Now you've got like a system going, you know what blog posts you're writing and when, and now you can go back and start working on the other fixes that might have shown up on your audit score, your structural score. You know, you have this many pages with missing images, this and that. Now you can actually fix those without that time constraint of trying to do all the technical stuff while you still have content issues to fix. Some of the things you'll find are slow loading pages. This kind of stuff takes a while to implement. Some of you might have heard of schema markup. That's when you add a little layer of coding to your site, not technical. Technical people don't have to do this, but schema markup is a way to better code your page, not from scratch, but you tag elements of it. So Google can understand when you have 3 numbers on your page, which number represents the price, which number represents the size of the shirt, and which one represents your zip code. You basically tag elements and say, that's a price, that's a size, and that is my zip code. So it knows how to differentiate numbers. Google and all the other search engines have a website called schema.org that gives you how you should label different things. This, you can already tell, it's getting complex. I wouldn't tell you to do this in sprint 1. But in sprint 5, when everything's already rocking and rolling, you can start to tackle some of these more technical things that usually require a developer to get involved. Then you just your rinse and repeat mode. Sprints 3, 4, and 5 were all about now you're tracking. So you're seeing your keywords that are rising to position 1 through 5. Great. New keywords will show up in 6 through 20. Take those, update your content, add new keywords, create new content if you need to. It just becomes this like not endless cycle, but it's intentional, an intentional cycle, because you've got the data to back up what you're doing and why you're doing it. And oh, did I forget to tell you that you've got your competitors in here too? So you're watching their rankings for the same keywords and you're tracking them, and you know not just what you're doing, but also what they're doing. Good SEO tools like Ranks will pull in your Google Analytics data too, so you can also track your traffic in there without having to log into GA, Google Analytics as well. So everything becomes like in one place, and you can finally have some sense to the madness that SEO can feel like it is sometimes. And celebrate your wins, of course. So that is what I want to summarize for you. Let's summarize, okay? So SEO is free advertising on Google that you can use to scale your business. You can learn SEO, but you have to do it correctly. It's not one size fits all. Stop doing whatever Google says and start looking at your site through a tool, just like a doctor would look at you through actual examination. You can use SEO sprints that I just shared with you, those 5 steps, and your slick scorecard to know what to do next. And lastly, I want to tell you to make sure you get this presentation so you have it when you need it. I kept it wordy on the presentation so it can be self-explanatory, even if I'm not in the room. With that said, I am just happy to take all your questions today, so give it to me. Thanks for your time. Anyone? Yes. The question is, can a competitor use your name to try to deflect your traffic to them? They can do it with ads. They do it all the time with ads. So if you look at a Google result page and you see some of the ads sometimes, and I've been guilty of this myself as an advertiser, digital advertiser, is that sometimes you'll bid on your competitor's name. So if your client is Ford and the competitor is GM, somebody searching Ford Focus, you might have an ad that shows, whatever the equivalent is for Toyota or General Motors or whoever. So yeah, they can do it with paid search very effectively, but they can't get away with it very easily with organic search, which is the SEO part. They really can't. Here's the thing. For example, if, let's say, competitor B wanted to outrank 43North for the name 43North, 43North has so many mentions of the word 43North on their site. And they've been in the news. They've got links and other articles talking about 43North that point to their site. A competitor can spit up a site called 43 South and maybe write all about 43 North on there. But Google will still say, wait a minute, there's one 43 North that has way more mentions of the word 40. You can never out 43 North because they own the brand. So that's the value of SEO, is that once you've got your brand out there, for your name, it's very hard for somebody to outrank you for your name. Okay. Only disadvantage is if you've got a very unbrandable name, like carpetcleaners.com or something, where people are searching carpet cleaners. And because you're called carpet cleaners, other carpet cleaner blogs might outrank you because your name is not unique enough to be known as a brand. You might then suffer what you just described. But most brands rank for their name and outrank their competitors for it. Yes. Oh, okay. The question is, what should your expectation be in terms of how quickly you can gain momentum, how quickly you can increase your ranking for a keyword, and what your ranking could be for that keyword. So no tool can tell you exactly what your ranking position will be. But what I will tell you is that your ranking position from when you're in the teens and you're trying to move up from there, that change happens way quicker than when you're in the single digits trying to move up from like 8 to 7 or 7 to 6. Those are tougher. It takes a little bit more time. But when you're ranking in position 19, you could probably be on position 13 or somewhere up. Position 19 is the bottom of page 2 of Google. I could see you moving up to the top of page 2 of Google within about a month or two, doing what I described. And then from the top of page 2 to the bottom of page 1, that might take 3 months, maybe, using what I described, right? You've got to be intentional. But SEO is not this thing that takes years and years, right? It can take a series of weeks or months if you just know exactly what keyword, where is it ranked, and what am I trying to do to improve it. It doesn't have to be as daunting and as overwhelming in terms of time commitment. Does that help? Okay. Yes. Yep. Google makes no comment on this SEO stuff. Google stays quiet because Google is, it's like their secret sauce. For Google to tell you how to rank on Google is kind of like it telling you how it ranks websites, and it doesn't want anybody to game the system. So Google doesn't put out specifics like how much content you should be cranking out every day, like you said. Cranking out content daily, you said that's working for you? Mm-hmm. Yep. Right. So the question is, if you've battle tested and you figured out that cranking out a lot of content is really actually helping you, I guess then it's helping you. It's a hypothetical though. What I've found is that when you crank out a lot of content, usually the quality suffers. It's better to have 6, maybe 10 really long pieces that comprehensively cover a topic than to have 25 really small pieces that kind of cover a topic. So, this is what I tell everybody I work with from a content marketing perspective is that less but higher quality is better than huge quantity but lower quality, right? So we work on what are the questions people have before they ever are interested in a client services like 43North. They're going to want to know what's the difference between an investor versus a venture capitalist? What is a seed round really, and do I need it? What are the differences between the different startup competitions across the US? Can you write pieces that are really fleshing out all the different startups? Can you imagine me going up to the 43North team and saying, you got to write a whole comprehensive piece on comparing all the different startup competitions there are? Sounds counterintuitive, no, but we just want to talk about us and how ours is better. No, write a whole thing about all the big ones. What's the pro? What's the con? When do they start? What kind of companies do they accept? Let's write the ultimate guide to choosing the best competition. See how that's different from writing something about yourself and how much time that's going to take on research. And then in that piece, of course, you're going to talk about 43North. Of course, the piece lives on 43North. Of course, the piece is going to have a call to action to join our email list, but you serve that wider audience that's higher up in that funnel and is more likely to choose you next time that they're looking for your actual service. So the short answer to your question is, I find that when you crank out content, the quality is missing. And so it's better to have just a few really good ones that you tweak. Yeah. Yes. Sure. Yeah. She said she's using SEMrush. SEMrush is another really great all-in-one SEO tool. The features are very similar. SEMrush is more expensive than Ranks, but the features are quite similar. There are things we didn't talk about today with Ranks. For example, writing your copy inside of Ranks so it can like tell you how well your copy is better or worse than what you've got now. Things that are built in that SEMrush also has, but it's more of a cost and comfortability discussion. So reach out to me and we can talk about it. Okay. Anything else? Yes. Yeah. So a brand new site, how long does it take to have the data about it so you can start to see what you need to do? First, you have to make sure your site is indexed by Google. Using Search Console will force Google to index your site by saying, hey, here's my sitemap, index all of it. It shortens the time that it takes to actually visit Google to actually visit your site and learn about it. That's number one. In terms of how you rank, though, because getting indexed is one thing. Google now knows about your site, but how well are you ranking? It's when you need a tool to tell you. And if you don't rank for any keywords in the top 5 or anywhere at all, you're starting from, let me get my keywords in the content. You're starting from sprint 3 that I showed, where you take a keyword that describes you, put it into the keyword research, look at similar keywords, start to work them into your content in the headline, etc., things that I laid out. So you're not any worse off. Everybody had a new website at some point. It's just you got to get it indexed and then use a tool to know, okay, now that I'm indexed, do I rank at all? And where are my low-hanging fruit opportunities? Yeah? Okay. Yes. All good. Are we? Yeah. So the question is Google's algorithmic updates. I didn't touch on that today because I think that sometimes we get so inundated by them. Google makes changes all the time, just like any product developer will make changes to keep the product up to date. Google calls them algorithmic updates. It changes how it ranks websites based on people that are scamming the system. So Google actually changes its algorithm 40 times every month. It changes all the time. And then it makes major changes about, I don't know, like 7-8 times a year, and it announces those big ones. It just announced 2 big ones in August and September and another one in October. It's just some big ones. So if you live for the algorithmic changes, you're constantly like going back and fixing things on your site, thinking you did something wrong. The approach that I take on SEO is I say, do it right the first time, and you never have to worry about getting hammered with an algorithmic update, right? Because Google, when it does those changes, it's slapping the wrists of people that are doing the wrong things. So the big change that happened this past October or September was people that are using a lot of AI writers. Any of you have maybe heard of them or maybe dabbled with them? You press a button and your content is created for you. Google's like, we can sniff that out. And we're seeing a lot of content on the web that sounds like every other content just written by a robot. And Google everybody that was doing that kind of method saw their rankings drop. So again, if you just did the right thing, you wouldn't have ended up in there. So I don't live by the algorithm. I don't live and die by Google's algorithm. I just do the right thing to begin with. Then I don't have to worry about it. When my traffic drops, and a lot of my clients' traffic dropped when the algorithmic change happened, but then they bounce back up. So Google's sort of figuring stuff out, and then you watch it. You have a tool that's tracking your rankings. You can see your rankings dip, and then you see them come back up. You're like, okay, Google's just experimenting with some stuff. So again, a tool makes a big difference for you. Okay. Anything else, anyone? Oh, I have another one. Yes. What's the last part? Okay. So the question is about backlink strategy. This is about increasing your link score, how many links you get, and the quality and relevance of those links. So link strategy is a step that I take only when I'm ready with brand new content, very comprehensive. And then I go after people that I think will want to read and link to this content, like I described. And I intentionally did that last because that is, to be honest with y'all, that is sort of the most, I would say the toughest part of SEO is actually talking to other people and say, hey, can you link to me? It feels a little beggy and you don't always want to do it. And it just feels like it's for a marketer that wants to just sit behind a desk. Sometimes that feels a little artificial. And so the link building strategy, the backlink building strategy is something that you have to do only when your rankings aren't proving to be where you want them to be. Right? That's why I described it last. So if you're the top 5, top 1, top 2, you don't need to go get links. The second thing I'll say about links is that you want to get links from not necessarily companies that do just what you do, but companies that are in the industry and talk about what you do. So these are the companies that are likely to report on the accelerators and the accelerator providers in the world versus the company like a competitor who wants to just link to you. So you got to think about who are those organizations that care about this topic and are willing to pick it up. Sometimes they're press companies, sometimes they're media companies, sometimes they're your association partners. But you then reach out to those folks and say, I've written this brand new piece. I know you have a piece already from a couple of years ago that lists the top 5 on your site. But look, ours is an even better list. It's even deeper. Would you mind linking to ours? So it takes you doing some research to see who you should link to. And again, they should be people that you're already associated with and are not competitors and not peers. They're like care about the topic kind of folks because it's in their wheelhouse. And then you want to create this relationship, reach out, ask for the link. Ideally, you would have spent some time looking at what kind of content they already create. So you're almost offering a refresh and telling them that yours is deeper, better for these reasons. And so you're intentional in what you're reaching out and you're asking them to link to. And sometimes they'll respond to you. I'm sure have you done it? Sometimes they respond, sometimes they don't, but you hope for the best. That's the short answer there. All right. And I think that's it. That's my time. Thanks, Maura. Thanks, everybody.
2 more sessions left today. This next one is a friend and former colleague of mine, actually. Katie Kierna comes all the way from Chicago, Illinois. She's joining us from...
Just kidding.
We don't say that
Sorry,
here.
that's a bad opening.
Just ignore that. Pretend you never heard that. Katie is the Senior Vice President of PR at Spool Marketing. She has worked on startup brands all the way to big brands like Mattel and NBC Sports. So Katie's here today to talk about public relations and things you can do to go out there and apply that to your business today. So take it away, Katie.
Thank you, Maura. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to be here with all of you. And I know you guys have had a really long day of sessions. So if you need to like stretch or anything, I won't be offended. Please feel free. But hopefully I can share some really good information with you guys today. I'm here to talk about public relations, what it is, why it matters to your business. A little bit about me. I have about 15 plus years of experience in PR. As Maura said, the bulk of my career was at a big global agency that she worked at too. So I feel like, she wants to come out of PR retirement. She can come up here and give you guys some tips too. But I'm currently working at an organization called Spool now. So what's great about Spool is it actually allows me to be in sort of like the startup entrepreneurial mindset too, just the way we're founded. So we also are a startup agency. We're about 4 years old. And we have 3 sort of core areas of our business. The first is Spool Marketing, which is where we do PR and marketing services for our clients who, as Maura said, they are emerging brands that range from startups like Egg Life all the way to more established brands like The General or NutriBullet. We also have an arm called Spool Ventures, which allows us to kind of put our money where our mouth is and actually invest in companies that are making the world, our community, the planet a better place. And so we have Spool Ventures for 3 main reasons. 1, we really focus on underrepresented founders. And then 2, it allows all of us to kind of have that entrepreneurial mindset as well. So we have, equity in these companies, but we're also getting to kind of think like a startup ourselves. And then it also helps us connect dots from the portcos to some of our core clients. And then our third arm is Spindle, which is our sort of like sister brand to Spool, and it's Spool for startups. So it gives emerging brands access to our expertise and services at a startup price, knowing that when you're first starting off, you might not have huge funds like a NutriBullet to invest in marketing, but it still allows you that access to expertise. So just a little background on our agency and why we kind of are really ingrained in sort of the startup space ourselves. But I am, of course, not here to talk about Spool or myself. I'm really here to talk about all of you guys and what is PR and why does it matter for startups? So this quote I like. It's a nice summary, I think, of what PR is. So the quote is, advertising is saying that you're good, but PR is getting someone else to say you're good. So for example, we could buy an ad from Spool and we could run it on a bus stop in Chicago. We could say Spool is the best PR agency in Chicago. But if we had PR Week, which is one of the bigger trade publications, to write a feature story saying that Spool is the best PR agency in Chicago, that would be a lot more credible. That would mean a lot more to the industry, to those reading it, our key stakeholders, the clients, and we would need to earn that coverage. So that kind of gets me to the next slides of what PR is and what it is not. And so when we say that PR is earned coverage, that means exactly what I said. So it's not paid at all. It's not a controlled message. You really have to have something newsworthy to earn your spot. So for the example that I just shared, that would mean that we would really need to use some substantiation to show why we're the best PR agency in the country. We would need data. We would need endorsements. You would really need to kind of make sure that that credibility is there. PR also is a really highly effective way to position your company in the marketplace and to shift behavior and perception. And it also really builds that credibility with that third-party validation of the journalist, the outlet, an organic influencer, somebody who your target already finds is influential and credible. They're endorsing you. So that means a lot more than you just beating your own chest. It's a way for you to make genuine connections with the public and your brand. So it's really a two-way conversation. The difference with a lot of paid media or advertising is it's a one-way message that the brand is making, full stop. But with PR, it's really two-way conversation. You have a journalist engaging in you. You have an influencer. It's a lot of, word of mouth consumer engagement. It's also a really cost-effective way to reach a large audience. So because you're earning it, you're not paying for this coveted spot in Forbes. You're actually getting the coverage through a few ways, which we'll get to later, of how you can actually do that. But it's a really cost-effective way to reach your audience. It's also a tool to reach and influence your key stakeholders, change their behavior, motivate them to action. So when we talk about stakeholders, we'll get into this a little bit more later too, but that could be a variety of things. It could be consumer stakeholders that you're trying to get to purchase, to visit your website. That could be B2B publications where you're trying to show thought leadership and differentiation from your competition. That could also be more like retail distribution stakeholders, where you're really wanting to get in some of those trade publications, like a progressive grocer, so to speak, to try and get the eyes on the industry to get some more distribution and credibility. So we'll get a little bit into that. But this example here on the screen, our client, The General, we worked with Shaq, and he had a lot of different parts of his contract, but just showing you a little example of what was the paid ad versus PR. So this was, we used his contract to really have a full block of media day, amplify the General story and the rebrand through leveraging interviews with him. So that allowed us to get a plethora of media hits, a lot of feature stories on the General. Whereas on this slide, the difference clearly from an ad is, it's a 60-second one-way spot that is just talking about the General, and it doesn't have all sort of the credibility and the amplification and multiple outlets that comes with the earned media. So what PR coverage is not, I kind of talked about this a little bit already, but it is not paid, it's not controlled. So that's another thing. We do our best to control the message when you're out there, and there's a lot of things that you can do. So if you do get a media interview, really recommend that you do your homework on the outlet, on the journalist. Look at their recent coverage. What's the tone of their coverage? How do they cover your industry? What are like the big sort of trends happening right now that are relevant, like inflation? What kind of hot button issues might they ask you about that you can make sure that you're ready to respond in like short, quick ways? But think through, what are those key messages? What do I want to kind of get through in this interview? practice them, write them down, speak in sound bites. And so you have done your homework ready, create your own sort of briefing document, practice any question that you can be asked. So even though it's not controlled, you're controlling the outcome as much as possible. But no matter what, it's editorial. So the journalist is going to ask you any question that they want. They're going to write what they want. So this is our job to really prepare you and make sure that you're prepared going into whatever interview you have to make sure you get out what you want into that. PR is also not mass messaging or a way to sort of spin truths. It's very transparent conversation that you need to have. So this is where you have to be prepared to think through any tough question that you might get and know how you want to answer that. It also must have substance and relevancy. So it's not sort of a compensation tool where, a lot of times people think, oh, well, I started this company or I'm making this really cool product. It's newsworthy. People should write about it. You need to have a lot of cultural relevancy. You need to have substance in order to make something newsworthy. We'll get into that in a little bit later too. It's also not this silver bullet that's automatically going to drive a ton of sales. So awareness is so important. You guys heard a lot about like the different funnels and stages of marketing. I'll get into that a little bit later too. But it's not going to be something that is automatically going to generate sales. Sometimes you might see something on TV, you might read about something, and it might take a few months for you to actually take action on that. So sometimes it's a little harder to track, but it's so important because how is anyone going to know? It creates the perception of your brand, the credibility. Just get your brand known and out there first and foremost. So it's a really important first step. So just to kind of show you the earned piece on the marketing integrated pie. You guys have heard quite a bit on some of these already today, but owned is quite literally owned content. It's content you own on the channels that you own, and you can really control that message. Things like your website, your newsletters, blogs, your social media pages. Paid is still content that you own, and you can control and own that message, but you're just amplifying it on other channels that you don't own. So this is where you would place paid social ads on Instagram, or if you have native ads or display online ads, that's an example of paid. Earned is when you are not paying for this. You are owning the message as much as possible, but you don't really control the final outcome. But this is where you're really getting that amplification that you're not paying for, and that's really credible. So it's a third party that's really owning your message here, and that's in media coverage, and then that's also with sort of what the public does with your reputation too. So that's word of mouth, that's consumer engagement on organic influencer posts, things like that. So outside of just generating headlines, I think people sometimes think of PR mostly as media headlines, but that media coverage really fosters talk value. And so we know talk value is so important, and word of mouth and how consumers are taking your brand and your perception and engaging with it. And so we know that's so important for a variety of reasons, but mainly it really builds trust, credibility, and loyalty for your brand. So just some data points here. 92% of consumers report word of mouth is the main reason they buy a product or service. I mean, I think if you guys all kind of think through when you're making any sort of purchase, what's kind of that journey that you take? It's usually people will research reviews, they'll see what people are talking about, they'll get a recommendation from a friend. So that's why sort of PR and your reputation is so important. 76% of customers recommend companies that they trust. 72% say that they trust online reviews just as much as personal recommendations. So we all know this is really important today, of course. So really making sure that you're thinking about a strategy and a plan of how can I make sure that I'm controlling my brand perception and kind of getting it out there to consumers. So on the marketing funnel, like we just talked about, again, you guys have kind of seen versions of this today, but from an awareness standpoint, so the way that you get people to first and foremost know about your brand, this is so important. This is through things like media coverage, sending out a press release. Again, I'll get into the formula of how you secure media coverage outside of just a press release, because that's not really the silver bullet either that people think it is. And then from that awareness and knowing your brand, getting them further down that funnel of getting them to have affinity for your brand. So that's through things like thought leadership pieces, engagements, positive reviews, word of mouth. And then from there, there's the trust and the interest. And you can kind of measure that, and you can see that in terms of the sentiment. What's the positive sentiment that people are having when they're commenting about your brand? What is the tone of that? is there purchase intent? Or do you get a media coverage in your local paper and then somebody's able to comment on that coverage? And if they're saying, this looks awesome, I can't wait to go try it, that's purchase intent right there. So you can kind of see how that awareness is driving people further down the funnel. So those are all things for you to look out for as you're trying to measure PR. And I'll get into measurement in a bit too. Okay, so this picture is kind of not appetizing, sorry, but we got into why it's important, establishing why you need awareness in PR, but now getting a little bit into how the sausage is made and the process and approach to actually obtaining PR. So quite simply put, it's really about the right message for the right audience in the right channel at the right time. Makes the best chances of getting a media placement. So we'll go into each one of these a little bit. So the right message. So we talked about this a little bit, where a lot of times, we get this happens to us all the time. We'll have clients that say, I just came out with this new product, which that does help, something new, point number one. But they'll say, we just created this company, we have this new product. Everyone should be talking about this. This should be newsworthy. And if only that were so easy, it would make my job so easy too. And that would be great. But you really need to kind of think through, we're all consumers ourselves. So I really would encourage all of you to think about your target audience, what are they reading, and be a consumer of that. So read the publication, check out who these reporters are, see what kind of columns they're writing, see what actually makes the news, and that will help inspire how your company can kind of fit into that. So something new helps, but also cultural relevancy is key. So tying it to bigger trends, for example, if you have a food product, check out what all the 2023 trends are next year for whatever industry you're in. Like functional foods are having a moment. People like health and wellness is really top of mind for people now more than ever. So think through what are those trends in pop culture that you can really tie your product and your brand to when you're thinking about what makes it newsworthy and relevant. What also is something that's really unique and differentiated. So maybe you don't have something new, but you have to think of what could be something that's such a creative idea. And I'll show you guys some examples in a little bit of how we were able to do that. But something that's one of a kind that stands out, that might be unexpected or tension. Think of some sort of cultural tension that can help get your brand out there. And then having a really strong and clear POV. So a lot of you, as you're thinking through what is our brand narrative? What is that white space out there? What is the competition talking about? Do an audit of the competition. And if everyone's kind of like a sea of same, all saying the same thing, think through, okay, what do we have that is ownable to us, that differentiates us, and craft your point of view around that and really put yourself out there that way when you're talking to B2B or trade. And then this kind of gets me to the next point here, but really thinking through who is your audience. So as you're thinking through what makes your company newsworthy, also think through who is your storyteller. So if you are the founder, you're probably a good storyteller and someone to put out there from that thought leadership POV that I talked about. That's probably something you want to do more for if your audience is B2B and you really want to focus on your industry, that's a great storyteller for that. If your audience is internal employees and stakeholders, C-suite executive or executives are probably great storytellers for that. Same with trade industry. If you're really focusing on retail or distribution, somebody who's maybe in your innovation pipeline, somebody who's talking about your sales and your expansion efforts, those would be great storytellers. If you're talking about consumer, and that's your key audience, and you really want to motivate consumers to buy your product, to go to your website, to experience your product, whatever it may be, usually the executives and the founders, they sometimes do have a good story that breaks through, but it's better, again, go back to that cultural relevance. So think through, you don't need someone as big as Shaq. Obviously that helps to get media interest, but we know people don't have Shaq budgets. So even think through, if you have a local mixologist or a chef or a registered dietitian, I'm very much talking food and beverage, but there's so many other consumer facing experts. Think through if there's a financial expert that can kind of serve as giving tips and tricks for your consumers, somebody who could really put that consumer lens on how to use your product. Working with an expert like that will really help you guys kind of get your story out there in a consumer setting. Then when you have all of that together, think through, what channel is going to be the most rich with your target audience. So there's a lot of options when you think through channels and how you tell your story and who you want to go after. But, from a more traditional sense with media, you have magazines, broadcasts, podcasts, newspapers, and then emerging media. You could use influencer partners as ways to tell your story and garner engagement. Online versions of the magazines and publications. LinkedIn is a really good channel for B2B and trade. Employees, using your employees to kind of spread your message as well, especially if you have like an internal employees strategy and communication strategy. Social media, events, conferences. So when you put all of that together, you need to have a really timely reason for media to write about you or for anyone to cover you. So a lot of times, if you have a pitch that's kind of evergreen and there's no timely hook like that you should be covering this now, usually media will kind of sit on it and they'll kind of be like, okay, well, I'm so busy and I have all these deadlines and all of these things are happening right now in pop culture. So I need a timely hook as to why this matters right now. So you always want to make sure you have sort of that lens over it. So thinking through what holidays are coming up. I mean, I roll my eyes at this sometimes, but I swear it still works. Like there's all of these random days where you hear it's like National Talk Like a Pirate Day and National Taco Day. I mean, they're so cheesy, but like if you think through like what are all of these timely moments that are relevant and ownable to your brand outside of the big ones that are clutter that everyone's playing in. It's like, you have Black Friday, you have holiday shopping, but what time really matters to your consumer? Are you guys talking to busy parents? Are you guys talking to moms that back to school is like a time where they need to go back to routine and your product or whatever your service is helps organize their life? Think through like what are those moments that really matter to your audience and put a creative angle around that for like a timely news hook. And then of course, outside of just timely moments happening in pop culture, you want to make sure that you're timing things to when it impacts your business the most too. So if whatever you're pushing out, you want it to align to a major business objective or moment for you. So if you have a big promotion going on, a big sale, like whatever that call to action is for your consumer, you want to drive them to something happening. Are you launching a new product? Are you launching a brand new integrated creative campaign? And really what I strongly recommend is when we say integrated, your dollars, obviously every dollar counts and you want to maximize everything that you're putting into marketing. So the best way to do that is if you're launching a campaign, that pie that I talked about with paid, owned, earned, you should be thinking through how can all of those work together. And if you're pushing something out on social, how are you telling that same story and pushing something out to get earned media? How are you doing that on your own channel? Your blog should be talking about that too. You guys should be putting paid media behind the same message. You really should be maximizing those big moments and thinking through your strategy for all those channels because they just amplify each other and they drive way more ROI for you that way. So as you guys are kind of sitting here too, I would suggest maybe some homework for you all as well, but it'd be really smart to just like take a moment and think through, okay, what are you offering? What are 2 or 3 things from your company that you have right now that are newsworthy? I don't even know if anybody has something off the top of their head too. I would love to hear it. No pressure. Nobody has to share. But if somebody has like 2 or 3 things or one thing where you're like, I'm doing something right now that's pretty newsworthy. Is it super unique? Is it one of a kind? Is it really culturally relevant? I'm sure you all do.
I've been on the market for 5 years, but we're launching a new business. And it's specifically a technology for preparing for students in school. So I think that's also
Yeah. Unfortunately, yes.
I mean, would that be a good example of that? Or something that we push out for you?
Absolutely. That would be a moment where, even if you have maybe like a superintendent, one of your key stakeholders that's kind of signing on to use that technology, if they agreed to maybe even be sort of like a third party endorser for you guys too in market. So if you're like, oh, we're expanding to Boston, absolutely. That's a moment in time where that is new. That's totally relevant. That's something that you'd reach out to that media with at that time. And then even offer up a local sort of expert in the space to kind of talk about like the why and why it matters to their community. Yeah, that's a great example. Great. And then even think through, the right audience. So do a little audit right now. Who do you guys currently have that you would use as storytellers? And a lot of times right now it's probably internal, but what's your founder story? Like what's your consumer insight of why your company exists? And how is it relatable to the mass market? I'm sure you guys have that story down pat. So like really think through that. Who else? Who's your key audiences? Do you have a storyteller for these audiences? So if you're really trying to be like, I want to be on BuzzFeed and I want to, be super relevant in pop culture, who do you have to tell that story? It's probably not your CEO, right? So you probably need to think through who's that sort of consumer expert that I could have a relationship with for that kind of story. And then making sure that you have the right channels. So, thinking through like what channels are your audience on? Are they listening to podcasts? Are they on LinkedIn? Really understanding their behaviors is important. And then think through like, what are those moments that you have coming up? So what are these key moments for your company that you really do need to maximize awareness around? And then how does that ladder think about what's going on in pop culture at that time? So as you plan out your marketing calendar for the year or your business calendar for the year, layer that over with like, look what's going on in terms of holidays, in terms of moments that are relevant to your target, in terms of trends in culture, in terms of even just like events. Sometimes, we'll do things around like award ceremony time frame or major events in pop culture, the Super Bowl. I mean, that's a huge marketing moment. But like if you have a client where it revolves around like entertaining or food, think through like what's happening in pop culture in those moments too to make it more relevant to the mass. Okay, so once you get this coveted media placement, it is definitely not a one and done. So a lot of times people are like, yay, we got the hit. This is great. Maybe they'll share it on their LinkedIn, but really maximize your ROI with that because that media placement can work really hard for you. So you've done all the work, you have the media placement. And here's an example, our NutriBullet client, we got them in food and wine, and then they did some paid ads with it on social. They also used it in a sales deck. But some other ways to think about it is your website. So make sure that you have a section for like a newsroom, and that can include links to any press releases that you put out. You should have it all in one place. So if someone comes, they could kind of see all the big announcements from your company in one place, and then any media coverage that you have. So just post it on your website. And then of course in social. So not only organic social for your actual audiences, but you could put a little bit of paid behind it. And it's like a nice test and learn to see, okay, if I'm creating my own ads and putting paid behind it and I'm trying to target and bring in new consumers, what's the difference if I put some paid behind a media placement that shows this third-party endorsement? Does that get more people to engage? Does that get more follows? It would just be like an interesting test to see. And then any partnership pipelining. So, use that if you're trying to attract any potential new partners for your organization, if it's like a charity partner or, any other strategic partnerships, even with recruitment for talent. So it's a great way to show like, hey, we're a noteworthy, buzzworthy brand. Like you want to come work here. So use that in your recruitment efforts. Internal employee engagement. It's a way to really excite people, get them on board. Like, yes, this is our strategy. People care. This is working. It's a way to kind of share and get everybody excited. And your newsletters to customers and your sales presentations, you should be using those as a way to try and secure distribution or additional retail partners. Or if you go to trade shows, have your media placements on display. And then you guys just heard a lot about SEO, but obviously this is a great, really cost-effective way to help with your SEO because the more people are talking about your brand, when they're Googling your name, all of this type of coverage and people talking about you are going to come up too. So when you get the coverage, how can you measure if it's successful? So PR is a little bit more complicated with measuring. I wish it wasn't. I wish it was like just so simple where, as I said before, sometimes you can kind of track when it's paid, you could see the awareness, you could see the click through, you could see the conversion, you could kind of measure all of that behavior. But with PR, it's a little bit more upper funnel. So you need to kind of look at a few different factors, but I would also argue that you get so many great insights from PR too. So we look at both quantitative and qualitative KPIs, which are your key performance indicators. And so it's really good to kind of set through if you're going to hire someone to do freelance PR or if you're going to do it yourself, you should really come up with goals and say, what does success look like here? So is it like these types of placements? How many do you want? What's the tone of the coverage? Really kind of set those benchmarks in place. And so the qualitative ones are very data driven. So it's as basic as the number of placements, and then every media outlet has an impression number associated with it. So we use a tool called Cision, and there's another one called Muckrack. I'm not sure like the cost for maybe more single usage or slight usage, but there's tools out there that you can search any media outlet, it usually will pull up the contacts, the types of editors that work there, their email, their phone number, so you can pitch them. Nobody really calls people anymore, but I kind of feel like everyone emails kids these days. We used to pick up the phone. I'm sure Mara remembers that. So I feel like if you called reporters, it's a great way for you to kind of differentiate yourself from everyone else out there. But they say, it'll say the Chicago Tribune has 2 million impressions of the amount of people that see it. So how many people, when you're getting those placements, you're reaching. And then, of course, you want to check the sentiment. So is it positive or is it negative coverage? That's a big deal. If 2 million people saw a negative story about you versus a positive story, you want to be measuring that, and you want to be gleaning insights from that. What went wrong there? What can we do to make it better? How can we make some coverage more positive? What's its strategy there? And then key message inclusion. So it's very different if there's just like a quick mention of 42 North is located in Buffalo, and like that's what the story is about, versus a whole feature where it's showing images, it's showing interviews with the president, and it has a lot more key message inclusion that you want in there. So that's another way to kind of measure the quality of the coverage. And then, of course, you want to see your share of voice. So it's good to do an audit and just a baseline benchmark of who has the largest share of voice in your competition right now among media, who's getting the most airtime, and what percentage are you getting compared to your competitors. And if you're doing more strategic PR efforts, ideally over time, that piece of the pie and your share of voice is going to get larger against your competition. So that's a nice benchmark to see if you're doing a good job. You could also find media ad value. So it's this sometimes is a fun one, and it helps us get a little bit more budget from clients, not all the time, but we will show, like, if you were to get this many impressions and you spent it on advertising, you would have spent this much money versus how much you spent with PR. So for example, we did this really fun campaign with our Airheads client, and we kind of hijacked the chicken sandwich wars from a couple of years ago and announced they were doing a candy chicken sandwich. It was this whole random thing, but we got a ton of coverage, and it pulled away from like KFC and Burger King and all the people that were in the chicken sandwich wars because it was so unexpected and timely, and it was playful, which the Airheads brand is very on brand. But the amount of impressions that we got would have been $5 million in advertising, and I think they spent like $50,000 on PR. So it was a very strong way to show the ROI just in that example. And then qualitative. So really thinking through, like, what insights are you gleaning from this? What are you learning? What impact does it have on your organization? And what are these implications based on the coverage that you're getting? Do you need to shift your strategy? Is something resonating more or not at all? And so it's really good to kind of dig deeper than just the data. So showing you just a couple examples. So when we talked about that formula of right message, right time, right channel, it kind of helps, I think, to show some color of it in action so you understand like how this could actually work. So this example here is just a good example of finding the right storyteller in a culturally relevant moment. So one of our clients is a hard seltzer brand called Press, and they were struggling because the hard seltzer category just kind of blew up. There's a million competitors. They kept coming out with more and more every day. And they really wanted to differentiate themselves in this cluttered space. And they were known for sort of this innovative, high-end flavors. And their target audience is someone who was a little pricier than most hard seltzers and somebody that has more of like a sophisticated style. And so they also at the same time really wanted to impress their target buyer, because Target was saying, okay, if you want to get more shelf space, you guys are a great brand, but you're not doing anything to differentiate yourself. So we, at the time, it was 2020. So it was a lot of backyard gatherings. And so the idea was to turn it wasn't a new product or anything. So just to inspire you of some ways that you can kind of think about how to make yourself relevant. At the time we were like, okay, let's, instead of doing like a beer garden, let's show you how you can like make over your backyard into a beautiful seltzer garden. And you could do these backyard entertaining with Press. And so we partnered with Emily Henderson, who, as our consumer storyteller, she is a stylist, like a lifestyle and home expert, and basically just got a bunch of other products from Target too in the shoot, which really made the Target buyer happy, and showed how you can style out this backyard seltzer garden. And in turn, we were able to get a ton of media coverage about Press when we probably wouldn't have been able to get any coverage because they had nothing new going on. And it was all these tips for like backyard seltzer garden entertaining. It really gave the brand a lifestyle. It gave the brand a personality. It wasn't just like a product roundup. And so it resulted in them getting the highest amount of website traffic that they've ever received. And it also helped them secure, which is even the biggest thing for them, it helped them secure more shelf space at Target because their buyer was like, this is great. You guys are like finally differentiating yourself and making a personality for this brand. So it's really just a good way to kind of inspire you of how you can think about something different and unique. This next example is one of our clients it's called Egg Life, and they take flour-based carb-laden foods and they replace flour with egg whites. And so they're really a disruptor in sort of that tortilla and wrap category. And this is a great example of just knowing your audience so well and being really impactful by really honing in on who your audience is. So some brands are like, we want to be on the Today Show and USA Today. And that is also, by the way, pretty hard to do. But when you do get to be there, sometimes it's just like, great, you have all this awareness. And sometimes they don't even see a lift from that. And so I love this example because I don't know if has anyone here even heard of Hungry Girl? Oh, yeah, good. Okay, Hungry Girl, but not a lot of people. I'm sure you all have heard of Today Show. But Hungry Girl is a newsletter, basically, and also a website. And they'll send like a daily newsletter to the target audience who's really interested in healthy eating and like simple swaps of how to make things low cal, low sugar. And so we targeted them, and it was just such a great way of knowing who your audience is. And when their new Southwest wrap came out and Hungry Girl wrote about it, it was actually the best performing media placement out of all the hits that we got. And it increased the volume. It increased the volume to their website over 500%. It was like the highest number of clicks they ever received in one day from this Hungry Girl placement, which was great. The very last example that I'm sharing is just another one to kind of show you when you're thinking through something unique and creative and something timely and culturally relevant. So our NutriBullet client, this just happened right before Thanksgiving. Black Friday holiday, it's their biggest sales time as it is for their entire competition and most companies. And so they were like, we need to get a ton of PR coverage around Black Friday and our holiday deals. And they had nothing new. And they also had like a very small budget. They weren't doing any big creative campaign. And so we kind of brainstormed like, what is something a little scrappy that we could do for them and have their product still be like the hero and front and center. And so sometimes it just helps if you're kind of stuck and you're like, how can I do this? It really, I'm telling you, the power of a brainstorm is so helpful. So I would recommend whoever in your company, you guys should get together with a brainstorm. You should think through, what do we want to accomplish? Who do we want to target? And let's just go crazy with ideas. And even pull in, friends, family, anyone who's like, you should pull in people who are your target audience to brainstorm. But think through, like, no idea is a bad idea truly in a brainstorm, and it will get you to something weird and wacky. And that's kind of what happened with us. We were like, let's think of a brainstorm. How can we get media to care about this? And the idea came up that let's like make a line of smoothies for your Thanksgiving side dish. And it could be from something that sounds kind of good, like pumpkin pie, all the way to like the weird green bean casserole smoothie and like a stuffing smoothie. Like we made them all and tried them all, and they were disgusting. So don't try them. But it worked, and it got a ton of media coverage. And we had over 230 million earned impressions. The ROI from them was really strong. The budget was not that big. And it was all in like these national pop culture publications, which was their target audience. And we got them to talk about them during Black Friday when, normally we wouldn't have been able to get anything on its own. So it's just a good example to kind of show the way that you need to think sometimes to make something newsworthy. Okay, so I thought this might be helpful. So I pulled basically a deep dive on Cauliflower, which I don't know if anyone's familiar with this brand, but it's kind of like Egg Life where they use cauliflower instead of actual flour. But I wanted to show you guys sort of their journey from starting the business until they were able to actually get to the point where they were getting a ton of recognition from the industry and getting PR, which I thought might be like a helpful mindset for you guys as you're on your journey. And special to note about this brand, it was founded by the former president of Edelman, which Edelman is a massive global PR agency. They were a big competitor to Ketchum. Ketchum was better. I'm just kidding. The president of the founder of this company already knew the importance and value of PR, and she knew how to do it. So she had a leg up there, but it just goes to show kind of how she thought about it. So she founded this brand in 2016. Their first product came out in February 2017. She found this because her sons had celiac disease, and all of the options out there just had a lot of processed food and junk in their ingredients. So she wanted something cleaner for her kids. So she already was making them these cauliflower pizza crusts. And so she didn't lead with the fact that it's like gluten-free and super niche and for people with celiacs or people with dietary restrictions. Instead, she knew how to kind of frame it where it's more around better for you food that just happens to be gluten-free. And so she pitched it to their regional Whole Foods program. She dropped off 4 frozen pizzas, got an email, and then she was in 30 stores. So from there, she kind of really honed in on that mission, which is broader. Like, so thinking through, like when you're talking about, if you have a mission, a vision, a company purpose yet, think through like, is this really speaking to my target audience in a really relevant way? If you don't have it yet, start thinking through like, what is unique and differentiated to you? What is ownable? How are you going to position yourself in the marketplace in a way that is super relevant to consumers? She could have been relevant to just people with dietary restrictions, but instead she thought through, okay, what's happening in the marketplace? Frozen food. The frozen food aisle is a place that is known for like hyper processed foods, but people love it because it's so convenient. So she really played off of that where it's convenient. You don't have to be afraid of the frozen food aisle. It's for everyone. It's for people that, want to have better for you meals ready at the speed of life. She really made it super relevant. And so her purpose is reinventing comfort foods with superfoods. And so this slide kind of shows you it's a little bit of an eyesore, so I apologize for that. But basically, I just wanted you guys to see these key milestones for their company and then when they got to a place where they started getting recognition from PR and awards. So they had their first seed funding in 2017. And they really started to get the moment that was like a turning point for them was they launched and expanded in Canada. And then if you kind of get into 2018 and 2019, that was when they had their second funding round. And then they really were expanding with their store distribution. The distribution went skyrocket. And that's around the time when they were able to kind of get industry recognition as well. So it's hard sometimes to get it before you kind of get to a certain point. And then they started expanding their products too. So they went from these pizza crusts to tortillas, chicken tenders. And so again, that kind of helps them. If you have a little bit more offerings and distribution, it helps with the awareness as well. And then, fast forward, now they're in restaurants, they have pasta, they have breakfast scrambles. So this is a very fast timeline too, but I'll show you how she kind of really focused on distribution, like hyper focused on distribution, hyper focused on their unique differentiation, selling point, why it was super relevant to consumers, and using PR like as a heavy marketing channel. So I'll get into that a little bit on the next slide, but really addressing that consumer need for convenience and a lot of knowledge sharing, a lot of recipes and hacks, and again, not being diet focused. I think they coined the term deliciatarians to just kind of be like universal to all. So she knew how to kind of name and frame. And then from a PR standpoint, so again, a lot of it didn't really start till 2019, 2020, which was when they had more national distribution and they had more products besides just one offering. But in the beginning, it was really focused on like product and innovation. And then, getting to now as they've expanded so much, then they're starting to get recognized as just like the best company in the US in general. So this is kind of an amazing timeline, but I thought it could be helpful for you guys to just see sort of the background and the process from this case study. So as you are kind of thinking through everything today, I think some good things to consider is, what are some of your company's business goals right now? And how can you create a foundation to drive earned recognition? So do you need to be kind of thinking about what your mission and purpose is? Do you need to be thinking about a way that really differentiates yourself and makes it relevant? Do you need to be really focused on distribution efforts or innovation? You know, what else is coming next? It's nice to have like one offering to start, but you already need to be thinking through like what is coming next and what is that innovation pipeline? How are you thinking about marketing today? So is your message resonating not only just like about your business in a one-way conversation, but how is your message going to resonate from a two-way conversation? How are you going to get people to engage with it? How is it culturally relevant? And where do you want your company's marketing to be in the next 6 to 12 months? So what is that white space? Do that audit. What's really ownable to you? And really focus on that. And then think through, do I have the right storytellers in place to tell that story? Do I have the right sort of mix of what channel I need to go to? Do you need to be going to more trade shows and thinking about that? Do you need to be building relationships maybe with local influencers or reporters? So those are good things to start thinking about and get a good foundation going of how you can build a solid PR strategy from there. So that is all I have. Yes, question.
So we had a great diagram of like standby versus PR, what's the definition, spaces, and I wonder like we're doing companies or even nonprofits are targeting more of a local base, make sure engagement, sponsoring events, sponsoring presentations, stuff like that. Would you consider the sponsorships or providing in-kind donations part of PR or part of advertising?
That's a really good question. You know, it usually actually falls under PR. And so the way I said it was kind of confusing because I said it's earned and not paid, but there are certain things where you do pay for those partnerships that kind of help drive that word of mouth and that consumer engagement. So typically those do fall under PR a lot of times. So whether it's the talent that you're paying for the relationship to be a spokesperson, or if you're showing up at an event like Toy Fair, if you're a toy company and you're having a presence there. So, or if you're sponsoring like a marathon and sort of figuring out like, how do I show up and how do I break through when I do that? So even getting that creative lens, even if you're paying for something, that's the opportunity to say, okay, I'm going to be here. I'm going to be sponsoring this marathon, but how can I stand out from all the other sponsors? And how can our booth stand out and be really engaging to consumers? And how do we have our street team and our message right? So every time you have that touch point, you're really leveraging it as much as possible so that everybody who's working your booth or if you're sponsoring something, you guys all are briefed on what that message is. You guys are all briefed on the tough questions. If somebody brings up something going on, everybody knows how to answer it the right way. So you're consistent. So I would definitely say that PR, that's usually where PR kind of plays. Yes.
So in our company, we were finding that having timely information hasn't really been enough to get picked up by news networks and things like that. We talked to some from Business Insider. They said we want to pitch with business. We got all the information to them. We work in a group with fitness, so we were talking about how to make sure that your fitness trends don't just expire after the new year. How to make this a long-term thing. We got the interview she wanted. We got all this stuff, and she's like, "Never mind, there's a lot before." We've also done partnerships where we pay to have a blog on someone else's website, which is paid, but also kind of a PR thing. So we go all these different routes. And I think you discussed a lot about, oh yeah, Airhead talked about sandwiches and they got picked up like that. What's kind of Airhead?
Totally. Yes.
What do you recommend in those downtimes when you have made this timely piece of content despite not having new exciting information?
That's a great question. And I will say, even with the bigger brands, there's a lot of times, so earned is hard because you have to earn it. So it's like you get denied all the time. You don't get reporters to respond to you all the time. There's way more no's than there are yeses, but those yeses do like drive a huge impact. So I would say, first of all, the fact that Business Insider told you that they were interested and they pitched their editor and they responded to you, engaged with you, you delivered what they needed. That's a really good sign. That means you're on the right track and you do have something that's relevant to media. You do have something that's newsworthy. So I would first of all say, don't give up. I would say find a reason to follow up with that reporter again later. Maybe keep reading their stories and say, I just saw that you wrote about this. It's super relevant to this. But also find other publications too, local, national. There's so many reporters out there. So I would say don't give up there because you will break through. Don't let one no deter you because I've probably gotten 7 million no's. So yeah, don't let that deter you. It's challenging, but keep going and keep finding ways and it only makes you get better. And then I would say if you do reach out to reporters, a lot of companies will do like blanket pitches where you'll write one pitch and they'll kind of blast it out to a ton of reporters. I would recommend that you don't do that. You really differentiate yourselves, do your homework, know what they write, follow them on Twitter or whatever social, talk about something relevant to them in the pitch, talk about a recent story that they did, talk about why their audience would care, not about you, but like why their audience would care too. So yeah, I would say don't give up for sure. Yes.
I think you're kind of leading into that, but say, we're a company local here that gets a lot of PR and news publications. So what's the strategy then to take it out of the local and start to grow that PR network around? Are you sharing that article with those news reporters that are relevant to your industry? Kind of what's that?
You could say that like we're getting a ton of, so if you're offering, I'm assuming it's something that people could have outside of this market, right? Perfect. So then think through like what are maybe a hyper local angle of why it's relevant to them, national too, those macro trends. You could mention, we're this company out of Buffalo and we're getting a ton of buzz here and would love to tell you like why it's such a big deal here and why it's such a big deal to your audience and your network when you're sort of pitching it. So yeah, you just got to make it super relevant. And when you're pitching local market, it's really good to have those local insights and data. Sometimes it also helps having a survey where, if you have data where you're showing some new interesting survey stats and you're kind of like the owner of it, media love that too. So for example, if you could have like a quirky survey stat where it's like Nutribullet just did a Thanksgiving survey and they found that Minnesota's favorite side dish is a green bean casserole. We have a smoothie for you. Like that's a way we could have localized that specific to that market if that was a key market for us too. You're welcome. Yes.
Guys, you mentioned share overlays. How do you actually measure that?
There are tools and platforms. We use one called Meltwater. So you can pretty much put in the companies and search terms and it will pull the media coverage and it will track the share of voice for you. So I'm sure you could do it manually. That's probably very time intensive, but you could probably do it manually as well. But there are platforms like Meltwater is what we use. Yes.
Press release itself, is there a lead time that's hard to give them? Do you attach a photograph? Would you wait for them?
Great question. The question was press releases, lead times, do you include a photograph? So images and assets are always great to include. Media do not like if you clog up their inbox, of course. So I would recommend doing like a Dropbox link if you can too, that have any assets. You could put a press release over the wire, which sometimes that costs a little bit more. You can localize it or you could do a national wire. We use platforms called PR Newswire is one, Business Wire is another. But essentially you want your headline to be attention grabbing and then get to the point, like what is that headline you want to see in media? What makes this so newsworthy and relevant? What are you talking about here? Your subhead too. And then it should be, you should have some quotes in there as well, somebody from your organization. And then you could put it over the wire where if you do that and you pay for that, you can actually say, okay, I want this to go to all local New York media outlets with a hyper focus on, fintech or whatever industries. And you can do that and it'll go in their inbox. Or you could build your own media list as a way to sort of save money. But that's where you'd have to like manually find all the email addresses, which that's time consuming too. But then you could send the release out via email that way too. And I do recommend including an image, your company logo. And if it's something where even like a video, again, Dropbox link, don't attach it, but even if you're showing like your product being demoed or some video that would add some substance, I would put that in there too. And then lead time, I think, was the other part. So it's usually a good rule of thumb to you can start pitching media before you actually launch and issue the release too. So we'll always try to give ourselves a good like 4 to 6 weeks to start trying to get coverage before a launch date. And then you can do what we call embargoed, where you can say, hey, and sometimes that actually helps. You're like, I'm giving you a sneak peek of this news and I'm going to embargo this news with you until, say, your release is going out Christmas Day, December 25th. I'm giving you this news first and it's embargoed until December 25th when it's launching. They have time to do their interviews. They feel like they got a little sneak peek. And you could say the embargo lifts at 9 a.m. Eastern on December 25th. And that could be when your release goes live, their coverage hits, when all the stars align and that happens. It's always really nice. So that's another strategy too. But then they feel like they're kind of getting a little sneak of it before it releases to the public, which helps. You're welcome. Any other questions? Yeah. Yes. 2 that we use. One is called Muckrack, and the other is called Cision. It's spelled Cision. Are there other platforms, Mara? Am I forgetting any? For like media lists.
Meltwater, you can do it on Meltwater.
Oh, and Meltwater. There you go. Look at, I'm learning something new. Sorry, did someone else have a question? Okay. Yeah, please.
I have a company that is based on, so most of my sales come from. So it's completely different to PR for for an event. If I'm doing it in advance of the season, should that be more spontaneous? They're always mining for information for 6 months of heat inundation. So could that be more spontaneous than you're talking about 4 to 6 weeks?
You could start pitching the day that your release goes live if you want. You could use that as a way to open it up. It just depends kind of when you want the coverage to hit, because sometimes it could take a little bit to build. So if you're okay saying, okay, when the weather starts getting hot, that's when I want my release to go out, and then I can be building during those summer months, that's a great strategy too. It's good to just give yourself a lead time if you have something really timely where it's like a campaign launch that day and you want coverage to be hitting like right at that day. You want to give yourself some lead time, of course. Okay. Thank you guys. You guys are all going to do awesome. I know that you will. So
let's jump back into it. This is the last one. So for those of you that have been with us all day, thank you. I hope that you've really found everything you've learned here to be helpful and aid in your own marketing efforts. So, I'll actually just say once we wrap this, we'll be closed out for the day and you can all be on your way. So I'll just tell you now, thank you for joining us today. Again, huge thanks to National Grid for making this day possible and allowing us to open it up to the community. And also, again, I can't say that the support from M&T Tech has also been so helpful. So for this last session, these are, if you're somebody who follows 43 North or you're familiar with the work that we do, you may recognize the next 2 speakers. They're a couple of the brains behind the beauty, what you see on our social media and a lot of our ads. We have sharing a discussion about content creation, Justine Polkowski, the 43 North content marketing manager, and she's joined by Devin Chavan, who is our videographer. So they're going to come up here and talk to you about some tips and tricks that you can go and apply to your content today. And I'll also just mention some other folks on the 43 North marketing team, our art director, Tiffany Dickinson, another senior content marketing manager, Christian Gaddis, and our master of ceremonies and events person and community. I'm butchering your title, but Sophia Marshall. I just wanted to mention them by name because they do so much of the programming here, but also the things that you probably interact with from our website to our email newsletter. And so they just really deserve a lot of the recognition for the things that we can do to tell our story and drive awareness and exposure here in Buffalo, but really across the world. So take it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Maura. So as Mara said, my name is Justine Polkowski, and this is Devin Chavan. So we're going to have a little bit of fun today. We are going to talk about streamlining your content creation. This is kind of built specifically for entrepreneurs, but if you are not a business owner and you're just on the marketing team of a business, this is definitely still applicable. Or if you're just trying to be your own influencer and need some content tips, we've got them for you. So we're going to get a little bit interactive today. Is there anything you want to say about yourself, Devin? No? Okay.
No.
So Devin's title is pretty self-explanatory. He's our videographer. I'm the content marketing manager for 43North. So content, anything that's written, the website, our emails, social media, sponsored content and beyond is everything that I can have a hand in. So that's why we're qualified to give you this talk today. And one quick thing, I'm, it's never fun to go last, but I'm kind of excited because one thing that's been a theme throughout the entire day is your organic content, your organic reach on your website. Mary touched on it on SEO. So we're just going to kind of go throughout that theme here. So sure. Thanks, Devin. We're going to talk about doing your organic content first and paid second. And why is that? Well, so you want to develop your organic content strategy first for a number of reasons. So number one, it's free. So you don't have to pay to develop your organic content strategy. It does take a lot of time, but nonetheless, you can test a lot of things out before you start paying for paid ads. Number two, showing up on your platform helps to build trust with your audience. So if you own a business or if you're running a business, you know that your customers want to trust you. They want to know that you're an expert in the field and you're the person that they should be paying to do the service or provide the product that you're looking for. Or that they're looking for, rather. Another thing is you can test out your strategy, your entire content strategy organically before you start paying to do that. And the last thing is if you run some beautiful ad that you paid a designer to create and it's very expensive and you're very proud of it and you get a ton of clicks on that ad, where is it going? Because if you don't have an organic strategy and your website doesn't have a lot of information and your social media channels aren't telling stories consistently, you're going to lose trust in that customer. They're immediately going to be like, okay, you hooked me, but you're not going to keep me because I don't trust that you do this all the time. So here's just kind of the trajectory of what we're going to talk about. So first you need a topic. We're going to tell a story. So we're going to figure out what the subject of your story is. Devin is going to help us with that. He's going to tell you all about how to capture your subject so we can use that subject to tell the story for your audience. Number two is we have to determine who your audience is. We've talked about this a little bit in some of our other sessions today. You should know who your audience is. If not, we'll help you figure that out and figure out where they are. And then third, once you know who your audience is, we're going to figure out what channels you should be sharing on. Channels meaning Instagram, email, blog, TikTok, wherever your audience is living. So I'm going to kick it over to Devin. So Devin can go over, again, who is your subject or what is your subject? What story are you trying to tell? Who are you trying to tell that story to? So is it a customer? Is it an investor? Is it other people that are experts in your field? Why should those people care about whatever your topic is or your subject is? And then what's your call to action? So no matter what your story is that you're telling, you should always have a call to action. And with that, I'm going to kick it over to Devin.
So I'm going to go through a few photography guidelines that I generally follow. The beauty of today is that you don't need to be a professional photographer. You don't need a professional camera to get good photo and video content. So I'm going to go through a few things that I use every day, and you can use all these tips and tricks with your phone. Number one is be prepared. I have learned this the hard way. I still do. Make sure your phone is charged. If you have an event, anything going on, and you're the marketing person on your team, make sure your phone's charged. Make sure your lens is cleared off. I see photos all the time of blurry lights. All it takes is a little lens cloth, or you can use, your shirt, whatever you have available. But it makes a huge difference when your lens is clean, lights look a lot less blurry, and everyone looks a lot sharper. Your camera on your phone has the same settings that my camera does. You can shoot 4K, you can shoot slow-mo at high frame rate. So do yourself a favor, look at your phone, bump it up to 4K, shoot portrait mode, shoot landscape, because you can always use this for social. And then even down the road, you can use it on TV at an event. We do that with our events all the time. Lastly, social media is about human beings, and your content should reflect that. So always be prepared to have a human element in all of your photo and your video. Even if you have a product, try to figure out ways that you can fit in a person into that photo or that video. Take your time. There's no rush. You don't need to be a professional. And the easiest thing you can do when you're starting out is just taking more time capturing your content, taking a couple extra photos, framing it up properly. There's a rule of thirds that I follow, and it's basically just to have your subject centered. You don't want anyone's heads cut off or half their body. Whatever you're focusing on, just make sure it's centered and in the middle third of the frame. Plan your shots, even if it's only for a few seconds. Take the time to pose someone, get a lower angle, get a higher angle. It's going to make your photo seem more interesting. It may leave space for graphics if you're running it as an ad or anything else that you'd like to add. Overshoot. I shoot hundreds of photos at each event. The majority of them are garbage. But 1 out of every 5 of those is the money shot. Most things are out of focus. Most times people have their eyes closed or they're making an awkward face. So the best way to combat this is to overshoot. Take 4 photos, take 5 photos. You can always delete the ones that are not usable. And again, capture portrait and landscape oriented photos and videos. You can share a photo on Instagram or run a video on TikTok. If you also take a landscape version of that down the road, you can run that on LinkedIn. You can run it as an ad. Just do yourself a favor and get it a couple different ways. Use natural light. This photo is one of my favorite photos I've taken of the team, and it just used window light. Move your subject closer to sunlight. It's your best friend. Don't try to shoot into the light. I see that often as well. Turn the subject around and use the natural light to light their face up properly. If you don't have a window or sun, you can use other lights like a phone, a TV screen, room lights. The lights in here are not great, but I figured out a way to use them properly, and we'll do that later. But you don't always need perfect golden hour light to get a good photo. You can try and use what you got to get the best photo in the room. Be creative. Don't settle for your typical shot like my mom would take. Get down on one knee, get a shot that's up in the air, lay on the ground, stand on a chair, have your subject perform an action or pose them. This shot with Christian, I was laying on the Seneca Street. But in my opinion, it was worth it. Yeah, and Christian's standing on a platform. So again, take the time to switch it up a little bit. It's going to make everything seem more interesting, and you'll be happy with the end result. Fill up your frame. For example, as the day goes on and the event thins out, the audience seems less full. So you can do yourself a favor and add in the backs of people's heads and people's shoulders. It's going to make your picture seem more interested, and it's going to make it seem like there was more people at your event, whether that's true or not. Also, when you're filling up your frame, move closer to the subject. If you're using your phone, don't zoom in. It's going to decrease the quality of your photo. By moving closer, you maintain that the quality without sacrificing the frame itself. Stay on brand. Find ways to introduce your brand elements into all of your shots. I really try to encourage when we're filming things that people wear branded shirts or even branded colors. If you see a subject or a wall that is on brand with you, maybe put them in front of that instead of just like a cream colored wall. It'll help you out. Frames with just like 2 to 3 colors max often look the cleanest. So just, again, find ways to find your brand elements in the environment. Editing and post. Most of my time is spent editing. Everything that we share that comes out of my camera is edited. Take the time and look through everything. Is it properly exposed? Which means is the photo too bright? Is the white balance correct? Oftentimes, if your white balance is off, people will look orange or yellow. Sharpness, symmetry, all these things. Just take a couple seconds and make sure the photo looks good. You can edit it in your photo app. Another app I recommend is Visco. It's free, or even Lightroom Mobile is a great app, but there is a subscription associated with that. Stick to your style. Every company has brand elements, a font that you use every day. Your video and your photo should be the same. If your brand is black and white, then try to stick with black and white editing throughout all of your content. It's going to make everything seem more fluid and, in the end, elevate your content. Lastly, have fun. The best photographers are able to make people comfortable, and it shows. If someone's laughing and smiling, you'll have a great candid, and try to have fun with it yourself because, you'll, in the end, you'll come up with more interesting ideas. And then if it doesn't work out, you can always delete it. So with that, I'm going to take a photo of Justine presenting today.
We're gonna have some fun.
We're gonna have some fun. So I'm gonna use Justine and take the most simple photo, and then I'm gonna go through and I'll have some fun and follow all the guidelines that I just said. So So I'm going to take a picture of Justine presenting. As I said, we're shooting into the projector, not using our natural lighting, not framed up properly. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to shut off all the lights over here. We're going to have now I'm using, So now I'm going to use the natural projector light. Justine's going to face the audience. Face that way. Yeah. Or turn this way. Also, the two interesting elements of the room in my projector and the amount of people in the room. So I'm going to ask that everyone take out your phone, if you can. Turn on the camera light. Raise it up as high as you can. Cool, thank you. Put those on. So now I'm going to plug in my phone and we'll see the difference of the two photos, and hopefully all these guidelines that I went through elevate my own photo. If not, sometimes it doesn't work out. Exactly. So, as you can see, the first photo, it's kind of washed out. Justine's eyes are closed. She's kind of not totally posed. But following all the guidelines I went through, we switched it up a little bit and we're able to take a cooler photo. A little bit more interesting. We're using the natural projector light and we're using the most interesting part of the room, which I think is all of the people. So, as you can see, the difference of the two is hopefully cool. Yeah, all the same.
Hello? Okay. So what that question was all the settings the same on the phone? And Devin said yes. So he hadn't changed the exact settings just for that picture. Any other questions for Devin on the photo? Not yet?
Yes.
Alyssa?
We do a lot of events at our trade shows, and the lighting is terrible. And like you had her turn face the projector, which in our case would be like the sun.
Mhm.
But what do we do like if we want that branding to hit a should
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, there are very cheap mobile lighting kits that you can bring, that you can set up that are battery powered. You don't need a cord. So bringing something like that would be great. Or even if you're taking this photo or the video on your phone, using your camera light as well should help with that. You're always going to have to fight the two. So you have to kind of pick your battles if you want the projector to be washed out or the subject. But if you introduce your camera light or those mobile lights, it should help.
companies like a remote company don't have events, don't have
Mhm. Yeah, so if your company is remote, if it's like solely digital, there's no product or anything like that, you can still introduce people using your site or using your digital product. As long as you're kind of showing your brand in it, I think you can still find ways to fit humans into those photos. Just anyone, even if it's so. For example, your website, instead of just having a screenshot of someone's laptop, you could get a photo of someone's laptop, maybe with someone's hand in there, and then also the reverse, the shot of the person interacting with your website.
When you say mobile lighting, you mean the ring lights, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then second question, will the same everything apply for videos?
Photo and video light are a little different, but the best lighting is the lighting that you have. So you can use the same lighting for a photo you take or a video that you shoot. Just introducing the light on your camera will improve the video or the photo the same.
The quality of the iPhone is not that if I were to have a product shot like existing website, that it would compromise the value of it, or would it be up that value?
It all depends how well you take that photo. Your iPhone should take photos that stack up to something digitally. We use phone photos for our digital ads and stack them up with the same photos that I'll take through my camera. But again, just making sure you're following all those little tips and tricks. Just making sure the lighting's good, everything's framed up. Because if you I can take a bad photo on my camera and take a good one on my phone, and the one on the phone is going to look better.
Yeah, Hello. Okay. So for 43 North, when we are posting some stuff on our social medias, for example, sometimes the more organic, simple photos taken with a phone perform better than Devin's beautifully curated and edited photos. But if you're putting it on your website and you have beautiful branded photos on your website, it may, look out of place if it's on the same page. But if you're using an email or something like that, like Devin said with his tips, you can definitely still get a good quality photo, not to replace branded photos. You should still all have those for your website. Okay, any more photo or in video questions before we move on to what to do with your photo once you have it? No? All right, you can always ask more questions if they come up. Okay, so now that you have your subject, so for example, like Devin used me as your subject, so whatever you're telling the story, so whether it's for your heating company or if you have a service like Melissa, we are going to tell stories to your audience. So here's kind of the journey that you need to follow. So you need to figure out what story you're telling, your subject, and why people should care about it, who your audience is, who are you telling this story to? Again, is it a customer? Are you telling a story to other people in your field to show that you're an expert in your space? Is it an investor? Who you're telling your story to? What channels are you sharing this story on? And then we're going to talk about being consistent with sharing that story, which I'm sure I don't know if Mary's still here, but she would tell you to definitely do that for SEO purposes. There she is. So where to share? So choosing the best platforms for your business. So raise your hand if you struggle with posting everywhere: email, blog, social media, TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter. Okay, perfect. So this is your permission not to create content everywhere. So if you are an entrepreneur, if you are a small, scrappy marketing team, as one person who's creating all the content for your business, it could be extremely difficult to create very high quality, valuable content. Again, as Mary said in her last presentation on SEO, sometimes it's better to have those few really, really good pieces rather than to overcreate and compromise your quality. So pick 2 places where you're going to create original content, maybe 3, depending on what your business is and what your audience is. For 43 North, we're very unique because we have many audiences. We're trying to reach startup founders. We're trying to reach the community like you. Clearly we did because we got you here today. We are talking to investors. We're talking to all different kinds of people. So we're a little bit unique. So we share in a lot of places. But when you're picking two, maybe three places, really these are the places that you're going to create only original content. So that could be your email newsletter. It could be Twitter. It could be Instagram or Reels, which that could be an entire workshop on its own. So let me know if you have questions on that. But your website, your blog, you're really just going to pick a couple to focus on. And why are you going to do this? Well, because your audience may not be living on every single one of these platforms. So it may not be in your best interest to be stretching yourself thin, trying to share all of this content on all of these different channels when people may not care. They may not be following you there. If you're not sure who your audience is or where your audience is finding your information, again, you can go back to Google Analytics, see where they are coming from. But really, you should have, as a person who's marketing for a business, you should have a pretty good sense of who your audience is. So examples, your audience could be a millennial on Instagram, or maybe they're professionals that are strictly on LinkedIn or maybe Twitter, or they're Gen Z and you want to reach them on TikTok. Everybody's business is completely different. So these are just a few examples of different audience types just for social media. So when I say creating original content, for 43 North, we still post everywhere. However, I do not create original content all the time for TikTok. We create original content regularly for our newsletter, for our website, and I would say probably Instagram is a big one for us as well. And then I take that content and I repurpose it on those other channels. So this is an example where it says 6 ways to find your role in Buffalo startup ecosystem, which, by the way, since you guys are all here today, you're doing just that. So thank you. But this was a blog post that I wrote, and I wrote this for our website. So this is our website content. I wrote this original piece for the website. I could now repurpose this piece on Instagram or TikTok in 6 different reels easily. So I'm creating the original content specifically for my website, and then I'm repurposing it on other channels. So it doesn't necessarily mean that I am not posting to all those channels. It just means that I'm not sitting here like, oh, what can I create for Instagram Reels today? I originally created it for the website, maybe our newsletter. So kind of think about that when you're thinking about these things that you're going to create and the stories that you're going to tell. How can you take this story and then break it up into little snippets for the other channels that you want to be on? This could also be very helpful if you are somebody who's trying to market to an audience and you don't like the platform. So for example, if you have a product or a service and you know that your app is trying to reach Gen Z customers on TikTok, but you hate TikTok, we'll start with something like this. Start with your website blog, however it works for you, to kind of brain dump the content and then break it up into little pieces. Make 6 little TikToks based on this one subject that you talked about. That not only gives you a really, really good excuse to make all of these different pieces of content, but you're utilizing the content that you're creating. If you have all this information that you can share, figure out different ways to get creative and share it and get long-term use out of that piece of content. So now I'm going to have Devin maybe give his little tips here. So when you're creating content for different channels, your images and your videos likely are not going to fit all in the same place. Every single platform has different dimensions. So whether you're sharing on LinkedIn or Twitter or Facebook, Instagram, Reels, newsletter, every single video and photo is going to have to be a different size. So I'm just going to let Devin kind of pipe in on why that's important and how to do it.
So first, if you're shooting video, I'd recommend always shooting 4K on your phone, because as you can see, the photo on the phone is very much more cropped in than the photo on the website. So if you're filming in 4K, the crop on the photo on the phone, you're not going to lose quality going from there to the website. If you were to shoot in a lower definition, when you're cropping in to use it on social to fill the frame of that of the phone, you're going to lose a lot of quality. So by making sure that you're shooting in 4K or that your photo is properly lit and sharpened, when you're resizing it for different outlets, you won't lose any quality.
So, sorry guys, this mic's kind of driving me nuts. So this is something that's really easy for anybody to do. So for example, this is a photo that Devin took a photo of Tiffany, and I did not ask Devin to purposely take this photo in different sizes. The way that Devin takes photos, he knows that I'm going to optimize these photos on many different channels. So he had taken the photo in a way that I was able to just kind of plug it into these different sizes. So if you are using a photographer, make sure that your photographer is doing something like that for you, knowing that you're going to be using photos on different social media or website, channels.
And it mainly is just giving yourself the space. Shoot a lot of things with the assumption that you're going to crop it or, use it somewhere else. If you leave space on the top, left, and the right, you're not going to lose any part of the subject in the frame.
So again, using the power of your phone, you can take all of these photos on your phone, use all of the tips in the slides that Devin gave us earlier today, kind of use that as your checkbox to make sure that you're taking a photo that's of good quality. And then you can download the free Canva app. If anybody uses Canva, use Canva and just in Canva, you can kind of see it here, but basically I searched like Instagram story. So you can take your photo and then you go to resize and you just type in what you need and Canva already has the dimensions for you. You don't have to figure out like, oh, I need this 1080 by 1920 pixels. Canva does it all for you and there's a free app on your phone. So when you do something like this, you are not only just resizing the image so it looks good, but you're making sure that you are maintaining the quality of your brand and staying consistent across all of these channels that you're sharing. So the next piece is share consistently. So this can be really difficult because, again, many of you raised your hands. You may be stretched thin trying to post in so many different places. Again, you do not need to post in all of these different places. So just another little piece on that. Something that I think is very important for businesses to know is if you are not going to use a channel, you don't have to be on it. So for example, if you don't think that your customers are on Twitter and you don't like posting on Twitter and you are not going to post consistently on Twitter, don't have a Twitter. I would rather see somebody not have a social media channel than have one that's not regularly maintained. Because again, if you're sending your customers to these channels and it's not being maintained, you're going to lose their trust. So just keep that in mind. So pick the channels that you want to focus on where your customers are, and then we're going to share consistently. So you do not need to be posting every single day. If you want to post every single day, you can. If you're an Instagram influencer and that's what you have time to do and that's what you want to focus on, that is perfectly fine. If you are overwhelmed by that fact and you don't have the time to do that, then you absolutely don't have to. But what you do have to do is create a schedule and stick to it. So create a schedule if you have an email newsletter, which I highly recommend that you always have an email list for your customers. But create some kind of email newsletter in a cadence that works for you. So for 43North, I do this bi-weekly. It works for me. For Forge Buffalo, Christian has one go out at 11 a.m. every Thursday. That's just what works for him. So figure out what's going to work for you and not be overwhelming, but something that you're able to stick to. That can also be something like showing up on Instagram every Wednesday morning. Every Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock, you're going to post on your Instagram story. Or maybe every Friday, you just block off Fridays and you use Fridays to create a blog post for the following week. So make sure that you're building this into your calendar and you're sharing consistently with your channels. So just like Google, your social media channels, the algorithms, they're all smarter than us. They know when you're showing up consistently. So if you do this for a month, for 2 months, that's great. But if you stop and then you don't post for 6 months and then you pick it up again, it's going to notice that. So it does not have to be often. If you share to whatever your given channel is once a week, that is fine. Just make sure that weekly or whatever it is that works for your schedule, you're being consistent. So just a kind of quick recap before we move into Q&A. So you can do DIY your own photos. So again, we're going to share these presentations and you can use this as a checkbox when you are creating your photos and say, okay, is my shot wide enough? Do I have a vertical and a horizontal image? Make sure that you know what your story is. What story are you telling? You all have a business or you're trying to market for a business. Why? What story are you telling? Who are you telling that story to and why should they care? So regardless of what your product is, make sure that you're telling that story of how whatever product or service you have is solving somebody's problem and making their life easier. Know exactly what story you're telling and who you're telling it to. Get very narrow on your audience and where your audience is living. So sometimes that could be as simple as knowing that Gen Z customers are paying attention to video content and Instagram Reels and TikTok, or just knowing that your audience maybe is reading your emails or reading your blog. So that's something that you have to get really, really clear on. And once you're clear on that, you can determine exactly what channels you're going to share on. It can be 2, it can be 3. I would not try to create original content for all of them because that is very overwhelming. And then last, just be consistent. So again, it doesn't matter if it's once a week, if it's every day, just make sure that you are putting out content at a consistent pace that is going to maintain the quality of your message, your story, and your brand. And that is it. So we are going to open it up to Q&A. We also have these wonderful, they're called catch mics from M&T Bank. If anybody needs a microphone, we can throw it over to you. So do we have any questions at all? Yeah. That's okay.
So I have on Instagram, I target Say Sports.
Mm-hmm.
We are now going to be taking on this coming spring welders and foundries to create a non-season. Should I have a separate Instagram page focused on just apparel? Should I have it separately?
That's a really good question. So the question was, if you have two different audiences, should you have two separate Instagram pages? Most of the time, my answer is no. So because then you are trying to maintain two different platforms. And if you're the same company, the same brand, that could be really confusing to people. So that is actually a really, really good point. When you're creating these content, the first thing that you should do is after you figure out what kind of stories you're telling to your audience is create what's called content pillars. So like I said, 43 North has many audiences. So we are sharing to the Buffalo community. We're sharing to try to reach founders. We are sharing news on our portfolio companies. We're trying to reach investors. We're telling stories about our team. So each one of those subjects is a pillar. So if you have multiple products or services, make those pillars and then build those into your schedule. So say, okay, on Tuesdays, I'm going to post about service A. On Thursdays, it's service B. Or maybe one week it's this, one week it's that, because you're going to reach these different audiences. And while they may not care about all of the services or products that you have, if they see you consistently posting about the thing that they do care about, they're still going to show up and they're going to want to follow you.
What guidance do you have about content creation, like Instagram stories, some of that temporary stuff? I kind of lean on the idea that social media is not just used to produce content and show content, but to Facebook things you can tag people, little roundup like, oh, I'm going to tag this brand next year. But what is your guidance on all that?
Yeah, I love that question. So when you are sharing things on Instagram stories, so for example, again, 43 North, I've been sharing today, this entire day on our Instagram story, and I'm tagging the different companies who are presenting or the different people that are presenting. And I'm also tagging Seneca One because Seneca One has a lot of followers and they usually reshare our stuff. And then other people are like, oh, I didn't know about this. Let me follow 43 North because they're putting on events like this that I care about. So those are really easy, quick ways to do that. I also really, again, using the Instagram example, I recommend using the tools within Instagram like polls. I used a couple of them today on our social media because that's a really good way for your audience to engage with you. Ask questions, like use those little slide bars or, whatever little toys Instagram stories have. And then when it comes to creating other Instagram content, you have, and again, like I said, this could be a workshop for another day, but really quick. So you have your Instagram feed and now we have Instagram Reels and everyone's like, oh, should I use Reels? Should I be on the feed? Your Instagram feed is feeding content to your current followers. And again, they want to see consistency and they want to trust you and they want to keep hearing whatever product or service you offer. So keep sharing to your Instagram feed to reach those people. Using Instagram Reels is going to reach new people outside of your current followers. So that's a really good way to tell stories in a different way. You can kind of like create an Instagram Reel the same way you would create an Instagram story and say, hey guys, today I'm offering 20% off, if you join my email list. So click the link in bio, jump on my email list, and I'll send you a coupon for 20% off. So that could be reaching a new customer. So just again, with the consistency, Instagram's a whole beast in itself. But that's just a way, maybe on this week I post a reel, next week it's a story, or, next week it's a feed post. And throughout the rest of the week, there's stories kind of sprinkled in. So just keeping consistent, but sharing in different places is going to help you reach different people. Any other questions? Oh, we'll do right in the front first, and then I'll go in the back.
We have a large backlog of videos that we shot horizontally, and we want to make them into vertical videos and play nice with Instagram Reels and TikToks. But based on how they're shot, it may not work. Do you have any advice on how to reframe those or repurpose the content?
Yeah, so we reuse content a lot from people that filmed years ago. Some of it's on phones, some of it's not shot well. And what I do when I come across something like that, you can use, you can introduce like a graphic element like framing. So even like as you can see here, we have this photo inside of a phone. So if you're trying to fit it into that vertical frame, but if stretching it out doesn't necessarily look great, you can always introduce a border and add in your logo on the top or the bottom. Just because you're making a vertical video doesn't mean the video has to be entirely vertical. You can introduce other elements of your brand and other graphics to fill that space. And in the end, may just increase the quality of the edited piece.
And if you're sharing a video specifically for Instagram Reels, something that you may notice, if you're scrolling through your Instagram feed, you may see a video that's actually a reel, but it's showing up in that landscape view. But when you're creating it, it's gonna have that black top and bottom border on it. So don't be afraid to still share that on Instagram Reels if the vertical view is not going to work, because in the feed, when people are scrolling, they're not going to see that. They're just going to see the square. And that's something that we've been doing quite a bit, is kind of throwing away the rules and posting it anyways. All right, and you got a question in the back?
Hi, my name is Paul Bennett. I am a real estate authority in Buffalo, New York, with residential loans, and I'm also doing new construction. I'm building a house from the ground up, my backyard. I'm going to get a follow online. So, we're going to work it out as we build it.
I love that.
That's all my LinkedIn followers. Got 3,000. I need you guys on my 3,100.
All right, sounds good. We can do that. Send me a message and I'll be sure to give you a follow back. You're welcome. Any other questions?
I got a time before. So I do a lot of video production in house and capturing content, 4K 60 frames per second. As you know, the file sizes are huge. Source my editing. Your experience, what's the best way to travel? Place. It says on center software.
I would recommend WeTransfer. That's the most seamless way to send large files. But in my opinion, I would mail a copy. Half the time that can get there quicker, and then they have a hard copy as well, and it's less of a headache. Sometimes I spent like 8 hours downloading a shoot, and there's just no way around pulling down that amount of data from the internet. So again, WeTransfer, or don't be afraid to also just mail it to them. Oh, that's tough.
We also use a program called Air. It's kind of like Google Drive, but specifically for like photo and video, because we have so much content, and that's been really helpful. For example, if Devin has a video and he just wants somebody to view it, but we don't necessarily need to re-download it ourselves. And we've been kind of enjoying that tool.
Yeah, Air. They have like free subscriptions. You can pay. Frame.io is another good asset transfer and review tool. I always recommend just trying something out for free. If it works for you, then sign up for the paid subscription. But for a quick fix, WeTransfer has always been the easiest way to send and receive large files for me.
Between Facebook and Instagram, how important is it to differentiate between the captions, the photos, and the schedule?
That's a really great question. So differentiating your captions, your photos, and your schedules between specifically Facebook and Instagram is a little bit tricky. So Facebook and Instagram obviously are owned by the same company, so they're owned by Meta. The audiences are slightly different. So you're going to have it kind of depends on who your followers and who your audiences are. And it depends on your brand. So for Instagram, I like to be much more playful. I get a little bit more wordy on there. You got to like log into the back end and look at your insights. We don't get as much engagement personally on our Facebook. So I don't put as much time and effort into changing every caption on Facebook. For the most part, I use a lot of the same photos. Sometimes Facebook is really great if we have an event like this, because I can share all of the photos, where Instagram, I can only share 10 in a carousel. So it kind of depends on what you're posting. I don't think it is that drastic of a difference that you need to be completely changing every caption in every photo for your audience, unless you have a huge audience and a huge amount of engagement specifically on Facebook, or if you run a Facebook group or something like that. They're pretty similar. Instagram and Twitter would be completely different. You throw in LinkedIn, LinkedIn's even more different. So what I post on LinkedIn and what I post on Instagram are almost not even close to being the same caption, just because they have such different audiences and just a different tone. Instagram, we're much more playful there, and we're much more professional in LinkedIn.
Does Instagram know when you're placing content through a
third party like Hootsuite or better?
Yes. Yes. So Instagram does. Admittedly, I don't use a lot of those tools anymore, except for LinkedIn, which I hear it's coming. But most of the platforms have their own internal scheduling tool. So I use Facebook Creator Studio to schedule all of my content on Instagram and Facebook. I use Twitter to schedule content on Twitter. It can be a little redundant. Again, maybe a workshop for another time, but I use Asana to create a content calendar and organize all of my captions. So I'll have an Asana project. You can do this in a Google Doc, but I write out my caption for every platform. So LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and then I just copy and paste. And that's how I schedule. So I'm not retyping it all out into every platform. But yes, I schedule right in the platforms. We have a couple minutes left. Anybody else, or are we going to go home early today? Yeah. So again, that's kind of a loaded question, but yeah. So our Asana process for specifically scheduling content. If you are working with a content team, I have created an Asana calendar. So Asana is a project management tool. Our entire marketing team and pretty much most of our 43 North team uses it to manage all of our projects internally. But I created a calendar. And in that calendar, I have set up different rules and I have set up different variables for my content. So if I'm working with somebody to help me schedule content, or if I need somebody to review my content, I can, for example, if I have an intern and I'm like, okay, I want you to write up this post. My intern can write up the post. They can mark it as waiting for approval and they can send it to me. And then I can edit it. I can send it back to them and say approved or whatever. And then I also, once I have it all done and I schedule it out on my platforms, I have a drop down and I mark it as scheduled. And then I never mark the project as complete until I go back and I look at the post and I make sure it posted properly and everything's working. And then I'm like, okay, I completed this post. So it's a lengthy process. But when it comes to scheduling content, I love that tool to be able to do it because I can manage everything right in one space. Any other questions? No? All right. Well, thank you so much. I hope that you found this entire day extremely valuable, and we will share all of these with you as soon as we can. So keep an eye on your email. Thanks, everyone.